Chapter 1-1 Thunder. Tuki continent, within the Thunder realm. At this moment, a man who looks like an iron tower stands tall. His skin is slightly dark, giving people a strong visual impact, visible to the naked eye, as if there is a dragon swimming under the skin. A terrible sense of power, faintly the spread of the man made the heels of those who were close to him tremble. This person is not someone else, it is Lei Ying, the patriarch of the Lei clan. At this moment, he was not as severe as usual, but looked expectantly at the room in front of him. This kind of Lei Ying is generally extremely rare. The reason for this is because his first heir is coming. After living for nearly 1,000 years, he finally had an heir, and he was naturally very excited. However, while excited, he was a little worried about the situation in the house. After all, it has been a long time, but there is still no sign of movement. His clenched fists were a little sweaty. It could make him do this. I'm afraid it's the current situation, right? It's a pity that he can't help giving birth to a child. In other words, he can't help at all. After all, this kind of thing can only be done by the woman herself. Just when Lei Ying was in a lot of thoughts, he only heard a cry of wow. At this moment, Lei Ying barely breathed a sigh of relief. However, after just one sound, there was no sound. This sudden operation made Lei Ying feel like riding a roller coaster. It was ups and downs, just when he wanted to go in and see what was going on, only to see the closed door opened. After that, a midwife came out with a baby doll and looked at Lei Ying and said, "Congratulations to the patriarch, it's a young master." Lei Ying just heard that there was no crying, and thought it was the child. After all, don't all the newborn children have to cry for a while? After taking over the child in the hands of the midwife, Lei Ying saw the slap-sized little doll looking around and laughed, "Ha ha ha! I finally have a future for Lei Ying." At this moment, the thunder in his arms looked dumbfounded. After looking at the unfamiliar surroundings and the grinning middle-aged man in front of him, he secretly said, unexpectedly, "God would give me a chance to live again. It's great." However, because he was just born, even if he has memories of his previous life, a powerful soul still soon fell asleep. Lei Ying was very happy at the moment. After seeing the baby in her arms asleep, he walked in with Lei Dong and said, "Madam, are you okay?" The middle-aged beautiful woman with a pale face on the bed responded weakly, "Husband, I'm fine. Let me see the kid." Lei Ying heard of it and hurriedly placed Lei Dong next to the beautiful woman. Seeing the little thunder, the beautiful woman said, "Husband, give our child a name." Lei Ying seemed to have thought about it a long time ago, and said with a petting look, "Just call him Thunder." 1 month later. 1 month after coming to the Tuki continent, Lei Dong was no longer as sleepy as Xiang was before. Moreover, after a month's time, he was also sure that he had really crossed. Not a dream. He no longer remembered the past life, but now he knows that he has traveled to the world of Tao-breaking sphere. In addition, he became the son of the patriarch of the Lei clan. Knowing the original book Fights Break Sphere, he naturally knew this person with the same name as himself. Speaking of it, just like Dad Lei Ying, he is a martial idiot. However, various resources have been added to the practice for decades, and the last appearance is just the younger brother of the protagonist. Moreover, according to the original introduction, Lei Dong seems to like Gu Suner too. He wasn't very interested in Gu Suner, who was said to be the most beautiful woman in the world. After all, apart from her beauty, this woman is like a brainless fool. Of course, he was too young, otherwise, he would go to Xiao's house in advance to grab Xiao Yan's words and scum her. That will definitely be a big help. Lei Dong felt that there was nothing wrong with Loli, who had grown up since she was a child. After all, those who didn't like Xiao Yan because of this incident were nothing more than unrest. After all, who is not scum? Xiao Yan used the warming of the meridians, so his thunderbolt wanted to tell the brainless girl with an open mind that he would be greedy for her body when she grows up. Of course, the premise is that Gusuner must have the beauty of the country and the city, but it is a pity, these are just thinking about it, after all, he is still too young. Besides, who knows how old is Gusuner now? The original book also never introduces, who is the big one and the other one. Just when the thunderous and thoughtful thoughts came, his mother Huoyu of this life came over and picked him up and said, "My dear son, are you hungry?" Seeing Huoyu walking over and extending his hand, Lei Dong refused. Because he knew that his wonderful mother was going to feed again. Although he is still a small person, he is also a man of adult thinking. How can you continue to take breast milk? However, he has no teeth, so where does he have the right to refuse? Because Lei Dong had never cried since he was born, Huoyu ordered 3 meals for his son. In case he is hungry. Although she once wanted to see if her son would cry when he was hungry. But after one day, she gave up. Obviously, the son Tao Tai. There is no noise at all. When feeding him, he also resisted and started eating. It's like now, it's still a small rejection at the beginning. After eating, it was not the same at all. Lei Dong didn't want this either, but now he can't eat. Moreover, this very nutritious breast milk was also forced by my mother to eat it, and he was definitely not voluntary. As spring passes and autumn comes, countless days and nights have been missed, and 7 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Hey! On the top of a mountain of the Lei clan, a little man less than 1 meter tall, lying next to a rock panting. Knowing the direction of the future, he had an idea of hard practice in his heart after confirming that this was the world of Tao breaking. However, first practice physical skills, no matter what the world is. If the body is not tough enough, everything is for nothing. Moreover, in his body, there is still a meteoric hirtitis that has just been born. Although this falling heart flame was still a seedling, the cultivation speed provided to him was still much faster. And this seedling was naturally found by Lei Dong's elder Chu Kyunki. Of course, he didn't ask Chu Kyunki to get the seedlings at first. After all, he was a little kid who told Chu Kyunki that there was a strange fire underneath Canaan Academy, and there were still 2 flowers. Can this kind of thing work? What he wanted from the beginning was the strange fire sealed by Chu Kyunki of Canaan College. But I don't know if it was his butterfly effect or what. Chu Kyunki found the remnant soul of Skyfire while making fire, and also found this seedling. Finally, he brought back the seedling directly. As for the Skyfire, it was released by Chu Kyunki. After all, he doesn't know how to resurrect. Moreover, Venerable Skyfire's fighting spirit was of no use to Chu Kyunki. Although Falling Heart Flame is only a seedling, as the thunder grows, this flame will definitely become stronger and stronger. In the future, when the thunderbolt becomes stronger, if you fuse another Falling Heart Flame, then the power of this flame will surely increase several times. It's just a pity that Lei Dong has no fire attributes, and the different fire Falling Heart Flame can only be used to attack. Moreover, he can't practice Fenju. However, when Chu Kyunki came back, Lei Dong really wanted to ask him how you are so good. In a year's time, the seedlings of meteorite seemed to be growing with thunder. The name of this strange fire known as cheat device is indeed not for nothing. In just 1 year, he has risen from the strength of a 5-stage fight to the strength of a 5-star fighter. This is why he spends half of his time training. But in the same way, there are advantages and disadvantages. Because of the low strength, the degree of hot body at night is also inhuman torture. Just running with heavy load every day, this torture will be a little easier. However, the name of the first genius of the Lei clan was indeed firmly held in Lei Dong's hands. And 3 years ago, Lei Dong learned about the birth of Gusuner. According to his judgment, Gusuner should be sent to the Xiao clan this year. Although he wanted to get rid of the scum, it was a pity that he was the first genius of the Thunder clan and the young patriarch in the future. How could Lei Ying agree? Lei Dong knew that he had missed an opportunity for a brainless cash machine. But what can he do? Before the strength, everything can only be listened to by his father, and being a good baby is the truth. Chapter 2 Test. After some rest, Lei Dong ran down the mountain. He was already a 5-star fighter, and running this distance was actually not a big deal. However, the weight of the body puts pressure on him. However, this was the case for a year, and he got used to it. After a while, as soon as Lei Dong entered the house, he saw Lei Ying sitting in the living room. Lei Dong asked in confusion, "Father, don't you have anything to deal with today? You know, as a patriarch, every day is very busy. After all, matters in the clan, matters in the affiliated groups, etc. He will have to deal with it." Lei Ying said with a black thread, "Have you forgotten what I told you the other day?" Ah! Seeing Lei Dong's appearance, Lei Ying suddenly became even more helpless. You know, testing the bloodline level is the most important thing for the ancient family. The kid from someone else's family went there early in the morning, but this kid from my own family? He didn't even show up. If he didn't know that Lei Dong was a martial idiot just like himself, Lei Ying thought he had overslept. Lei Ying smiled helplessly and cursed, "You can forget this, you really belong to Lao Tzu." When the words fell, Lei Dong's clothes were directly held in one hand, and he walked out. He has long been accustomed to the habit of his father never being able to do anything. Although it was a shame to be carried like this, Lei Dong finally accepted it. After all, resisting seems to be useless. After a while, the father and son came to the square in the center of the Lei clan. The square was 1,000 feet wide. At a glance, many boys and girls stood among them, making noises and rising into the sky. When Lei Dong just came over, he heard everyone talking about himself. Why isn't this thunderous yet coming? Hurt, he is the patriarch's son. When can I come? The shelf is really big. Unlike us, we were called out early. No. I think Lei Dong must be practicing. I think so, Lei Dong is a cultivator crazy. Lei Dong curled his lips after listening to the people in the square who were not complaining about themselves, and there were voices defending themselves. Lei Ying didn't say anything, and came to the testing office in one step. After seeing Lei Ying appearing with thunder, all the young and old at the scene closed their mouths at the same time. Lei Ying looked at the test elder Lei Qi and said, "Elder Lei Qi, let's start." The tester called Lei Qi responded, "Yes, the patriarch." After Lei Ying opened his mouth, Lei Qi finished everything and said to Lei Dong, "Come and test it, Lei Dong." The thunderbolt now is not the young patriarch. At least until the bloodline level came out, he still couldn't get this title. The ancient family, after all, depends on the bloodline level and strength to speak. Even if you are the son of the patriarch and your bloodline is too low, you are still a waste. After Lei Dong heard the words, he placed his hand on the astrolabe, and after that, the dark stars were instantly lit. 1, 2, the stars on the astrolabe were constantly lit, breaking through 6 in a blink of an eye. However, this still did not stop. All the Lei clan elders were staring at the scene in front of them at this moment. They all want to know how many stars Lei Dong can awaken. And the next moment, the 7th, 8th, until the end, the 9th also lit up. After seeing this scene, all the elders on the field could not sit still at this time, and the square was silent at this time. After Lei Ying looked at Lei Dong's bloodline level, Lei couldn't even close his mouth. You should know that before a certain age, the bloodline can be improved through cultivation, and the 9th rank bloodline in the childhood is almost without the slightest accident when it enters the divine rank in adulthood. The 7th elder next to him, also after a while, recovered from the shock, and then, the 7th elder Lei reported the thunderous grade, thunder, the 9th rank bloodline. He has been in charge of the clan test for decades. Such an amazing result is definitely the first time he has seen it. Since the fall of the last Lei clan Do emperor, Lei Dong is probably the first person to have the blood of the gods in nearly 1,000 years. He can be called the first person in the family in 1,000 years. Under the announcement of the elder Lei Qi, on the huge field, the emotions of the older group of Lei clan were instantly ignited. God bless my Thunder clan! When everyone was happy, they clasped their fists and said, "Congratulations to the patriarch." After Lei Yingle for a while, he looked at everyone and announced, "From today, Lei Dong is the young patriarch of the Lei clan." The people who were still in the shock of Lei Dong's bloodline level, after hearing the announcement of Lei Ying's appointment. In the square, all eyes were once again gathered on the small figure in the middle of the field. Looking at that figure, the juniors were full of awe and admiration, while the elders couldn't help but admire it. But no matter who it was, there was no veto. Although the Thunder clan is not like the Soul clan, everything can be decided by the Soul Heaven Emperor. But it's almost the same, after all, the Lei clan is militant, and the strong are respected. Lei Dong heard about it, and then said, "Father, Hire must lead the Lei clan to the top. Become the #1 power in the mainland. In fact, as long as there is some talent, the title of young patriarch must be his. To put it bluntly, he is the prince of the Lei clan. What's more, now that the bloodline level is so high, who would dare to refuse? And he is now, but just talk about some scenes." At this moment, many young girls of the Lei clan looked at him with full attention. However, Lei Dong didn't mean to respond at all. It's not that he is not good at female sex. On the contrary, he is the kind of insatiable master. But it's a pity. The girls of the Lei clan are the same as the girls of the Shi clan, all of them are 5 big and 3 thick. Although it's not ugly, but there is always something to him, he is really not interested. As for aesthetics, Lei Dong felt that his father had the same vision as him. After all, my mother was also the jewel of the Yan clan back then. After the bloodline test was over, a group of younger brothers gathered around Lei Dong. They are all around 7 or 8 years old, and their talents are pretty good. At the age of 7, his cultivation has reached the 7th and 8th stages of the fighting force. On the Zhongzhou mainland, those are absolute geniuses. After all, they all started practicing at the age of 4 or 5. Among them, there are several others with higher bloodlines, and the ones whose cultivation level has reached the strength of 9 stages of fighting are Thundercloud, Thunderbolt, Thunderstorm, and Lei Kong. Lei Dong knew that he was definitely not alone in supporting the Lei clan in the future. Therefore, he accepted all of these attendants. However, now he has no time to lead them to play. It's just that they are all good at practicing cultivation, and they have been granted the position of 4 elders. But in the same way, he also said ugly things in front. After the 4 people got thunderous promises, they worked hard to practice. After all, you can't become a patriarch, and becoming an elder is also very good. Chapter 3 Thunder Fighting Emperor. The next day. Yesterday, the bloodline level was tested, and today is the day to choose exercises and fighting skills. Today Lei Dong is already a 5-star fighter, but so far, he has not learned any exercises and fighting skills. This time, Lei Ying personally brought Thunder to a study room of the Lei clan where there were cultivation techniques and fighting skills. After seeing Lei Ying's arrival, the 2 elders who guarded this place worshipped together, "See the patriarch and the young patriarch." Lei Ying waved his hand and said, "Don't be gifted, open the door. I want to pick some exercises with action." After the 2 of them saluted, they each carried their anger and opened the entrance. After the band door opened, Lei Ying walked in with Lei Dong. After watching the house full of exercises and fighting skills, before Lei Dong could see it, Lei Ying took him to a portrait. Before and after coming to this portrait, Lei Ying said, "Donger, this is the opportunity left by the last doughty ancestor of my Lei clan. He once said that only those who are predestined can open it. And there is something inside. His lifelong heritage." As if he was reminiscing, Lei Ying said again, "For thousands of years, counting as a father, there are no fewer than thousands of people before this painting. However, no one can inherit it. Now you should try it too. Right. If you succeed, I believe for your father that you will become Emperor Do in the future. If so. Before Lei Ying finished speaking, Lei Dong interrupted, Father, how do you try? Lei Ying was taken aback, then laughed. Because of this conversation, he used to talk to the previous patriarch. Then he said, ha ha ha, as expected of Lao Tzu's seed. You only need to drop a drop of blood and press on it calmly. Lei Dong nodded, then stretched out his hand to open his mouth without hesitation, and bit his finger. After pressing on the portrait, Lei Dong calmed down. The blood did not fall to the ground, but was absorbed into the portrait. The next moment, Lei Dong's finger he had just bitten instantly healed. Lei Ying was watching quietly beside him, but he was breathing deeply in his heart. But after a while, nothing seemed to happen. Lei Ying sighed slightly. He didn't expect that his son was already so good, he was not even that person. Donger, it seems that you are also this. Originally, Lei Ying was about to take Lei Dong to choose other exercises. However, the moment he spoke, the portrait suddenly opened a big hole, and the thunderbolt was absorbed in the next moment. After Lei Dong was sucked in, he looked around. It's endless here, just like another space. Just when he was wondering to go there to find this opportunity, a thunder light flashed in front of him. The next moment, an old man with white hair and long beard appeared in front of him. Lei Dong said in a daze, Are you the ancestor of the Lei clan? The old man also opened his mouth at the same time. After waiting so long, I finally wait for someone who can inherit the mantle of the emperor. Hearing this, Lei Dong confirmed his doubts, and then said in a polite, Boy Lei Dong, see ancestor. The old man nodded, then waved to bring thunder up. Said, how about the Lei clan now? There was no surprise that Lei Dong was waved by the old man. After all, the person in front of you is a strong fighting emperor. Even if it is just a ray of soul, it is easy to pinch the existence of the death battle. Lei Dong thought for a while, and said directly, Thanks to the ancestors, the current situation of the Lei clan is not good. In the past 10,000 years, there has not been a Do emperor infested. Although the Do emperor bloodline has not dried up, it is still somewhat inadequate. The former Daodi clan, the Xiao clan fell thousands of years ago, and now there are 7 clans left, of which the Soul clan is the strongest, and the Ancient clan is the second. After a miserable introduction, the old man frowned slightly. He didn't expect that in nearly 10,000 years, the Lei clan would be so weak. You know, the thunder attribute can be described as the strongest attack attribute. In the entire ancient race, his thunder tribe should be the strongest. The old man was a little lost and said, Oh, I didn't expect that the Thunder clan who was once the top in the mainland, now does not even have a 9-star fighting saint. After sighing, the old man looked at Thunder again, his eyes lighted and said, Thunder, I can feel the blood in your body, it should be the blood of the gods. It's not worse than me in the past, and it's not worse than I was before. Wait for you to awaken. After the Thunder clan inscription, I believe your strength will increase dramatically. This is the Wan Lei Ju technique created by the old man back then. This technique has been modified by the old man for thousands of years, and now it has reached the top of the sky. However, the requirements of this technique are only the thunder attribute of the blood of the gods. Talents can be cultivated. In addition, this is the old man's own fighting skills. The old man took out a jija and a volume of exercises and handed them to Lei Dong, then explained. After Lei Dong took over the jija and exercises, he was overjoyed. Thank you, ancestors. The old man nodded, and said, You don't need to rush to watch the exercises and fighting skills. Come with the old man. If you can't pass the final test, you may not be able to go further. Just when Lei Dong wanted to observe the martial arts fighting skills, the old man interrupted. When Lei Dong heard the words, he looked at the old man with his eyes brightly, and said in doubt, could the ancestor inherit more than this? Naturally. The old man nodded in response, then picked up thunderously with one of his hands. Heading towards the depths, the old man on the road said, there is a strange fire in your body, and this world spirit thing is not only a strange fire. Hiss! Lei Dong was slightly shocked. Once, he had also wondered that there was such a spirit thing as a strange fire between the world and the earth. Then how can there be no other powerful elements? It's just that there is nothing written in the book. Even if he is confused, it is useless. And now after the old man said it, he instantly became excited. Before he could ask, the two of them came to the deep place. Lei Dong saw a square pillar formation in front of him, and there was also a 9-color thunder in the formation that was constantly running up and down. It seems to want to leave here. This is the 9 gods of thunder that the old man once traveled to the mainland and gathered all the strange thunders in the world. However, because the old man wanted to keep it when he broke through the emperor, its intelligence and power have been wiped out. For thousands of years, this formation has nourished it every day. Its abilities are completely incapable. Weaker than any other fire on the list. After the old man introduced it, Thunder hesitated. Is the power of this 9-color thunder not weaker than any abnormal fire on the abnormal fire list? Doesn't that mean its strength is at least at the level of 9-star fighting saint? Let him in as a contender? Isn't that looking for death? As if seeing Thunder's thoughts, the old man laughed and said, ha ha ha. I didn't expect that there would be someone in my Thunder clan who knows how to use his brain. Don't worry, in the formation, I can't hurt you. As members of the Thunder clan, because of their strong combat power, they have always been able to use their hands as much as possible without their brains. Even if it was him, it was the same. If it were someone else, the old man wouldn't have to think about it, he would definitely rush in directly. And Lei Dong actually endured the temptation and hesitated. Although this has lost the strong sense of the Lei clan, it seems to be a good thing. After all, the current Lei Dong strength is still too weak. Lei Dong listened to the old man's explanation, instantly relaxed and walked in. As for a little bit of counseling, he didn't feel embarrassed. After all, being alive was real. Just after Lei Dong stepped into this formation, the beating 9 heavens divine thunder came to him in an instant. Now! Because it is made of thunder and lightning, the energy surrounding the body is naturally the amount of lightning. 9-color thunder seems to be looking at him, constantly revolving around the thunder, and Lei Dong is also thinking about how to conquer this thunder. When he just reached out and touched it, he was directly shaken away, and the old man just told him that as long as he could touch it, he could own it. And within a day, if Lei Dong can't do it, then this Lei and him will disappear together, and there will be no chance from now on. Chapter 4. 9 Tenjin Thunder. I thundered and thought about it, but there was no way to solve it in my heart. As long as he touched his white and tender little hands, the numb sensation would appear in an instant. If you touch it directly, there is obviously no chance. If it takes longer, he might also try to contact this 9-color thunder here. Unfortunately, the ancestors all said it, only one day. If you get it, it's yours. As for using strong, just relying on the strength of other 5-star fighters, how to use it? Don't let this 9-color thunder rub against the ground. Reluctantly, Lei Dong had to turn his head, and looked at the old man who was sitting outside and watching the play, asking for help. Old patriarch, I can't touch it at all, how can I conquer? Upon hearing this, the old man showed a kind smile. Just when Lei Dong thought it really had a way, the old man stroked his beard and said, although the 9-day thunder was created by an old man, it is powerful and powerful. If you don't let it look at it, the old man can't help it. The thunderous look of expectation made him feel unhappy in an instant. Looking at the old man, he said, you can't help but just say that you can't help it. Why give me a glimmer of hope and direct despair? Although his teeth were itchy, he still didn't dare to yell at him. Hey! After taking a deep breath, Lei Dong went straight to Zhuge Lei again. Seeing the thunderbolt rushing over, a cobweb formed by thunder and lightning around Zhuge Lei appeared. Now! Now! Originally, Lei Dong wanted to fight the pain and force it to subdue it. However, he overestimated his body and underestimated the power of this thunder and lightning. In an instant, Lei Dong was boomed by thunder and lightning. Ah! After a cry of pain came out, the thunder and lightning stopped. The next moment, Lei Dong fell directly onto the ground. The whole body is still twitching from time to time. This feeling is simply not too sour. However, despite being baptized by thunder and lightning, Lei Dong found that apart from the numbness of his body, he had not suffered any serious damage. Following that, Lei Dong jumped up again with curiosity. Reach out to grab Zhuge Lei. His cool. When he was stopped by thunder and lightning again, the heart-piercing pain caused Lei Dong's expression to be distorted. However, this time he did not whine, but yelled cool. Bang! After getting an electric shock, Lei Dong fell to the ground again. This time, the twitching of the body was worse than the previous one. Moreover, because of the aggravated thunder and lightning, the clothes on his body have been shattered, and the flesh has a slight red mark. Donger, such a reckless method, maybe you will die. If there is no other way, it is better to quit. At this moment, the old man watching the play in the back spoke up. I don't know if he was really afraid of Lei Dong's damage, or why he even persuaded Lei Dong to give up. Lei Dong's head moved slightly and looked at Zhuge Lei with a cry. Ancestor, since you don't want to tell me how to subdue it, then don't hit me. With that, Lei Dong got up from the ground and looked at the old man again. A child is born to be timid and afraid of death. If it weren't for believing that you won't kill me, I just quit. When the words were over, Lei Dong picked up his grudge again, wrapped in white flames on his body, and rushed towards Zhuge Lei again. What he said just now is completely true. Lei Dong believed that after his previous miserable sales, he learned about the current situation of the Lei clan. For a genius like his Lei Dong, this old man definitely doesn't want him to have an accident. This is why, Lei Dong has the confidence that he will not shrink. Lei Dong rushed up for the third time, still being shaken back without any accident. Moreover, the poor and weak meteorite was directly dissipated. Seeing that falling heart flame could not be summoned, Lei Dong had to give up. Then, he rushed to the thunder and lightning again and again, and was shocked and anesthetized again and again. After 2 hours' time, Lei Dong didn't know how many times he was boomed by thunder, and finally he was completely fainted in the formation. Ha 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 ha. After seeing the thunder that passed out, the old man suddenly laughed. In the next moment, the formation disappeared, and Zhuge Lei also appeared in the hands of the old man. The old man looked at the 9-color divine thunder in his hand, and said to himself, Old man, I hope you can help him lead the Thunder clan to the top again. When the words fell, the old man put all his soul power into the 9-color thunder. And the next moment, the 9-color thunder fell over Lei Dong's body, and then entered Lei Dong's body without any hindrance. Lei Dong didn't make a bet wrong, all these fights were just a test for Lei clan Dowdy. Moreover, his self-created exercises were improved by thunder and lightning, as were his fighting skills. If there is no 9 heavens divine thunder, even if you have cultivated this fighting technique, your greatest achievement in the future will be nothing more than the ranks of fighting sages. And with the help of these 9 gods, the future will be limitless. When the 9 heavens divine thunder and soul power entered Lei Dong's body, Lei Dong only felt his painful and extremely hot body, as if he was holding a piece of ice for 1,000 years. That taste, one word cool. At night, when Lei Dong woke up, he saw the old man who was originally illusory, and now he became even more illusory. Even as if he would dissipate at any time. Lei Dong wondered, Old ancestor, am I a failure? Although I knew I would not die, I took a gamble. However, he doesn't know how long he has fainted. It must have failed a lot. The old man shook his head and smiled. No, you did not fail. You should check your body first. Hearing this, thunderous inexplicable joy. After that, he sat up cross-legged. The next moment, around the thunderbolt is a little shocked. He actually broke through the fighter directly, and he has also been promoted to the level of 2-star fighter. In the stage of fighting the master, on the entire continent, although it is still the ant among the ants. But who hasn't stepped forward from this stage of ants? Moreover, he is no more than a 7-year-old now. Dushi, 1 to 9 stars, possesses a fight chi gauze, which gathers gas into a liquid state. After that, the big fighting masters, 1 to 9 stars, can form a battle chi-shaped armor, release the battle chi outwards, and gather the gas into a solid state, forming a diamond shape. Fighting spirit, 1 to 9 stars, fighting chi condensate, solid. Fighting king, 1 to 9 stars, fighting gasification wings, mobilizing a small amount of energy in the outer space. You can soar into the sky. Do Huang 1 to 9 star Do Kiwa wing, can mobilize a large amount of external energy of the same attribute. Do not use external force to stay in the void for a short time. High level Do Huang. Du Zong, 1 to 9 stars, can create a space lock, high level Du Zong, without the help of external force to stay in the void. Do Zun, 1 to 9 stars, can master and use the power of space. Do Zun Peak, 1 to 10 rounds Do Zun Peak, facing the dilemma of sanctification. The fighting energy required for each revolution is equivalent to the needs of 1 to 9 stars for a Do Zun. Semi-holy, low to high level, first entering the holy realm, far better than the noble realm. Fighting saint, 1 to 9 stars, between the gestures, the mountains and the ground are cracked, and the space is shattered. And to open up a space for people to live in from the void space is a sign of fighting the strong. The sign above the 6-star fighting saint is space shifting. Fighting emperor, changing his bloodline, benefiting his descendants, can revitalize the entire race with one person. Existence above heaven and earth. Lei Dong's start has surpassed countless people. What makes him even more happy is that his soul power has reached the peak of the spiritual realm. Although he is not a pharmacist, but the effect of soul power is quite large. How good is it? I won't come together one by one. Coupled with the 9-color thunder and lightning in his hand, Lei Dong can be sure that it is not difficult to leapfrog the challenge. Even if the thunder and lightning are the same as the meteoric heart inflammation in the body, it is just a juvenile state. But the power is so powerful, at least Lei Dong has just experienced it deeply. After feeling his many changes, Lei Dong knelt down and said, "Thank you, ancestor." The old man shook his head and said with a smile, "You don't need to thank the old man, all this is what you get by persisting. As you guessed, you are the only person who has entered here in 1,000 years. And the old man, I will soon disappear. This lightning is for you, whether you can pass the test or not." When Lei Dong heard the words, he was furious, and exclaimed in uncomfortable exclaim, "What? Even if the person in front of you is an ancestor, Thunderbolt is a little hot at this moment." Even without holding back, he blurted out, "Old man, are you playing with me?" After speaking, Lei Dong regrets it, after all, although they are just a trace of soul. However, a strong fighting emperor, squeezing a fighting master to death, is enough for a ray of soul power. Just when Lei Dong was about to admit his mistake, the old man haha laughed for a while and said, "No one has dared to talk to the old man like this for a long time." Hearing this, Lei Dong hurriedly said, "The ancestors' atonement, I." The old man waved his hand and interrupted, "What are you doing? Do you think the old man will care about you as a junior?" When the words fell, Lei Dong said nothing. The old man slapped Lei Dong's p-shares and directly knocked him out. After the old man slapped Lei Dong out with a slap, he mumbled, "You rude kid, if you don't want to lead the Lei clan to rise, the old man must kill you." However, after complaining for a while, the old man laughed heartily again. Because he admires Lei Dong, this person, very much. In the next moment, the figure of the old man completely dissipated in this space. Chapter 5. Do Huang. After Lei Dong was slapped out, he ran directly into the arms of Lei Ying, who was waiting here. Lei Ying watched the disappearance of his arms for a long time. There was a sudden thunder, and he said with great joy, "Oh, what? Has it been inherited by the ancestors?" Lei Dong had just been photographed, and he ran into Lei Ying's arms. Lei Ying's body is harder than an iron block, and his collision is also very bad. After a while, Lei Dong left Lei Ying's arms after enduring the pain from P-shares in his head. Then thunderously said, "Father, I got the inheritance of my ancestors, this is the exercise and fighting skills he gave me." For Lei Ying, he naturally has nothing to hide. After all, although he has the memory of his previous life, his life in this life is indeed given by Lei Ying. Lei Ying was overjoyed when he heard the words, and after scanning his eyes on the exercises and fighting skills, he said, "It's really good, but why are these exercises and fighting skills so demanding? Only the god rank bloodline can be cultivated. Except for one thunderbolt, where can the people of the god rank bloodline go to the Thunder clan?" Lei Dong spread his hands and said, "I think the ancestor said that the predestined person should meet this requirement. After all, his inheritance should not be able to cultivate except for those who have the blood of the gods. So I went in." Lei Ying said again, "Fine, nothing, you have to work hard in the future." Lei Dong curled his lips. "If I don't work hard, can I still wait for death? By the way, Daddy, I also got a kind of 9-day divine thunder from my ancestor." As he said, Lei opened his hands slightly, and the next moment, a 9-color thunder and lightning appeared in his hands. Lei Ying heard the words and looked at the thunder in Lei Dong's hand. With just a glance, Lei Ying felt extraordinary. He even felt that in front of this thunder and lightning, his thunder and lightning did not seem to be able to make the card at all. Weakly said, "9 heavens god thunder? What is this?" Lei Dong explained, "The ancestor said, this is a thunder and lightning that is not weaker than any other fire on the list of different fires. It is extremely complementary to the exercises he taught me." "What?" Lei Ying exclaimed when he heard it. Although he also felt the extraordinary thunder and lightning, he didn't expect it to be so fierce. Then he looked at Lei Dong and said solemnly, You must not show it in front of outsiders before you have a certain strength." Lei Dong naturally understands the meaning of Lei Ying. If such a good thing is known to the two old slings, Gu Yuan and Sol Tiendi, they will definitely come to it. At that time, I'm afraid that even Lei Ying won't be able to protect him. Lei Dong replied, "Don't worry, old man. I understand. Before I have absolute strength, I will never expose its existence." Since leaving the Gongfa and Doji Pavilion, Lei Dong has been practicing in retreat. He can indeed practice the techniques of the ancestors of the Lei clan. In addition, the effect of this top-tier technique is different, and his cultivation speed has accelerated again. However, it is a pity that all the requirements for fighting skills training can only be done after reaching the strongest fighting emperor. As spring passes and autumn comes, everything seems to have returned to its usual state. Lei Dong didn't show up except once when he tested the bloodline last time. Instead, he stayed in retreat at home. For Lei Dong's unremitting efforts, the teenagers of the same generation in the clan have complained and praised. Because he has the blood of the gods, and he works so hard. What are the qualifications for the rest of their Lei clan disciples not to work hard? But with the passage of time, under the growth of strength, these grievances gradually faded away a lot. 5 years later, Dong'er has been in retreat for a whole year this time, and he hasn't come out yet. I don't know how he is. A beautiful woman was standing on a mountain, looking at the innate thunder pond in the clan, and facing Lei Ying beside her. Innate Thunder Pond is a place weaker than Demon Thunder Pond for cultivating thunder attribute vindictiveness. It just adapts to the place where some Duhuang and Duzong powerhouses practice. Lei Ying shook his head and said, I don't know. With this kid's talent, it doesn't take so long to break through the Emperor Do. However, it will take him a year to leave. Boom. Now. At this moment, the sky above the innate thunder pond was suddenly filled with dark clouds, thunder and lightning added up. At the moment this vision appeared, about 100 elders of the Lei clan paid close attention to him, and Lei Ying was also staring at the Xiantian Lei pond. The vision that Huoyu looked at hurriedly said, Husband, let's go see what's wrong with Dong-er. Lei Ying said, No need, madam, the move is coming out. After a year, Huoyu discovered that his son had changed a lot. He is only 12 years old now, but he is more than 1.7 meters tall. From a distance, it can be said that the son is unparalleled in the world. Lei started wearing a long white suit and a tall body. He looked straight and strong. Under his two sword eyebrows, the jet black eyes were full of chill. The smirk at the corner of his mouth, but I don't know how many young girls can be attracted. After a few breaths, Lei Dong came to Lei Ying and Huoyu, then bowed down and said, Father, Mother. Although he was in retreat, he still knew everything about the Xiantian Thunder Pool. After all, the sole power of his spiritual realm Dzogchen is not a display. Therefore, Lei Ying and Huoyu would come here every day 6 months ago, and he also knew it. Son, get up soon, it's been a year. Mother is almost worried about you. Huoyu hurriedly helped Lei Dong up, looked left and right, and checked that Lei Dong was not injured, and his strength had also increased to the level of 2-star Do Huang. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, Dong-er, you are just breaking through Do Huang, how can it take a year? Lei Ying next to him also looked at Lei Dong with full doubts. Lei Dong smiled and said, the child made a breakthrough within a month after entering. The reason why he has been in it for so long is that the Lei in his body needs nourishment. During this year, Lei Dong was wholeheartedly absorbing thunder power for the 9 heavens divine thunder. After all, the 9 heavens god thunder has been trapped for thousands of years, and has lost his wisdom. The power is not as good as before. After a year of nourishment, it shines again. When Lei Ying heard the words, he understood in an instant. Then he said, So, no wonder, it just caused such a violent movement. Okay, let's go back and rest. It just happens that you are out of the customs. 3 days later, it is the celebration of my Thunder clan. At that time, several clan the younger generation will come here to get to know each other. You have to fight for Lao Tzu. The so-called celebration is actually a friendship ceremony for several ethnic groups. Also, let young people of several races get to know each other. After all, ancient races have regulations that can't fight each other. This is why, even though the Xiao clan was lonely, the Fu clan didn't do anything to destroy the clan. Even if it was the Soul clan who made a shot against the Xiao clan, he borrowed Yun Lanzong's hand. However, even if it was found out, the Soul race itself did not make a move, it was the Soul palace that made the move. At that time, the Soul clan directly refused to admit it, and no one could say anything. Of course, in fact this kind of grand ceremony. It can also be said that all ethnic groups brought their youngest and outstanding children to show off. Lei Dong didn't want to participate, he didn't want to be famous. After all, what about becoming the first person in the younger generation? In front of the absolute strong, isn't he just a younger brother? However, the Thunder clan is militant. Among the younger generation, Lei Dong is the strongest existence, and the most important thing in Lei clan's grand ceremony is fighting. If Thunder cannot be held, isn't the Thunder clan embarrassed? The younger generation here refers to people under the age of 16. So, even if he doesn't want to be too high profile, it's a pity that his father doesn't allow it at all. P.S. The starting point of this book is released, and the new book urgently needs recommendation and investment. Welcome everyone to come forward. Especially the recommended ticket from the starting point is too important. This is the only book in the update, nothing else. In addition, it is recommended that there are 500 tickets, plus one more on the same day. Invest enough to add 2 more. Asterisk. Chapter-1-60. Lay Nationality Ceremony. Lei Dong knew his father's temper, so he helplessly spread his hands and said, "Don't worry, father. What a big deal, I can settle it easily." Lei Ying looked at Lei Dong with a confident look, and laughed openly, "Okay." The next day, Lei Dong didn't practice, but inspected the cultivation of a group of younger brothers. Their hard work during that period of time, coupled with the supply of resources in the clan. It's really not in vain. Liun, Liden, Liu, and Lei Kong also broke through the stage of fighting the king. Although it is not comparable to Lei Dong, this strength, even if it is compared to the best of several races, is not inferior in the slightest. Lei Dong was very satisfied with this and looked at a few people and smiled, "Not bad, it seems that you guys are also working hard." "Boss, don't mention it. During your 5 years of retreat, thanks to your blessing, we have lived in hell." Lei Yun looked at Lei Dong and said bitterly. The people next to him also had such an expression. Lei Dong said with some doubts, "What does it have to do with me when you cultivate hard?" Seeing Lei Dong's completely unknown appearance, Lei Dian explained, "Boss, because of your hard work. The younger generation in the Thunder world has been forced to strengthen a wave of training. We are even more miserable, except for eating, drinking, and sleeping. Besides, I spent almost the whole day in cultivation." Lei Dong's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a smile, "That's not bad. At least your efforts have been rewarded, haven't you? I pay more sweat now, and if you encounter an enemy in the future, you will not pay less casualties." Lei Yun wondered, "Boss, although there are many disputes on the mainland, they are nothing more than small disputes. As for our ancient races, we are living in peace and tranquility. Where will there be any enemies?" Lei Dong heard this and said in his heart, "These guys have been at ease for a long time, they don't understand anything. However, they are not to blame. For thousands of years, since the ancient family retired from the stage of Zhongzhou, there have been few major battles in Zhongzhou. And some family members who passed on from the ancient times also retired. Now the famous forces in Zhongzhou are 1 tower and 1 hall, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 square pavilions. Of course, the old monsters who have lived for a long time are naturally aware. These forces are nothing more than superficial forces. But some juniors just don't know it at all. What nonsense, you just need to know that I will let you cultivate well, and there must be nothing bad." Lei Dong was not a violent person in the previous life, but he who is close to Zhu is red, and who is close to Mo is black. "My dad has been such a violent temper since he was a child, so naturally he was infected." Hearing thunderous scolding, several people stopped complaining for a moment. They nodded and responded, "What the boss said. 3 days, fleeting." After Lei Dong came together today, he didn't practice. Instead, she changed into a black and gold suit and tidied herself up. Staring at himself in the mirror, he said narcissistically, Yes, not bad. He is so handsome, excellent talent and superb strength. Or the blood of the gods, how can other men live?" Just as Lei Dong was muttering to himself to praise himself, Huoyu just walked in. Seeing the appearance of Lei Dong's narcissism, a black line. "Donger, stop being narcissistic, the celebration is about to begin. Go ahead." Hearing that, Lei Dong looked over and smiled awkwardly, "Mom, isn't your son telling the truth?" With that said, Lei Dong came over in a hurry. Huoyu was really intolerable. He kicked the thunder out with a single kick. After Lei Dong was kicked out, he just rubbed the PP, looked at the room and sighed, "The start is really heavy, is this still the mother who held me in the palm of her hand?" After pretending to complain, he headed towards the Lizu Square. With the strength of Huoyu's 9th rank pinnacle, if he tried his best, I'm afraid Lei Dong would have reborn long ago. The reason why Lei Dong is like this is just to enjoy the things that a child should have. This naturally also includes the skin point. Although he is not someone who would miss him without being beaten for 3 days, it's okay to occasionally pretend to be young and ignorant in front of his mother. After Lei Dong arrived at Lizu Square, he saw that a huge ring had been erected in the center. The Lei clan has always used martial arts to make friends, and the strength is not strong enough. It's not in their eyes at all. Among the remaining 7 ancient tribes, only the medicine clan held the grand ceremony by refining medicine. The rest of the tribes all made friends with Wu. However, this kind of grand ceremony was founded by very good young children in his own family. However, no matter which clan, this kind of grand ceremony would never invite the Soul clan. After all, the Soul clan seems to have nothing to do with the world, and does not participate in the various activities of the other clan at all. That is to say, they will only participate in the Tianmu cultivation once every 20 years. After the thunderbolt arrived, Lei Ying let the Lei clan an elder to personally lead him to see the young geniuses of various races. Among them, the ancient clan is based on Gu Qingyang, followed by Guman, Gu Hua, Gu Xing, and Gu Zhen. This is still not the real Tianjiao of their ancients here. However, even if the current Gu Suner is useless here, after all, she has just awakened her bloodline, and she is not as strong as a fighter. And next is Huoxuan, Huaji, Huo, and others of the Yan clan. Except for the 2 Yan clan Tianjiao, Huoxuan, and Huaji, the others couldn't get into Thunder's eyes at all. Then came the Yao Pole Star, Yao Tian, Yao Ling. As for the Stone clan and Spirit clan, there is no outstanding generation, so I won't introduce them in detail. Whether the ancient family is tyrannical or not, what fights is the number of fighting saints. The ancient tribe, who now ranks first, has nearly 40 or 50 people in the fight against saints. Among them, he himself is a 9-star fighting sage, the next Gulai, an 8-star fighting sage powerhouse, and the ancient tribe 3 immortals and other high-level fighting sages have more than 10. The ancient tribe, the first family, naturally has nothing to dissatisfy with the other tribes. On the surface, the Soul clan's background looks similar to the ancient clan. After all, the Soul clan's Soul Heaven Emperor is also a 9-star fighting sage, and the strength of the Soul clan's 4 demon sages is comparable to that of the ancient clan's 3 immortals. There are also more than 10 senior fighting saints. Of course, no one knows the true background of the Soul race except Thunder. However, even if Lei Dong said it, no one would believe it. And the next 3rd echelon is their Thunder clan and Yan clan. There are about 30 fighting saints in the 2 races, and apart from Lei Ying and Yan Jin, there are only 4 or 5 high-level fighting saints. 6-star or higher is a high-level fighting saint. In addition to the 2 high-level fighting sages, Yao Pil and Wan Huo Elder, the Medicine clan only possesses more than a dozen fighting sages. As for the Stone tribe and the Spirit tribe, they are even weaker. Chapter 7. The Big Competition Within the Thunder Clan, 1. After Lei Dong turned around, he paid more attention to the 2 sisters, Huo Ji of Yan clan and Yao Ling of Yao clan. Although the 2 women are now only 11 or 2, both of them already have the allure. After seeing the 2 women, Lei Dong actually really looked forward to what Gu Suner looked like. Of course, these are just his heart activities. Before seeing a few people, he knew each other mechanically. After Lei Dong came back, he continued to mix with his little brothers. The few guys were considered sensible. After Lei Dong came over, they took a chair from Naja and let Lei Dong do it. Lei Yun said with a smile on his face, "Boss, what? The younger generation of their races. Is there a strong one? It is the duty of all lay people to be warlike, today's game. If it is extraordinary, it will be able to make a splash in the ancient family, they have long been looking forward to this day. Now that Lei Dong came back, he naturally rushed forward to inquire one by one. Lei Dong looked into the distance, then pointed to Gu Qingyang and the ancient clan team, and said to Jiren, "Except for Gu Qingyang, who is the pinnacle of Dawang, the rest are just Dawang just now." Now Gu Qingyang is 16 years old, with his talents and the vigorous cultivation of the ancients, he has just reached the level of Dawang peak. However, this does not mean that he is more talented than other Tianjiao. After all, people's age is also an early advantage. When Liun heard this, they were all a little surprised secretly. Du King peak? Doesn't that mean that Gu Qinjiang's talent is similar to Lei Dong? But they also immediately thought of age, which was obviously different from Lei Dong than Gu Qingyang. However, these are just a few little horses, and Lei Dong hasn't practiced in this year. Otherwise, Gu Qingyang still wants to keep up with Thunder's pace? He is only worthy to smell the fart. Just after the number of people was almost there, Lei Ying nodded to the executive elder in charge of this matter. The next moment, the elder jumped up, stayed on the ring, clasped his fist and said, "Old man, Thunder, here I welcome the elders of all races to participate in my Lei clan ceremony." Next, the ceremony begins. After the ceremony began, there were some impromptu shows by the Lei clan. However, because this is not the point, no one pays attention to it. A semi-sage elder sent by the ancient tribe to protect Gu Qingyang, frowned slightly and said, "Not only is this old man not dead, Thunder has broken through." Gu Qingyang heard this and said in doubt, "Elder Gu Yi, do you know him?" The elder who was called Gu Yi nodded and said, 100 years ago, the old man represented the ancient clan at the Lei clan festival. That time, he was the one who defeated the old man. Everyone in the Lei clan is naturally strong. If it weren't for my ancient clan's strong background and a peerless powerhouse like the patriarch, I'm afraid that the ancient first family would be the Lei clan. When the Xiao clan existed, the ancient clan was indeed not powerful. The reason why they can rise is because the ancient clan occupied all the opportunities of the Xiao clan after Xiao Xian's death. This also caused the Xiao clan to be so lonely that they went to the northwestern continent to survive. However, in this matter, except for people at the level of elders of the ancient tribe, no one else knows. Although there are speculations among the other tribes, the Xiao tribe has already withdrawn from the Zhongzhou stage. Moreover, it has been 1,000 years since now, who has evidence to prove that the ancients are the most powerful? Gu Yi naturally wouldn't say this here, after all, he didn't want to die. Gu Qingyang looked at the Thunder, and then said to Gu, "Don't worry, the elders, I will recover the failure of the year." Gu Qingyang is another Tianjiao whose blood level is only weaker than Gu Suner. And, in order to match that girl, he is also the one who cultivates the most diligently. Moreover, what Lei Dong didn't know was that Gu Qingyang was actually the emperor of Dou. It was not the peak of Dou Wang, it was just a piece of jade pendant on his body that blocked some of his aura. The 16-year-old Dou Huang, he has the qualifications to be proud of all his peers in the world. That's why after Gu Yi finished speaking, he dared to speak such crazy words. Gu Yi smiled and said, "Qingyang, the old man is very optimistic about you. However, you must be careful in everything. The Thunder clan's young patriarch is also a 2-star fighting emperor. Lei Dong did not deliberately hide his strength, it is normal to be seen through." And Gu Qingyang was slightly surprised when he learned that Lei Dong was also the queen of Dou. After all, Lei Dong is only 12 years old now, and Gu Qingyang, who is 4 years older than Lei Dong, is actually of the same level as him. The elders can rest assured, Qingyang will definitely not shame my ancients. When the words were over, Gu Qingyang seemed to realize that it was wrong again, and dared to say again, "Elder Gu Yi, that I am not." Although Gu Yi was very annoyed at this moment, isn't what others said is also a fact? I was indeed embarrassed by the ancients, and immediately said with a flat expression, "Qingyang, don't talk about it anymore. The old man understands." Gu Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Gu Yi showed no signs of anger. And after some small programs ended, Lei Ming said again, "Now, it is the friendship of my Lei clan. My Lei clan's children guard thunder. People of all races under the age of 16 and talented individuals can take the stage to challenge. During the fight, no killer is allowed, no pills are taken. Only when you click." Lei Ming's words fell. Lei Kong jumped up and stood directly on the ring. After Lei Kong took the stage, he clasped his fist and said, "Lei Clan, Lei Kong, please advise." In this competition, Lei Ying sent the best young people of the Lei clan. If all the young disciples of the Lei clan guarded the battle, then even the geniuses of the other clan had no chance of victory at all. Such a victory is obviously too ugly. After Lei Kong came to power, several obscure disciples of various races also came to challenge one after another. However, they are still at the level of fighting spirits. Whereas Lei Kong's opponent, they have easily won 5 games. In the audience, the elders of all races frowned slightly. At this time, the ancient punishment of the ancient tribe jumped up and came to the arena. Looking at Lei Kong, he clasped his fists and said, "Ancient people, please enlighten me on ancient punishment." Ha 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 ha. Lei Kong laughed and hugged his fists, and then said, "Finally came up with a fight." When the words fell, Lei Kong took the lead in attacking the Gu Xing, and the Gu Xing Do Chi Hua sword greeted him. Bang! Both of them are strong against the king, and the competition at this moment is obviously different from the previous one. When they collided with one blow, the two retreated a few steps each, looking as if they were evenly matched. The spear in Lei Kong's hand dissipated, and he said, "It's interesting, next, I'm going to be serious." Palm thunder. When the words fell, Lei Kong added thunder and lightning with both hands, and then went to Gu Xing with a boom in the air. The palm thunder is a low-level combat skill of the mysterious rank, but this type of combat skill is indeed suitable for use by the strong Thunder clan below the Do Emperor. Boom! However, this ancient punishment was easily avoided. But just after he stopped steadily, he saw several thunder and lightning, which had already struck. Although it was only a mysterious stage fighting skill, after feeling the terrible thunder and lightning, Gu Xing also fully transported his vindictive energy. The seal in his hand changed suddenly, and immediately an equally majestic and powerful energy surged into the sky. The seal of the mountain. With Gu Xing's loud shout, a handprint with a huge energy of several meters suddenly appeared. Kaishan Yin is one of the advanced fighting skills of the ancient clan, De Yinju. This technique is divided into 5 centimeters, and with the current strength of ancient punishment, only the first seal can be used. After the huge handprint appeared, the thunder and lightning of Lei Kong was easily wiped out. Moreover, this Madra didn't mean to stop, rushing towards Lei Kong. P.S. Today is the first day. If you don't have investment, hurry up and sign up. Chapter 8. The big competition within the Thunder clan, 2. After watching Gu Xing's attack, Lei Kong didn't panic at all. He also picked up the whole body's grudge, and the thunder and lightning around him added up. Thunder God comes to the world. The next moment, Lei Kong yelled, and then thunder and lightning all over his body were transported into his palm. Throw a palm up to the sky. Boom! After the 2 huge energy palm prints collided together, they disappeared in no time. A wave of energy instantly drifted across the ring. At this moment, all the disciples of the younger generation of Lei clan watched this scene with shock. This is the first time they have seen this kind of battle. How can you not be surprised? However, it was shocking for the younger generation, and for the elders of the older generation of all races. This is just a kid's trick. After the energy was completely dissipated, neither Lei Kong nor Gu Xing had any intention of making a move. It's not that they don't want to, it's just that both of them are exhausted at the moment. Gu Xing frowned slightly, clenched his fists and said, "I lost." When the words fell, he turned and walked under the ring. He was already unable to fight anymore, and Lei Kong had fought against 5 people from various races before. Now he can still take this blow, he has already lost no matter what. The ancient punishment had just arrived in front of the ancient team, and his feet were soft and unable to hold on and fell down. Gu Yi hurriedly checked, and after confirming that he was only over-consuming, he took out a pill and fed it to Gu Xing. The ancient demon looked at Lei Kong on the ring and sighed, this Lei Kong is probably the top existence of the younger generation of Lei clan, right? He wanted to go up and fight Lei Kong very much, but unfortunately, now he went up and made it clear that he was invincible. After all, the thunderous air has begun to turbulent. Lei Dong looked at Lei Yu next to him and said, "Go and replace him." Although Lei Kong still had the physical strength to fight again, the next thing he faced was probably a Dawang-level opponent among the various races. With his current grudge, it is impossible to fight again. Moreover, even if it wins, I'm afraid it will hurt the bones. He is still young now, and there is no need to hurt his foundation because of a competition. After Thunderstorm heard Lei Dong's instructions, he did not hesitate and jumped up to the top of the ring. When Lei Kong saw the appearance of the Thunderstorm, he faintly said, "Thunderstorm, what are you doing here?" Lei Yu smiled and said, "The boss let you go down, and then I will take the battle. I can still fight, you go down first." Lei Kong shook his head and refused. Lei Yu spread his hands and said with a smile, "I advise you to go down, otherwise the boss should call you in person." Lei Kong Wenzi looked at Lei Dong. After seeing him beckoning, Lei Kong sighed slightly and said, "Well, Thunderstorm, you guys, don't shame us Lei clan." When Lei Yu heard this, he laughed and cursed, "What a joke, my strength is 100 times better than you." Lei Kong refused to accept. "After the fight is over, let's see how I can clean you up." After sending Lei Kong away, Liu clasped his fists and said, "Lei clan, Thunder, please advise." After seeing the change of Lei clan, his breath was similar to that of Lei Kong. The ancient demon, who had long been unable to bear it, jumped up and came to the arena, and then said, "Ancient clan, ancient demon, please advise." After the 2 salutes, the battle is on the verge. As soon as they did it, the 2 went all out. After bombarding various unknown fighting skills, Liu looked at the ancient demon and said, "It seems that you have no physical strength. Next, it's time to send you down." Thunder Fury Juxiao. Thunder Fury 9 Heavens is a low-level combat skill of the Thunder clan's heavenly ranks. As long as a strong person above Dawang, he can already practice. Although Thunderstorm can't display 1/10 of the strength of this technique, how powerful is the heavenly fighting technique? Looking at the billowing dark clouds that suddenly came, the ancient demon was shocked. But this does not mean that he will be counseled, vindictive luck. The same mark of the mountain volatilized. The moment the 2 energies collided, the ancient demon was directly shaken out of the field. Now, the Thunderstorm stood on the ring without any damage, but at this moment he was also a little out of breath. After all, how great is the vindictiveness consumed by the heavenly rank fighting skill? After the ancient demon was blasted out of the ring, Yao Clan Yao Polestar jumped up and came to the court. "Yao Clan, Yao Polestar, please advise." The medicine clan has always been good at refining medicine, but this does not mean that their combat power is not good. Moreover, the Thunderstorm had just fought against the ancient demon, and he had come here by picking it up. Because, he found that this Thunderstorm is stronger than the previous Thunderstorm. Therefore, Yao Polestar is really afraid that there will be stronger ones in the future, so it is here to challenge. After the 2 salutes, Thunderstorm attacked first, and after a punch against each other, Yao Jixing realized that he was thinking too much. Although this Thunderstorm has consumed a lot, but he still has a lot of spare energy. Hey! After the punches were separated, Yao Jixing took a deep breath and said in his heart, "No, you can't lose to him." After all, he was rushing to find out if he couldn't win or lose. Then he was afraid that he would become a laughing stock. Just when Yao Jixing was thinking about it, Thunderstorm made another move. Palm Thunder. Hearing the sound, Yao Jixing immediately returned to his senses, and saw several lightning strikes towards him. The next moment, Yao Jixing dodged hurriedly. Boom! Boom! After a burst of explosions, Yao Polestar could only dodge in embarrassment. After several attacks were concealed, Thunderstorm was a little unhappy and said, "Hey, kid, you can't fight or not? Fighting with this kind of person is the most boring." His favorite thing in Thunderstorm is head-to-head. It was like the ancient demon just now, but Yao Jixing didn't pay attention to him at all. After the thunderstorm stopped, Yao Jixing turned around and charged a full blow to attack the thunderstorm. The sudden counterattack made the thunderstorm unprepared. Boom! After a burst of energy, the thunderstorm was directly blasted down. Who would have thought that Yao Polestar's dodge just now was actually accumulating power? Although the thunderstorm blocked a lot of damage, people have already fallen to the stage. Although full of anger, he couldn't go up to fight again. Thunderstorm gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, I remember you." When the words fell, Thunderstorm turned and walked to the side of Lei Dong, glanced at Lei Dong and lowered his head and said, "Boss, I'm careless." Lei Dong didn't pay attention to the thunderstorm, but looked at the Yao Polestar of the Yao family. He didn't expect that this product had such a brain. Didn't he appear as a fool in the original book? It seems that this is not the case now. At this time, Lei Dong said quietly, "Nothing, but remember the lesson this time. This is a discussion, you are not dead, but if it is a life and death battle. Even if the blow just now is not dead, you have no chance to resist." And it was killed. In the thunderstorm at this moment, no one dared to speak, bowed his head, and looked like he was taught. Chapter 9. The Big Competition Within the Thunder Clan, 3. Although Lei Dong preached to Liu, his eyes were fixed on Yao Polestar. Similarly, Yao Polestar was also watching thunder, but only for a few seconds. Yao Polestar was shocked. The thunderous eyes were full of chill, which made him unable to adapt at all. Seeing Yao Jixing suddenly persuaded, Lei Dong felt completely tasteless. At this time, Raiden also played. Yao Jixing simply fought against thunder and lightning, then gave up. Next, the younger disciples of the Spirit and Stone clan came to give away food. Thunder and lightning are easy to get. This powerful young generation of Lei clan also refreshed their understanding of the elders of several clans at this moment. It wasn't until Yan clan Huoxuan took the stage that Raiden was defeated and stepped down. Lei Yun had already applied for it with Lei Dong long ago, and when the thunder and lightning came, it was up to him. Therefore, as soon as Raiden was defeated, Liun appeared directly on the ring. "Lei clan, Lei Yun, please advise." After saying his name, Lei Yun stormed towards Huo Xian. He had just watched the game below, but his hands were itchy for a long time. And now Huo Haiyun is only 15 years old, but his strength has also reached the peak stage of Do Wang. In the early stage, everyone is assisted by high resources, so the speed of improvement is naturally quite fast. Huo Xian is also the first person in the younger generation of the Yan clan, and naturally he has been vigorously cultivated by the Yan clan. Huo Haiyun was not afraid of the fierce thundercloud. Seeing the trick, he was easily dealt with. In just 5 rounds, Liun sent Huoxuan to the ring. When he was shot down to the audience, Liun was not well. After all, the Thunderbolt, Thunderstorm, and Thunder Kong Thunderbolt all the show. And he thinks that Liun is no worse than the 3, but he doesn't want to just go up and be defeated in 5 rounds. Just when he was unwilling, Lei Dong walked over and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't care too much. They are not much stronger than you, but the previous opponents are too weak." When the words fell, Lei Dong jumped up and came to the arena. After seeing the appearance of thunder, the disciples of the whole Lei clan burst into flames. After all, who didn't know that Lei Dong was a cultivator. It was also because of thunder, their childhood was given to hard practice. Today is the time for him to show off his strength thunderously. If he can't sweep the rest of the races, how can he convince the public in the future? The Lei and Yan clan have been close, so Huo Xian has also heard of Lei Dong's name. Now that Lei Dong came up, Huo Haiyun said, "I really want to know how strong you are, called a cultivator." Lei Dong heard the words, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly and said, "Within the Emperor Do, I am invincible. Above the Emperor Do, a draw can be made." Lei Dong's voice was not loud, but what he said made everyone present hear it. Lei Dong originally wanted to live a low-key life, but just now Lei Yun was directly beaten out of the ring. This really made the Lei clan a little bit off. Even if his opponent is unusual. Therefore, he needs a high-profile wave to let the younger generation of Lei clan disciples understand. Only by practicing hard and possessing absolute strength can you play 13 as much as you can. Huo Xian snorted when he heard the words, and then said, "You are rampant, but apart from me, the real powerhouses of the few races have not yet started. Where do you come from?" Lei Dong was too lazy to compare with Huo Haiyun, and said, "Let's make a move, otherwise you may not even have a chance to make a move." The thunderous and arrogant appearance instantly made Huoxuan furious. "Ridiculous!" Huoxuan's words fell, an array of red vindictiveness appeared all over her body, and the next moment she used her body skills to directly appear in front of Lei Dong for an instant. However, Lei Dong didn't move. Huo Xian only felt a thought of being underestimated. The next moment, he directly blasted out with all his strength. And just at the moment when Huoxuan's blow was about to touch thunder, an instant thunder and lightning appeared all over his body, and the sudden appearance of thunder and lightning directly paralyzed Huoxuan's movements. But at the moment he was paralyzed and slowed down, thunder moved him off the ring with a palm. On the square, all the young Lei disciples were completely stunned after seeing this scene. With just one palm, Huoxuan of Peak Do Wang was sent off the ring? Now, they suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with being forced to practice. There is strength, it is really fragrant. The young patriarch is mighty. After I don't know who started ahead, a group of Lei clan disciples shouted one after another. The young patriarch is mighty. The young patriarch is mighty. After Huo Xian was shot down and stepped down, the Yan clan's Huo Ji wanted to go up and do it. But it was stopped by Huo Haiyun. Because Huo Xian himself was not seriously injured, as if he was deliberately dropped. Huo Xian is still very acquainted, he knew that Lei Dong was probably because of the friendship between the Yan and Lei clan, so he didn't hurt him. It is precisely because of this that Huo Haiyun feels thunderous and terrible. After all, it's easy to hurt people. But if you don't hurt you by sending someone off the ring, it's not easy to do. After all, if the shot is not heavy, how to leave the opponent out of the ring? Huo Ji looked at Huo Xian in a puzzled way. "Huo Xian, why are you stopping me?" Huoxuan shook his head and said, "Huo Ji, you are not his opponent." Huo Ji said displeasedly, "Look at their group of people, what kind of arrogance has become?" Huo Ji looked at a group of young disciples of the Lei clan around him, looking at them one by one. She was so upset, as if they were soft persimmons. Huo Xian smiled bitterly, "I provoked the Lei clan first, and this is their territory. Why bother?" After Huo Ji was stopped, Gu Qingyang of the ancient clan jumped into the ring. For Lei Dong, the leader of the younger generation of Lei clan, he had long wanted to be there for a while. In addition to what he said just now, I personally feel that it is a bit too floating. Ancient clan, Gu Qingyang, please advise. After Gu Qingyang came to power, his whole body was unreservedly released. The aura of the peak of the two-star Do Huang instantly shocked the younger generation of disciples present. This guy is also Do Huang. I heard that his name is Gu Qingyang, and he is the second person of the ancient bloodline awakening level. After Gu Qingyang's breath broke out, the Lei clan disciples started to talk. Lei Dong was also a little surprised, because he didn't expect that when he first met, this Gu Qingyang would actually hide his strength. However, it was just a surprise. Recalling the cowhide he had just blown, Lei Dong was a little bad. After all, if a high-level dozong really comes out later, if he doesn't use the 9 heavens divine thunder, he is really not necessarily an opponent. However, even if it was a bit difficult for the 13 he had installed, he got to go on. Looking at Gu Qingyang, the last licking dog with nothing, he smiled and said, "Please put it." To say he was licking a dog is not an insult to him. After all, in Gu Suner's original work, who doesn't like the geniuses of all races? Possessing the blood of the gods, he looks like a country and a city. It's the thunder in the original book, isn't it also called a dog licking? Chapter 10. Gu Yuan wants to marry. When Lei Dong's words fell, Gu Qingyang clenched his hand into a fist, picked up his vindictiveness, and rushed towards Lei Dong. Woo! When this fist brought the boom towards Thunder, Thunder moved his hand and easily blocked it. At this time, Gu Qingyang turned around, and just raised his left leg, kicking Lei Dong's face. However, he was pinched by Lei Dong, and then shook. Lei Dong has been training for many years, his arm strength surpasses that of his peers, plus Do Wang's strength. Waving Gu Qingyang is as simple as playing. An instant after Gu Qingyang was shaken up, Do Wang's coercion broke out directly, trying to shake the thunder away. However, it is a pity that he completely thinks too much. His little coercion was not enough to see in front of thunder. Bang! After shaking his hand and throwing it out, Lei Dong also stood up and hit Gu Qingyang's stomach with a kick. After a loud noise, Gu Qingyang was kicked out directly. But this did not end. Although Gu Qingyang was sweating painfully, he persisted in the Do Chi Hua Wing, staying in the air. Hey! Holding his stomach, Gu Qingyang's face was a little distorted. After a while, his face turned pale and looked at Lei Dong and said, "Next, I will try my best, be careful." This is a friendship discussion, so Gu Qingyang still reminded. So as to avoid accidents. He was ready to fight Lei Dong to determine the victory or defeat, because judging from the close fight just now, Lei Dong's body was not weaker than a tier 6 monster. Although Lei Dong was disdainful in his heart, he still looked calm on the surface. He stretched out his hand and said, "Please." The next moment, Gu Qingyang stretched out his fingers, facing thunder, and bursting energy on his fingers increased. Slaying the gods. After Gu Qingyang snorted loudly, the energy from his fingertips thunderously went away. The penetrating power of this finger is just a feeling, and Lei Dong understands that it is not simple. Thunder Fury Juxiao. Boom! If it is said that the previous Lei Kong and others can exert 1/10 of the power of this fighting skill, then Lei Dong can already exert half of his power. This is still the effect of not using the aid of the 9 heavens divine thunder, otherwise, the power will naturally be doubled or even multiplied by several times. Boom! After the two energies collided in mid-air, a mushroom cloud appeared. And the lingering prestige spit out blood from Gu Qingyang, but at this moment, they were all shrouded in smoke in the ring. No one knew the result. Lei Dong was not hindered by the mushroom cloud, but with the breath of Gu Qingyang, he appeared in front of him for an instant. Palm thunder! The next moment, Lei Dong saw Gu Qingyang, who was over-consuming his fighting energy, and slapped his body with a palm. Although the palm thunder was only a mysterious rank fighting skill, it was released in Lei Dong's hands. But it has reached the formidable ground-level fighting skills. Puff! Gu Qingyang, who was originally injured, was suddenly attacked by thunder and fell directly onto the ring from mid-air. Because it's just friendship and exchanges, Lei Dong can't be a killer. After the smoke dissipated, everyone looked around and saw Lei Dongxi standing up on the ring without any damage. As for Gu Qingyang, he passed out unconsciously. After seeing this scene, Elder Gu Yi hurriedly flew up and checked Gu Qinjiang's body. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Patriarch Lei, for your mercy." Gu Yi was not a fool, and saw that Lei Dong had lost some of his vindictiveness. "There are no scars on the whole body. Isn't it just that the subordinates are merciful? Otherwise, Gu Qingyang wouldn't have suffered a slight injury." Lei Dong smiled and said, "Elder Gu, you don't need to be polite, just friendship and exchanges. How can you be a killer in the next?" After Gu Yi left with Gu Qingyang, he didn't have the intention to challenge again. Everyone understands that although the first few people are not bad, they are still just younger brothers after all. They still have a chance to win, but who are they right now? It is their unattainable existence. After a while, after no one was challenging Du Lai, Lei Ming appeared on the ring and announced the end. Lei Ying on the main position was very satisfied with Lei Dong's performance, and praised the rest of the young clansmen under his command. 1 month after the Lei clan ceremony ended, Lei won back that day and shouted Lei Dong. After Lei moved out, Lei Ying said bluntly, "That old boy Gu Yuan sent someone to spread the word, wanting her daughter to marry you. What do you think?" In fact, Lei Ying doesn't need to bother Lei Dong at all when it comes to marriage. After all, marriage is still an arranged era on the vindictive continent. Do not promote the so-called freedom of love. The reason why Lei Ying was able to ask about Lei Dong after the arrival of the ancient people was because he once mentioned that Gu Suner was a beautiful woman with a godly bloodline. "I just want to see how my son reacts. Who knows that my son has no interest in understanding." Lei Dong was taken aback when he heard this, and then said, "Father, are you sure that you didn't propose to someone else? The ancient family is obviously the first family in ancient times. How could Gu Yuan pull down and get married?" What Lei Dong didn't know was that on the day when the Lei clan grand ceremony was held, even though he only fought 2 games. However, the limelight was still exhausted, and everyone in the ancient race knew of his existence. This also included the soul race. If it wasn't for the bloodline of the soul race's rank, he was already on the soul race's kill list. After all, the Soul Heaven Emperor is still a person who depends on his strength. Blood or something, he doesn't like it at all. After all, his life is too long. Even if it is a god-ranked bloodline, it has to grow up thoroughly to be worthy of his attention. Lei Ying curled his lips and said, "Although I did have this meaning at the beginning. But, didn't you nod your head at that time? After that, I also forgot about it, and today, after the elders of the ancient clan came to propose the marriage. Lao Tzu, this is not here to ask you." When Lei Dong heard this, he shook his head and refused without thinking, "Forget it then. Are you kidding me? Now Gu Suner can still marry as his wife? Does he think his black hair is not fragrant anymore? Is green better? Now Gu Suner, I'm afraid that he can't put anything in his mind except Xiao Yan. I didn't scumbag when she went to Xiao's house. He has completely missed the so-called fate of husband and wife. As for digging walls, the corner of a woman like Gu Suner, I am afraid that it will be hard to get her heart. After all, there is not just one such person in the original book." Lei Dong knew what was going on with Gu Suner, but it didn't mean Lei Ying knew it too. So after seeing Lei Dong's rejection without thinking, Lei Ying was puzzled. You don't like women, do you?" Lei Dong said bluntly, "Father, I'm not old enough to need it." Lei Dong's words were not wrong. He was just 12, he just wanted to have a need, but his own conditions had not yet passed the test. However, after he answered this way, Lei Ying understood it instantly. Lei Ying said again, that Lao Tzu rejected Gu Yuan's words like this. Didn't he refute his face? People come to get married, but you refused, which is indeed a bit shameful. After Lei Dong's eyes turned, he said, "So, father, you tell Gu Yuan, if his daughter is really willing, then let her send her daughter to Lei Ji. As long as I can get along well, I will marry." She was. Lei Dong is like this, but only to reject the reason for this marriage. He knew very well that Gu Suner would never send it. After all, she was currently performing the so-called task in Xiao's house. However, what Gu Yuan didn't expect was that his ancient clan had robbed all of the Xiao clan's heritage. In the end, the arrogant daughter of the gods of his ancient clan was given to the Xiao clan for nothing. Moreover, this daughter is still a typical white-eyed wolf. It is really karma. After Lei Ying thought for a while, he finally agreed. Although he didn't know why Lei Dong didn't want to marry Gu Suner, since he didn't, then Lei Ying will naturally not push anything. After all, his thinking is not as old-fashioned. Adding to the fact that his son is so good, he doesn't want to get too involved in what Lei Dong is doing. P.S. How did you deal with the female characters in the last book? This is still the case. I promise. If you don't have any investment, get tight, and do business day by day. Number. The important thing, the last 9 say it again, recommendation, collection, investment. Chapter 11. Go out. Even if time flies, 5 years later, la la la. Since the ceremony of the Lei clan ended and the marriage of Gu Yuan failed, everything returned to normal in Dudu. Lei Dong knew that Gu Yuan was not replying. Gu Suner is the kind of woman who can reject the banana forest for a banana. Lei Dong was not a man who gave up the forest for a tree. No matter how they look at it, neither is a good match. Moreover, I'm afraid that Gu Yuan wanted to let Gu Suner win the treasure in Xiao's family, and Gu Suner did not return to the ancient clan to meet Lei Dong for this reason. In 5 years, Lei Dong's cultivation base had reached the stage of the early stage of the 5-star Duzong, and the 9 heavens divine thunder and falling heart flame in his body had also been moisturized to the highest level. Although his cultivation speed has slowed down over the years, it is still blessed by falling heart flame and 9 heavens god thunder. Even facing 1-star or 2-star fighting masters, Lei Dong can fight. At least the powerhouse at the fighting sect level within the clan, he has never lost a battle with him. That's how you want to go out and practice. Just after returning home, Lei Ying asked with a puzzled look. Lei Dong wants to go out to practice, it is not a day or two, but because of the special identity of Lei Dong, Lei Ying refused. But as Lei Dong has been telling this story every day this year, Lei Ying is a little helpless. Lei Dong nodded with certainty, yes, father. Since I was born, I haven't taken a step in the thunder world. Going outside to see and see will also help my cultivation. Lei Dong said something about the practice, Lei Ying really didn't know how to refuse. After all, he also thinks that Lei Dong is justified. He has been under shelter, how can he grow quickly? In my Thunder Clan's Demon Thunder Pool, can't you make you more diligent? Lei Dong shook his head and smiled, Daddy, I said it a long time ago. If I don't break through Dozun, I won't enter the Demon Lei Pond, because now it hasn't reached the most effective time for helping me. Lei Dong actually entered the Demon Thunder Pool now, and it was also the most appropriate time. However, he didn't want to enter now, because, if he didn't guess wrong, at this moment, the plot is about to begin, right? Although the Soul Heaven Emperor was a terrifying opponent, it was true, but Xiao Yan was also like that. Moreover, when Lei Dong recently practiced his exercises, he discovered that as long as his Wan Lei Ju had the help of thunder and lightning, he could continue to practice, and breakthrough did not require the so-called origin of the Emperor, but rely on the thunder and lightning attributes of nature to break through. After learning about this, Lei Dong suddenly felt that the things he had been worried about before seemed not so worried anymore. He didn't need to do anything else, he only needed to get the ancient jade of the Xiao clan and squander Xiao Yan's chances. Because, without opening Tuashi Ancient Emperor's cave mansion, Lei Dong felt that with his luck bonus, he wouldn't have a chance to break through to Emperor Do. That's why Lei Dong is so eager to leave Lei World and go out for experience. As long as he takes this ancient jade of the Xiao clan in his hand, even the Soul Heaven Emperor can only obediently wait for thunder to catch up in the realm of 9-star dosage. As for worrying about the extermination of the Thunder clan, Lei Dong didn't worry at all. Although the soul race was powerful, the Thunder race was different from the medicine, stone, and spirit races. Moreover, the goal of the Emperor's soul heaven was always the fragments of the ancient jade of Ta Shi. After collecting the 7 pieces, the only thing he wanted was the 8th piece of jade. Of course, the premise of all this is that Lei Dong can get this Xiao clan fragment without attracting anyone's attention. And without being exposed, it's best to make the Soul Heaven Emperor suspect Gu Yuan's head. That way, it will be the most perfect result. The main reason why Lei Dong didn't want to open the ancient emperor's cave mansion was because he knew that he could not become a sage only by relying on an emperor-grade pill. And he really couldn't do it by studying the method of Emperor Soul Tian. After all, that was the lives of millions of people, and coupled with the inheritance of Emperor Tua Shi, he couldn't get it. Because the two have a fire attribute and a thunder attribute, it can be said that they can't fight together. Well, I promised you. However, I will send 2 guards to go out with you. Otherwise, I don't worry. After Lei Ying hesitated for a while, he finally nodded in response, and also arranged 2 guards for Lei Dong. Dozun Pinnacle, in this Zhongzhou and the entire continent, is definitely the existence of the top powerhouse. After all, most of the fighting saint powerhouses are in the ancient races. Lei Dong didn't refuse this, and nodded happily. In addition, Lei Ying gave him a space jade slip, which could crush the jade slip in danger of thunder and summon Lei Ying to come. The next day, just when Lei Dong was about to set off, Lei Ying suddenly left him. The moment Lei Dong was left at home, the whole person was bad. Looking at Lei Ying, he was puzzled. "Father, don't you want to go back?" When Lei Ying heard it, he coldly snorted, "When did Lao Tzu fool you?" After an unhappy complaint, Lei Ying looked at Huoyu. At this time, Huoyu said, "Donger, I asked your father to keep you. Before you go out to practice this time, go to the Yan clan for your mother and worship." Lei Dong breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and said, "So that's the case, I thought that Dad was going to regret it." When Lei Ying heard this, a number appeared on the top of his head. He was a little upset. How could he be the kind of person who didn't believe in words? The most important thing is that it is his son who doubted him? After seeing Lei Ying's desire to go crazy, Lei Dong said again, "Okay, my child knows. The green hills will not change, the green water will flow bye-bye." After leaving a sentence, Lei Dong rushed out at the speed of light. Puff! After Lei Dong left, Lei Ying couldn't help laughing. Huoyu looked worried, and groaned, "Donger hasn't left the Thunder Realm since she was born. Now she's going out to travel like this, you still laugh?" Lei Ying waved his hand, "There are 2 Leia following him, and the jade slip I gave him. What can I do?" How could Lei Ying accidentally protect such a talented son? After hearing what Lei Ying said, Huoyu was relieved. And the next moment, Lei Ying suddenly approached, hugged her up and said, "This has finally left. The next time he comes back, he must be moved out." Huoyu was shy when she heard this. She didn't know what Lei Ying wanted to do. It's just that Lei Dong has lived with them since he was born. Coupled with the fact that their son is smart since childhood, the two have been abstinent for years. It was during the thunderstorm retreat that they were relieved for a while. However, after that time, Lei Dong retreats at home again. This can make Lei Ying depressed. Huoyu, who was brought into the house by Lei Ying, gave a shameful hate and then put all the worries out of the sky. Asterisk. Just out of the thunder world, there is still a little sadness. Although he has the memory of his previous life, in this life, whether it is Lei Ying or Huoyu, he has done his parents' responsibilities and gave him a lot of love. If he had to be forced, he really didn't want to leave home and go on a trip. If you let him know that Lei Ying and Huoyu not only did not worry about him, but also worked hard to create a younger brother, sister, for him, I am afraid that any touch will be ruined. Little Patriarch. Just when Lei Dong was still sad because of his departure from his hometown, two strong men appeared in front of him to pay respects. Lei Dong just glanced at Leia and Lei, then waved, "Let's go." P.S. Ming Gran don't talk secretly, recommend, collect, and invest. Chapter 12. Yan Clan. The central state occupies a quarter of the entire continent, and several ancient races are also particularly separated. After all, these ancient races are not just their own people. There are many other family races that are vassals, as well as some people whose talents are admired, but these people will not live in their small world. Therefore, he became the gatekeeper. It seems that the entrance to the ancient world of the ancients is a city. The same is true for the other groups. Most of the people living in this city are vassal groups of various races. Only in certain things, the tribes that have received great credit are eligible to enter the small world of the ancient family. However, outside, they may be superior, but they are in the small world of all races. They are just a bunch of lowly servants. But this is the case, the vassal groups of all races are still not a minority. And every year, many people want to enter the small world of the Dou Emperor family. Lei Dong and the three people had been on the road for 5 or 6 days before they finally reached the entrance of the Yan clan. As if Yan Jin had received the news early, Huo Haiyun, Huo Ji and several younger generations of Yan clan came to greet him. When Huo Ji saw that black robe, with the delicate face, thunderously more handsome than 5 years ago, the pretty face under the veil blushed slightly. Lei Dong can be described as a typical cousin face, but he is not the kind of weak person. Such a man is the most attractive to young girls. Huo Ji is only 18 years old now, although she is not happy with Lei Dong's arrogance 5 years ago except for the abnormal fire. As for other things, she is not interested. However, seeing Lei Dong today, she found what seemed to be her so-called unhappy. It's not what she thought. When Huo Ji was in a daze, Huoxuan's people had already greeted him. He asked Lei Dong to warm up. Huo Haiyun was convinced that he was defeated by Yi He. In addition, Lei Dong showed mercy to his subordinates, so he was very friendly to Lei Dong. After some small talk, Huo Xian followed Lei Dong's request and took Lei Dong to pay respects to Huo Yu's parents. After the worship service was over, Lei Dong visited Yanjin again. Then he was ready to leave. Huoxuan didn't want to say, Lei and Huo have always made friends. Since brother Lei has come to my Yan clan, how can we not wait a few days? As Huoxuan spoke, Yanjin also said, yes, Lei Dong. Although you are a member of the Thunder clan. But Huo Jade is also a member of the Yan clan. Why don't you stay for a few days? Lei Dong wanted to go to the northwestern continent to destroy Xiao Yan's chances in the Jiama Empire. But unable to stop the Yan clan's enthusiasm, he finally agreed. In Yan realm, Huo Xian and Huo Ji strolled around with Thunder. When the three of them were hanging out, Huo Qi, who was in a daze for a long time, suddenly said, Lei Dong, what level are you now? Huo Ji's voice is very nice. It's been so long since Lei Dong heard her speak for the first time. After a slight shock, he shrugged and said, 5-star Duzong is only. Huo Xian asked in confusion, no, why are you 5-star Duzong? I have reached the strength of 3-star Duzong. Huo Ji was also surprised. After all, Lei Dong was of the blood of the gods, and he was already Do Huang 5 years ago. At that time, they were still in the stage of fighting the king. Lei Dong smiled and said, level does not represent strength. In addition to training level, I also need to lead Thunder to refine my body. The two looked at Lei Dong's thin body, but only said oh. Seeing that the two didn't believe it very much, Lei Dong didn't explain anything. Wouldn't it be enough to know this kind of thing? Why do you have to convince others? Lei Dong looked at Huo Ji again and said, Sister Huo Ji, why cover her face? 5 years ago, Huo Ji had already looked down upon him. It is said that the 18th woman has changed. Lei Dong is really curious, what is she looking like now? Is it disabled, or? Huo Hyun was taken aback by thunderous bluntness, but Huo Ji said, I like it, can't you? Huoxuan raised her brows slightly, and pulled Lei Dong aside with her shoulders and backs. Brother Lei, I thought you didn't like women anymore. Why, now you are normal. Ah. Lei Dong heard this and looked at Huoxuan stupidly, and said displeased, Put P, who told you that I don't like women anymore? This is unbearable, he is a normal man. Huoxuan laughed and said, I heard that the ancient Tianjiao Gu Suner is the first beauty of the ancient race. Gu Yuan proposed marriage for her, didn't you refuse it? Lei Dong curled his lips and said, because of this, you said I don't like women. Huo Xian shook her head and said, this is not what I said, now everyone in the clan knows this. Lei Dong directly threw away Huoxuan, and then said displeased, I haven't seen Gu Suner again, who knows what she looks like. Then if Gu Suner is as beautiful as the rumors, would you regret it? Although the two of them didn't have loud voices, they could hear them clearly based on Huo's abilities. After hearing what Lei Dong said, Huo Ji couldn't help but interject. Lei moved for a while, then smiled, I haven't regretted it in my life. I didn't have it before, and I won't have it in the future. The beauty of Huo Ji's hearing was bright, and Huo Xian, who was on the side, felt a little puzzled after seeing Huo Ji's behavior. He always felt that today's Huaji was a little different, and he hadn't paid attention to it before. Now seeing her speak, Huo Xian understood a little bit. My sister is going to ride a horse with others. When Huo Xian's mind was full of thoughts, Lei Dong looked at Huo Ji again and said, by the way, Sister Huo Ji, can you let me see Fang Rong next time? Huo's Hejiao laughed, and then said, why? When Lei Dong heard this, he turned his head and pulled Huoxuan and said, by the way, Huoxuan, you have taken me here for a long time, and there is nothing new, so there is nothing fun. After thinking about it for a while, Huo Xian shook his head and said, really not. Huo Hyun usually does practice, so when he comes out to relax occasionally, he comes here for a drink and turns around. As for playing, there is really nothing fun. Lei Dong immediately said again, if this is the case, then let's have a few glasses, how good is it? Hurt, brother Lei, although I can't beat you. But drinking you must not be my opponent. Huo Xian's eyes lit up, and then he laughed confidently. Lei Dong sighed slightly, and then said, perhaps, since I was born, I have not drunk a few times. It's not that he doesn't know how to drink, before crossing, it is 2.5 caddies of white wine, and beer is poured casually. Anyway, when bragging about beer, that's how it is said. But since he came to the continent of Dochi, he started to practice and practice after he was able to move on his own. It seemed that there was nothing in his life except for cultivation. Now that I have come out, I should relax appropriately. Huo Xian heard it, and said with joy, that would be great. Hearing that Lei Dong had drunk a few times, Huo Xian subconsciously felt that he could not drink enough. Comparing combat power, he obviously can't win. If I can win a round at the wine table, I will be happy enough. Huo Xian immediately said, in that case, we will have a drunk and then chiu today, but let's say it first. You can't use fighting spirit to hang over. The corners of Lei Dong's mouth rose slightly. He didn't understand what Huo Hyun was thinking about. However, Lei Dong didn't mean to break through, but said, okay. Lead the way. When the words fell, Huoxuan took the lead, and the two of them swiftly moved towards a wine shop. He said. After the two left, Huo Ji only felt as if he had been ignored. She even wondered, didn't Lei Dong know that she was asking herself? She didn't really want to show Lei Dong what she looked like. Hey! Huo Ji snorted displeased, but didn't mean to follow, after all, she didn't like drinking. On the way back, she was so angry that she didn't even know herself. Is she a little angry? Moreover, she didn't know why she was angry. P.S. It is said that I am embarrassed to write emotional dramas, so I will not be able to write about single heroines in the future. As for licking a dog, it is impossible. After all, there is a strong backstage and a talent for defying the sky. What else to lick? Finally, if you don't like it, don't enter. In Xiaoziuan, ancestors, call permission key fairy. Why? Cover your mouth and laugh. Chapter 13. Alcohol abuse. Inside a top restaurant in Yanjin North City. When he got to the place, Lei Dong sat down and said, "It's not bad here. It seems that you can enjoy it usually." Haha, it's just too boring to practice blindly. I found out that I had nothing to do with a few tribesmen and wandered here. Would you like to find someone to accompany you? Huo Xian explained it proudly, and then said full of wretchedness. In the northern city, the people who lived in the Yan clan's vassals, and here, they also needed to survive. Various restaurants and groceries are also available. Just like in Thunder Realm, there is also such a small city. It's just that the thunderous cultivator has never been there. Lei Dong curled his lips and said with a look of disgust, "Is this young master that kind of person?" Huo Xian was a little embarrassed. When she was thinking about changing the subject, she heard thunderously and said, "It's not a beauty, she's not in appearance, this young master don't want it." After Huoxuan was stunned for 2 seconds, he cursed inwardly. Immediately he said, "Naturally, this restaurant is among the top in our flame world." After a brief introduction to Lei Dong, Huoxuan called the restaurant owner, ordered 3 or 5 dishes, and ordered 30 jars of spirits. I also called out 2 maids who were pouring wine. Seeing this, they were ready to fight Lei Dong. A few moments later, a few enchanting maids walked in, and Lei shook his head and said, "It's all rouge and vulgar fans, Huo Haiyun, your taste needs to be improved. And, among your Yan clan, the younger generation, excellent and beautiful, don't you have a lot of girls? Don't be too casual." Huoxuan Wenzi, a black line. Huoxuan is the leader of the younger generation of Yan clan anyway, even if he wants a woman, Huo child with the same status can't handle it, and there are still a lot of other girls beckoning. How is it possible to pick these? Moreover, he could see that Lei Dong wanted the maid to come, just to hurt himself. Huoxuan waved to the maids, "Go down." After the waitresses put the drinks in, they left immediately. As for being said that they are rouge and vulgar fans, they don't care at all. Of course, I don't dare to care, even if each of them is good at strength. After all, they are only discussing life in the Yan clan. Lei Dong didn't know them, but Huo Haiyun knew them. It is very likely that they will become the prince of the Yan clan in the future. Gu Yuan and Lei Ying are both old-fashioned. Yan Jin is very pitiful, but he has no children. When I was young, I only cared about cultivation, but now I want it, but God won't arrange it. Among the younger generation of Yan clan, Huo Haiyun is clearly the first person besides Huo Juvenile who is not inferior to his talent. Unfortunately, he is not Yan Jin's heir, so that's why he didn't get the title of this young patriarch. The reason? But anyone with a discerning eye doesn't know, as long as Huoxuan doesn't die halfway, Yan clan's future will definitely be his. After half a day, there are already more than 40 air altars above the ground, and Huoxuan at this moment has a thick blush with a thick neck, and feels a little confused. On the contrary, Lei Dong was drinking wine as if there was nothing wrong with him. Huo Xian said with some big tongues, "Lei Dong, didn't your kid say that you can't drink? You didn't use fighting spirit to solve the bar." When Lei Dong heard this, he smirked, "I just said that I haven't drunk it a few times, but this kind of wine, even if I come to Shitten, I still won't be drunk. Come, brother Huo, continue. With that said, Lei Dong opened another altar, and then Gudong started to work. Seeing that Lei Dong finished another altar, Huoxuan shook his head and said, "You pit me. Lei Dong said quietly, when did I cheat you? Huo Hyun, can you still do it? If we can't admit it, we will go back to sleep. At this moment, he is actually a little confused. After drinking more than 20 altars of wine with a low degree, he will naturally feel the upper hand without the mediation of vindictiveness. After hearing the word recognize counseling, Huo Xian immediately mentioned a jar of wine and said, I don't believe it. I can't beat you, I can't drink you. The next moment, a jar of wine was raised in Huoxuan's hands. Wow! The thunder is not clear under the wine, but Huoxuan at this moment is completely a chicken. Dang! After spilling the drink all over his head, Huoxuan fainted directly. Puff ha 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 ha! After seeing Huoxuan drunk and dizzy, Lei Dong laughed unscrupulously. Then he got up and left directly. He has won, and he is drunk. There is nothing to be sad about, so I can't find myself drinking. As for Huo Hyun, he smelled of alcohol, so he didn't bother to care about him. Anyway, this is the Yan clan, and everyone in the restaurant knows him, so he doesn't need to worry about him. After Lei Dong left the restaurant, he walked towards the center of the flame world. After just walking a few steps, he was stopped by two Yan clan fighting masters. After seeing the thunder, the two said at the same time, Who are you, kid? Don't you know that within the flame world, you are not allowed to fly? This kind of ban on flying is not only in the flame realm, but also in the thunder realm to outsiders. Lei Dong is not restricted in the thunder realm, and just now it was just to go back quickly, so I forgot about it. After seeing the two of them, Lei Dong smiled and said, Under Lei Dong, the young patriarch of the Lei clan, came here today as a guest. I forgot this rule, no wonder, no wonder. After hearing Lei Dong reported his origins, the arrogant attitude of the two Dozuns just disappeared in an instant. One of them said, It turns out that it is Patriarch Lei, then please. The two of us don't know you, so don't blame it. When Lei Dong heard this, he sneered in his heart, and said, It's okay, then can I go back to my residence like this? The other person also smiled and said, Naturally, you are a guest of the Yan clan, this rule is invalid for you. When the words fell, the two left each, and after Lei Dong was no longer obstructed, after a few breaths, he arrived at the place that Huo Xian had arranged for him before. He was already quite familiar with what had just happened. In this world, as long as you have a powerful force behind you, or you have the strength above everyone else, then you can get VIP level treatment anywhere. If you have nothing, then it's like just now, I'm afraid it will be light to be beaten. All people are equal, nothing exists in this world. Lei Dong understands this deeply, so he has been practicing assiduously every day since he was 3 years old. When Lei Dong had just arrived at his residence, he happened to ran into Huo Ji who was coming over. Huo Ji also saw thunder, and when he was about to step forward to say hello, he smelled a pungent smell of alcohol. For those who don't like to drink, this smell is definitely stinky. Huo Ji held his nose, and asked with a look of disgust, Lei Dong, how much wine did you drink? Huo Hyun went there. Seeing her disgust so much, Lei Dong was upset at the moment. After letting her take off her veil during the day to see her little arrogant attitude, Lei Dong said directly, What the do you care? Huo Ji heard it, and after a 2-second pause, he said angrily, You bastard! When the words fell, Huo Zai raised his hand and slammed his palm, as if he was going to give a lesson. Smack! However, with the strength of her 3-star Duzong, where is the thunderous opponent? Seeing Lei Dong slightly raised his hand, he easily controlled her jade hand in his hand. Huo Young hand was caught and wanted to pull it out. But Lei Dong's hand seemed to have 1,000 caddies of power, and she couldn't move a bit at all. P.S. Conventional Collection, Recommendation and Investment. Chapter 14, 14. Fire Child. Not to mention that Lei Dong's strength is already a 5-star Duzong, and the level difference between the two is an insurmountable measure. In addition, Lei Dong is a body-refining player, and Huo Zhi's strength is not enough in front of him. After struggling for a while to no avail, Hua Zhi was a little bit ashamed. With the other hand, the grudge condensed, the flame ignited, and the next moment, he waved his palm again. With a smirk at the corner of Lei Dong's mouth, the white flames all over his body boomed and ignited. The moment the white flame appeared, the fiery flame was frightened away. Then Lei Dong released her jade hand, and reached out and took off the veil that covered her face. At the moment when he saw Huo Zhi's face, Lei Dong was also stunned. I saw that the fiery willow with curving eyebrows, tender little face, white and soft and greasy, tall and straight nose, like a fairy-like face, and a tender temperament reflected in her body vividly and vividly. Coupled with her hot body that is convex and curled, it also makes Thunder's heart beat. Of course, he can also admit that he is a bit greedy. Huo Zhi, who was suddenly taken off his veil, was also taken aback, although she knew that she was not as strong as Thunder. But when the two played against each other for only 2 rounds, he was easily subdued. Moreover, the flames on Lei Dong's body caused his flames to dissipate directly. The two of them were full of doubts in their hearts, and the other was obsessed with their faces, and each was stunned for a few seconds. Huo Zhi returned to his senses and roared, "You bastard, I'm fighting with you." The reason why she was so angry was not because the veil was taken off, but because she was easily subdued after 5 years of hard practice. Can she feel good in her heart? You know, because Huo Haiyun was defeated by Yi 5 years ago, Lei Dong's arrogant appearance has been remembered by her to this day. After speaking, Huo Zhi rushed forward again, and it was true that the whole person rushed into the thunder. Lei Dong has never refused to give or take a hug, what's more, with his naive looks, he has no reason to refuse. He caught Hua Zhi with ease. After his hands were controlled, Hua Zhi became even more angry, and opened his mouth to bite the thunder. Boom! Seeing that Hua Zhi wanted to bite him, Lei Dong was filled with anger, and directly blasted Hua Zhi away. The Huo Zhi who was bounced to the ground understood at this moment, the strength gap between the two was simply worlds apart. Seeing that Huo Zhi stopped moving, Lei Dong said in doubt, "Hey, what are you going crazy? Didn't you just take off your veil? Didn't you just look at you, why do you look like me desperately?" Huo Zhi aggrieved, "You humiliate me. What am I?" Lei Dong was stunned. It seemed that he hadn't done anything yet, so how could he say that he was humiliated? "Xiaonazai, you can eat rice, but you can't talk nonsense. This young master just took off your veil, and it's better for you to do it first, okay? How to humiliate you?" Huo Zhi snorted, and then said, "You defeated Huo Haiyun 5 years ago and looked at me provocatively. Isn't it just humiliating me? I have been practicing desperately for the past 5 years. I think it's not as good as you." The more I talk about Huo Zhi, the more I feel a little lost, it seems that years of hard work have been wasted. Lei Dong was stunned. He really couldn't remember, when did he provoke her. Moreover, Huo Zhi is a small supporting role who has not played a few times in the original book. Does he need to surrender himself to provoke him? Okay. Looking at Hua Zhi's appearance, Lei Dong explained, "I think you might have misunderstood something. Moreover, if I am really so provocative, do you think Huo Haiyun can entertain me like this?" Hua Zhi heard the words and said, "That's because of the patriarch's order, otherwise he would be willing." When Lei Dong heard this, some impatiently walked towards Hua Zhi, and said, "Unreasonable." Without waiting for Hua Zhi to say anything, he has already come to her. The next moment, Huo Zhi was picked up by Lei Dong. Oh! Huo Zhi originally wanted to ask Lei Dong what he was going to do, but before he could say anything, the next moment his delicate soft lips were completely gambled to death. At the moment when he was moved by thunder, Huo Zhi's whole thoughts seemed to float beyond the clouds, and even she forgot to resist. And Lei Dong tasted the sweet and delicious lips, and said in his heart, "Sure enough, it is a waste of life to be reasonable in dealing with women." After a deep kiss that lasted more than a minute, Lei Dong released Huoji. Seeing that he was lying in his arms and panting slightly, his pretty face flushed, his heart was itchy. After all, as a man with a memory of his previous life and an adult soul, he has been banned from you for 17 years, and he doesn't feel much when he cultivates. But now that a girl with an alluring posture, with a blushing face lying in her arms, can he have no idea? Coupled with the relationship with some alcohol, thunderously shaking those restless hands, they began to have nowhere to put them. After a few breaths, Huaji subconsciously pushed away the thunder after feeling a big hand suddenly hit somewhere. Then, after a shameful smelly hooligan, he fled away. Seeing that the cooked duck just flew like this, Lei Dong was not good at all. However, here is the Yan clan, the territory of others. He can't catch up, right? Hey! After taking a deep breath, Lei Dong walked towards the room with some discomfort. After Lei Dong and Huoji both left, the two Yan clan half-sages walked out. Huo Xing, you said that if the kid was really moved just now, did we stop it or not? One of the half-holy asked the other half-holy. The half-sage who is known as Huo Xing shook his head and said, I don't know, you stare at the thunder here, I will report to the patriarch. When the words fell, Huo Xing left Lei Dong's house. At this time, the thunder in the house completely calmed down after pouring himself a few buckets of water. The reason why he didn't forcefully leave Huaji just now was because he knew that since he entered the Yan clan, Yan Jin was afraid that he would at least send a few semi-holy level powerhouses to stare at him and his men. Although he hadn't noticed it until now, he believed that Yan Jin would send someone to look at him. In the ancient race, although the Thunder clan and the Yan clan have been friendly for generations, Yan Jin, as the patriarch, has never really believed in the Thunder clan. Not only Yan Jin, but also Lei Ying. Because both of them know that no matter how strong their relationship is, they are all patriarchs of the same clan. And in this world, after all, family interests come first, and everything else is just floating clouds. Just like Gu Yuan and Xiao Xian, they were also very good brothers, but after Xiao Xian's death, what did Gu Yuan do? Although he did not personally kill Xiao Xian. However, the Xiao clan was destroyed by the hands of the ancient clan. After all, the reason why the ancient clan can become the first clan on the bright side without the help of void-swallowing flame is because of the powerful background of the Xiao clan. Chapter 15. Reconsidering marriage. Yanjin's residence. Patriarch, the young patriarch of the Lei clan has been with Huo Haiyun today. He didn't do anything else. In the evening, he molested Huo Qi. In addition, the rest of the Lei clan, both of them have been in the house today. After Huo Xing came to Yanjin, he would deal with Lei Dong and his two bodyguards. All reported to Yanjin. Yanjin frowned when he heard that Lei Dong had molested Huo Ji, and looked at Huo Xing in confusion. Rumors that Lei Dong is not a bad woman? How come he suddenly molested Huo Ji? Compared with Gu Suner, Huo Ji is not inferior, but I am afraid it may not be much stronger. Therefore, Lei Dong's Sao operation made Yanjin a little puzzled, and Huo Xing carefully explained what he had seen before. Yanjin heard this and smiled. Hey, it seems that this kid just refused because he hadn't seen Gu Yuan's precious daughter, right? After a pause, Yanjin said again, tomorrow, send someone to the Lei clan, and tell Lei Ying what Lei Dong has done today. I bullied my Yan clan's arrogant talent. If I don't give an explanation, I think the Yan clan is too bullying. Although Yanjin's words seemed to be angry, he was obviously not angry with his appearance. But think about it, among several ancient races, except for one Gu Suner of the god rank bloodline, Thunder was left. As for the soul race, although there is more than one god-level bloodline, several tribes are unwilling to deal with them, so the goal of marriage is Lei Dong and Gu Suner. When Gu Yuan went to propose marriage before, Yan Jin also thought about letting his family's woman marry Lei Dong. It is a pity that their daughter is of a godly bloodline, and is also the first beauty of the ancients. This made him feel that if he had gone, he would just take his own humiliation. Of course, the current Gu Suner is actually just a little pretty. After all, she is still young now. She was called the first beauty of the ancient race. It was only because she was of a god-rank bloodline, and because she had a father like Gu Yuan, and she was indeed not bad in appearance, so she got this title. In the younger generation of the ancient people, there are more beauties, but unfortunately they lose on the blood and lousy. And after the news came out that Lei Dong didn't like women because of the rejection of Gu Yuan's daughter, the matter ceased. But now that Lei Dong has acted on Huaji, then if he doesn't marry Huaji, wouldn't he provoke the friendship between the two races? Although friendship is very weak, it's better to continue than nothing, isn't it? Hearing the fire, he nodded and said, yes. At this time, Yan Jin snorted again, and said, go and send someone to take Huo Hyun back, this idiot. Fighting with people to get unconscious? If it's not in the clan, I'm afraid I don't know how he died, right? The next day, after Lei Dong woke up, he saw Huoxuan with a displeased face just when he left the house. Lei Dong said a little bit amused, early in the morning, what are you doing so hard? Although Huo Hyun was very upset, in the end he just complained, Brother Lei, you lie to me. Lei Dong pretended to be puzzled, and then he looked very puzzled and smiled, where does Brother Huo start? Didn't you say you haven't drunk a few times? Then why were you okay yesterday? Huoxuan was a little angry, but couldn't get angry. Then he talked about the topic before being drunk last night. Hurt, I told you that you haven't drunk a few times, but I didn't say I don't know how to drink a bar. Lei Dong shrugged and said, besides, I didn't expect Huo brother to be so weak when you drink. Huoxuan became angry for a while, but couldn't refute it for a while. In the end, he gave an unhappy hum. Lei Dong looked helpless, shook his head and sighed, ah, how lonely is invincible, it is really your tragedy to be a peer of my age. If the gaze can kill, Huoxuan's gaze that wants to kill at this moment has already broken the thunder into pieces. Seeing that Huoxuan was about to vomit blood, Lei Dong said solemnly, Brother Huo, do you know my life motto? Life motto? Seeing Lei Dong's appearance of talking about serious matters, Huoxuan was a little confused. However, he didn't quite understand this life motto, so he simply said, what is that? Seeing Huo Hyun look like this, Lei Dong didn't know how to tease him. Moreover, this vindictive mainland culture is far inferior to the previous life. After all, the sentence 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully the young and poor. It can increase Xiao Yan's compelling character several times, which shows that the culture on this vindictive continent is completely incompetent. However, think about it, in this world, as long as you know the characters, you can cultivate. After all, in this world, cultural people are not as good as warriors. Seeing that Lei Dong was suddenly silent, Huo Xian said again, what the is it? Brother Lei, please speak frankly. This kind of half-sentence sounds, why does it always feel strange? The feeling of not being able to speak up and speaking is the most uncomfortable. Seeing Huo Hyun like this, Lei Dong smiled and said, life motto is simply to describe one's own personality and preferences, which means full of compulsion. Lei Dong said that when he listened to Huo Xuanyun in the mist, he didn't even know what he was saying. Seeing Huoxuan's 213 young men, with all their faces puzzled, Lei Dong didn't bother to talk to him. After all, what sense of accomplishment can you have in playing the piano? Brother Huo, I am going to say goodbye today. It just so happens that you are here, and I will not go and say goodbye to you. Huoxuan, who was still contemplating, hurriedly said, Brother Lei, not yet. He had just been taken astray by Lei Dong, and he almost forgot the purpose of coming here by himself today. After recalling what the patriarch had said before waking him up, Huoxuan was displeased. Because some of his favorite cabbage was stunned by the pig in front of him. This is not the saddest thing, the saddest thing is that he still needs to tell him for Yan Jin. You quit the goddess of the younger generation of Yan clan last night, and now you want to pat P shares and leave? There are such good things in the world. Although Huo Hyun wanted to do this kind of non-responsible thing. However, he just dared to think about it. Not only did he do it, but now he can still feel confident as if nothing happened. There are some dogs. Oh! Lei Dong said in confusion, Brother Huo, what does this mean? Does your Yan clan want to keep me forcibly? When the words fell, the breath of the thunderous five-star Do sect burst out instantly. Even though it was in the Yan clan, this weak strength was nothing at all. However, Huo Hyun in front of her was suppressed to death. After feeling the powerful fighting pressure, Huoxuan had difficulty breathing. No. No. Don't get me wrong, Brother Lei, let me explain first. Huo Xian did not expect that it was the same Do zone. And the difference was only 2 stars. However, Lei Dong actually made himself feel the pressure of Shanda just relying on coercion. If this is a hands-on word, I'm afraid he can't support Lei Dong for a few rounds, right? And Lei Dong naturally knew why Huo Hyun came here. Wasn't it because he had insulted Huo Ji last night and Yan Jin knew about it? Now Yan Jin asked Huo Hyun to keep herself, just because she wanted to get married. To put it bluntly, they are just coveting their own blood of the gods. The reason why Lei Dong is like this is just because he is uncomfortable being watched. However, the unhappy, after all, he was at a loss, and after Lei Dong withdrew the coercion, he said, then I have to leave, why don't Huo brothers let me? Huo Xian had just escaped from the powerful pressure. Before he could catch a breath, he heard thunderous inquiries, and subconsciously said, you were impolite and juvenile last night. I really thought our patriarch didn't know. He quickly said it, and Huoxuan suddenly regretted it again. Because Huo Ji didn't tell the matter, then Huo Xian said again, Brother Lei, Huo Ji and I are protected by Yan clan elders. If you were not from the Lei clan, you would have died last night. Ha ha ha. Lei Dong laughed when he heard the words, and then said, I understand, Patriarch Yanjin will naturally not send someone to monitor me, but I really envy Patriarch Yanjin for your protection. There are also elders who protect them. Huo Xian heard a black line. Although Lei Dong didn't say it clearly, he knew that he was under surveillance. But they are not fools, how can they not hear it? But Lei Dong didn't point out, Huo Hyun naturally pretended not to hear it. Then he said, Brother Lei, Huo Ji is still a girl in a boudoir, you are so to her, just leave like this, okay? Lei Dong looked affectionate, and said, how come, I and the child are in love with each other, the reason why I want to leave. It is because I have to go to experience now, and I will marry her from the Yan clan in the future. A row of black lines fell on Huo Xian's forehead, although he was not here last night. But there is a general understanding of what happened last night. What dog PS love for each other? Can you still force each other's love? Huo Hyun has a new understanding of Lei Dong's shamelessness once again. Haha. That's the case, but the good thing must be done as soon as possible. Patriarch Yanjin has already sent someone to the Lei clan to discuss the matter with Patriarch Lei Ying, and he will be back at night. Brother Lei is not bad this night, right? After hearing what Huoxuan said, Lei Dong curled his lips. Although he admitted that he was a sweet potato, he couldn't touch him before Huo Ji reached the fighting stage. Although her bloodline is not a god rank, she also reached the 6th rank stage when she first awakened. As long as the conditioning is good, the next 8 or 9 products will not be difficult. With the bloodline of the 8th and 9th grades, she can definitely reach the level of fighting saint. But if you lose your life before fighting the saint, then, I'm afraid that the 9th rank of Dozun is hindered by layers. After all, the reason why the ancient families had a large number of fighting sages was because they had the blood of the fighting emperor. Even if it is a trace of Weibo, it is several times stronger than ordinary people. But women are different from men. Their bloodline not only needs medicine to nourish, but also needs to defend themselves like jade. Under such circumstances, Yan Jin anxiously wanted Huaji to marry herself. Didn't it ruin her future? Although there is no blood, Huoqi may not be unable to become holy. It's just that the degree of difficulty is quite difficult. After thinking about it, Lei Dong replied, if that's the case, I'll stay here for a few days. But then again, Yan Jin didn't worry about this. What else was he worried about? After all, Huoji was not from the Thunder clan. After hearing that Lei Dong had no intention of leaving, Huoxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said, if this is the case, Brother Lei can rest at ease and leave now. He had completed his mission, so he naturally didn't want to continue to be embarrassed with Lei Dong. The atmosphere was really embarrassing, and Huoxian said that he wanted to go back to retreat. Until Lei Dong left the Yan clan, otherwise he would not be released. Moreover, contact with Lei Dong made him understand a truth: without in-depth contact, it is absolutely impossible to decide whether this person is not or not. Like people like Lei Dong, Huo Haiyun said he would try to see and avoid them in the future. Seeing Huoxuan's escape, Lei Dong felt a little amused. Anyway, he has also been in the workplace. Why doesn't he understand Huo Haiyun's mentality at the moment? However, as far as his identity is concerned, his friend is not worthy of him. The most he can have is just some beauties. Why, cover your mouth and laugh. P.S. I will post the contract tomorrow, so there is no investment. It's time to share some coins, hurry up, hurry up. Chapter 16. Unwilling. In the evening, Ria came to the Thunderous house, knocked on the door and said, Master, Elder Lai Teng is here. When Lei Dong came out of the Yan clan, Lei Dong and Lei Yi, whom Lei Dong specifically explained, called out for his young master. Hearing the sound, Lei Dong got up and opened the door and walked out. After seeing Lei Teng, Lei Dong said in a salute, Elder Lei Teng, why are you here? Lei Teng is the great elder of the Thunder clan, and similarly, he is also the second strongest of the Thunder clan, and the fighting saint of the late 7 stars. Even on the entire continent, there are not many who are better than him, and the strength is similar to that of the ancient tribe's 3 immortals and the soul tribe's 4 demon saints. Of course, the kind of heads up. Therefore, even if Lei Dong is the young patriarch of the Lei clan, he still needs to be polite. Lei Teng asked with a puzzled look, the young patriarch really assaulted the Yan clan woman last night. Lei Teng has also observed thunder in the Lei clan, and apart from cultivation, there seems to be nothing else in the Thunder world. However, when she just came out to experience, she insulted other people's Yan clan women. How many Lei Teng was a little hard to believe. Even, he felt that Lei Dong was wronged, so when Lei Ying asked to deal with the matter, he came in person. Lei Dong was also a bachelor, and directly admitted, that's right. After hearing Lei Dong's confession, Lei Teng didn't complain, even he was a little happy. At least their young patriarch is straight, instead of curved. Then he said, well, the old man is clear. That young patriarch, let's go to Yanjin to discuss the marriage. Hey! Lei Dong was taken aback, and then he said, so urgent. Naturally, your business, young patriarch, is the most important thing for the whole clan. The reason why Lei Teng is like this is because these elders have also heard the rumors that Lei Dong is not good at female sex. But Lei Ying doesn't care about these things at all, so some elders in the clan are also broken. After all, it is almost inevitable to become a dowdy by virtue of the Lei Dong divine rank bloodline and the inheritance of the Lei clan's ancestors. Because when he was still young, his ancestors once said that those who inherited from their ancestors will become the emperor in the future. No one doubted the words of the ancestors. With the appearance of a Dou emperor, the blood of the Dou emperor within the clan will boil again. Moreover, if it is thunderous air, it will get the most benefit. At that time, the power of the Thunder clan is simply unimaginable. However, Lei Dong has always shown that he is not interested in anything except cultivation, so can the elders of the Lei clan be in no hurry. They are really afraid that Lei Dong will have no children in the future. Wouldn't the Dou emperor bloodline be wasted in vain? But how do they know that it's just that the Lei clan's sister is too sturdy, so Lei Dong looks like an upright gentleman who only knows how to cultivate. Naturally, young patriarch, this is a major event for the Lei clan. When the words were over, Lei Tang took Lei Dongbei Yanjin's residence with him. After a while, after Lei Tang brought Lei Dong to Yanjin's residence, Lei Tang clasped his fists and said, "Patriarch Yanjin, long time no see." "Oh? Lei Tang." Yanjin was slightly surprised when he saw the incoming person. Of course, the performance component, but occupies most of it. However, Lei Tang at this time didn't care, and said, "Patriarch Yanjin, you and I don't know people to talk secretly, since the young patriarch of my family has taken a fancy to the girl of your clan, he will send her to Lei at a certain time. How is the clan?" Lei Dong's mouth twitched slightly, and he said in his heart, "You are really direct enough." The same is true for Yanjin, but after thinking of Lei Dong's talent, he smiled and said, "Naturally, the Yan and Lei clan have always made friends. Now I will not object to my parents." Next, the two began a pie transaction, and Lei Dong was sitting idle like a okay person. As if he didn't care about his own marriage at all. Of course, he really didn't care. After all, he hadn't seen Huo Ji a few times. The reason why he did such an extraordinary behavior last night was only because he felt that there was nothing wrong with deepening the relationship with the Yan clan. He certainly wouldn't admit that he had some alcohol on his head, and he was uprising. A moment later, after Lei Tang and Yanjin had negotiated, Lei Tang left with Lei Dong. Yanjin also summoned Huo Ji and her father. Huo Ji's father, Huo Yuan, asked in doubt, "Patriarch, I don't know what to call us." Almost all the senior Yan clan officials knew about Huo Ji and Lei Dong, but Huoyuan didn't know. Because Yanjin knew Huoyuan's temper, if he knew that his daughter was being bullied, he would definitely squeeze the thunder to death. Even if Lei Dong is the young patriarch of the Lei clan. Therefore, Yanjin would naturally not tell him before this matter was confirmed. But now that the matter has been set, he will naturally not conceal it anymore. "Huo Yuan, I asked you to come because of Huo juvenile things." The old man deliberately let her marry Lei Dong, the young patriarch of the Lei clan. "What do you think?" Huoyuan heard the words, and then said, "Dare to ask the patriarch, is it your proposal, or is it mentioned by someone from the Thunder clan?" Yanjin looked helpless, and said, "I have discussed with Lei Tang, the great elder of the Lei clan, and he also fully represents the meaning of Lei Ying. You also know that the ancient race and the soul race are powerful now, although my Yan race it's not as unbearable as the medicine, stone and spirit tribes, but in front of them, there is still a huge gap. Only when we unite with the Thunder clan whose strength is similar to ours, can we guarantee the Yan clan's endurance." Huoyuan naturally understood the meaning of Yanjin, but he didn't expect that this married person would be his own daughter. You know, her daughter's talented bloodline is not bad, if it is sent to the Thunder clan, wouldn't it ruin Huo Ji? However, Yanjin seemed to be discussing with him, but does he have the right to refuse? Huo Yuan felt a little pity in his heart, but still with a glimmer of hope, "Patriarch, can you let them get engaged first, and when Huo Qi is older, let her marry the Lei clan?" Yanjin shook his head and sighed, "Lei Tang has already come here to pick up people, I'm afraid I can't wait." Huo Yuan just wanted to haha smile at the moment. After all, Yu Yanjin had let my daughter out. Are you still discussing something with me now? But Huo Ji, who just came in together and heard that he had been raised, was really embarrassed at the moment. She didn't expect that Lei Dong would actually let Lei clan great elder come to propose marriage to herself. At this moment, her mood is always good and bad. She is also a little unsure whether she is willing or unwilling. Like Lei Dong, maybe some, otherwise she was treated like that last night, how could she be like a okay person? But even if she likes it a little, it doesn't mean that she is willing to marry the Thunder clan now. She didn't know what the consequences would be if she lost her body before reaching the fighting stage. Although drugs can indeed be supplemented, how far can she go in this life? She knows this, how can Lei Dong not know? Huo Ji was puzzled, thinking that Lei Dong had sent someone to propose marriage for his own sake. As for expecting to marry Lei Dong, can it still be so good? Huo Ji didn't even dare to think about it, just like last night. However, she doesn't seem to matter whether she wants it or not. Just like Huowen, can she be the master? As a child of the Yan tribe, the moment she was born, it was decided that she would contribute to the tribe. After returning to her senses, she looked at Huo Yuan with an angry face and Yan Jin who was waiting for a response, and laughed at herself. "Father, don't think about it, I am willing." After hearing about Huo Yuan, he looked at Huo Ji and said, "It's useless, father." Huo Ji looked at Huo Yuan like this, and shook his head distressedly. Then he looked at Yan Jin and said, "Patriarch, did Lei Dong propose marriage to you?" Yan Jin paused and then nodded, "That's right." A resentment in Huo Ji's heart spontaneously. Then he said, "Okay, I promised. If there is nothing wrong, I will go back to accompany my mother, the patriarch. This time I leave, I think it will be difficult to come back in this life." Huo Ji's words fell, and he left here. But Yan Jin didn't make any response to this. No matter where, the girl of the big family was born for profit after all. Of course, if you have Gu Suner's superb talent, you can naturally recruit son-in-law. After all, the former Gu Yuan agreed that Gu Suner was with Xiao Yan, who had gone through various trials, because there was no big power behind Xiao Yan, and all he wanted was to recruit him as his son-in-law. It's just that people are not as good as this guy. Xiao Yan finally broke through dowdy, and recruiting son-in-law had to become a married daughter. After Huo Ji left, he rushed towards the place where Lei Dong was all the way angrily. Huo Ji had just arrived at the residence where Lei Dong was, and he happened to see where Lei Dong was chatting with a few people. Huo Ji roared, "Thunder! You bastard, I will kill you!" When the words fell, Huo Ji wanted to rush to Thunder, but before she got into a rush, she was directly controlled by a space lock. After Lei Tang took control of Huo Ji, he looked at Lei Dong and said, "Young patriarch, who is this baby girl? How could she be so angry? If it weren't for the Yan clan, Lei Tang would have killed it right away." Lei Dong Wenzi waved his hand and said, "This is the person you proposed to marry me, so let go of her." Lei Dong just thought that Huo Ji was so angry because of what happened last night. As soon as Lei Tang let go, Huo Ji rushed towards Lei Dong again. This time, Lei Dong rushed out without waiting for Lei Tang to start, and he held Huo Ji in his arms 3 or 2 times. "Call!" Seeing this little fierce horse running away, Lei Dong yelled, and then molested him. "Why, come here to murder my husband? You bastard, let me go!" Imprisoned by thunder, and still being molested, Huo Ji couldn't get away, so he cursed. However, she was completely immune to her swearing at this level, and she added, "I had some alcohol on my head last night, but isn't your clan leader going to marry you to me? They are all married soon, and they are so angry. What are you doing?" Seeing that Lei Dong controlled Huo Ji, Lei Tang, Lei Yi, and Leia turned around and left here. Obviously they are not going to be a light bulb. Huo Ji was originally angry because of this, but at this moment when he heard Lei Dong mention it again, he became even more angry. He cursed, "Lei Dong, you are shameless, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You just because of your own selfishness, are you going to ruin my future? Hey! Lei moved for a while, and said in doubt, Hey, Niang Pai, what do you mean by that? Huoji snorted coldly, and looked at Lei Dong's face close at hand. His pretty face blushed slightly. This long skin was so dazzling, he lowered his head. Said, you clearly know that for us women, if you lose yourself before fighting the saint, your blood will change. Why do you want to propose marriage so early? Lei Dong immediately let go of Huo Qi, and then whispered, Little Niang Pai, you don't seem to figure out the status quo yet? Who told you that Lei Dong proposed my marriage? Ask your clan chief if he sent him. Does anyone go to my Lei clan mention this matter? Hearing this, Huo Ji was taken aback, and then said, But the patriarch clearly said that it was you. Lei Dong said with disdain, I never tell lies, I say one. If you don't believe me, then I can't help it. However, whether you want it or not, you have to return to the Lei clan with me tomorrow. When the words were over, Lei Dong let go of Huaji, and turned back towards the house, while Huaji stayed there alone in a daze. P.S. Although I change 2 times a day, the 2 are more than 7,000 words. Recommend vote, vote. 1 sheet will do. In addition, this book only allows comments from people who like it to do something special, and I can only send you a sentence below. Bye bye within you. Chapter 17, 17. Yuten City. The next day, Lei Dong and the others had just left the flame realm, and before a stick of incense, they saw the veiled, slightly swollen eyes, and the fire came out unwillingly. She agreed, but that doesn't mean that she will not be sad or sad. Even if she does not hate the person she is going to marry, she still feels a little uncomfortable leaving the place where she grew up. After watching Huaji come out, Yanjin looked at Lei Dong and said, My nephew, Huaji will be handed over to you today. You should treat Huaji well. Without waiting for Lei Dong's response, Huo Yuan beside Yanjin looked at Lei Dong and said, If you dare to bully my daughter, I will definitely go to you personally. At that time, I won't care even if the 2 clans start a war. Hearing this, Thunder moved for a moment, but he didn't care about Huoyuan's threat. And at this time Lei Teng snorted coldly, Huoyuan, how did my young patriarch say that he is also your son-in-law? What is your attitude? Lei Dong said, Great Elder, don't care. Yanjin also scolded Huo Yuan and said, Huo Yuan must not be presumptuous. After each side stopped, Huo Ji just came over. Lei Dong hugged Yanjin's fist and said, Uncle Yan, I've been harassing these few days, let's say goodbye. Before Huo Ji could stay for a while, Lei Dong directly ordered to leave. At the moment when Lei Dong's words fell, Lei Teng tore a space apart. After Huo Ji glanced at Huo Yuan, he bowed, Father, take care. Except for Huo Yuan, Huo Ji was not looking at anyone, whether it was the patriarch or elder here. Following that, she also stepped into the space that Lei Teng had torn apart, and after Lei Dong watched everyone enter, he clasped his fist and said, Patriarch Yan, Miss Huo Ji's gift will be delivered tomorrow. Inside the space wormhole, after leaving the Yan clan, Lei Dong said, Elder, stop. Lei Teng stopped when he heard that several people appeared on a hill. At this time, Lei Dong looked at Lei Teng with a puzzled look, My experience is not over yet. This time I was only going to worship the ancestors for my mother. I didn't expect to have an extra daughter-in-law. As he said, Lei Dong smiled, but it's not to blame Yanjin's stabbing in the needle, it's also a relationship he didn't hold. Although the 2 did not do anything extraordinary, they did almost all except the last one. Moreover, Lei Dong felt that it was indeed good to marry the Yan clan. After all, the 2 clan Yan and Lei had been good friends on the surface. Now it's another marriage. It is conceivable that the alliance is absolutely indestructible as long as the 2 races do not have much entanglement of interests. Following that, Lei Dong looked at Huaji again, and said, I'm going out for a few years, so you can stay at the Lei clan with peace of mind. After a humiliating meal, she now believes Lei Dong's words last night even more. And Lei Tang said, "Young patriarch, don't you go back and marry the old man." Lei Dong shrugged and said with a smile, "What's the hurry, let her get used to it first. By the way, the elder, after taking her back, I hope that the resources will be given to her by mine. I don't want the future wife to be a woman." Vase. When the words were over, Lei Dong turned around and headed towards the place where the Gama Empire had a wormhole. When Leia and Lei Dong saw Lei Dong leave, they also saluted Lei Tang and hurriedly followed. Lei Tang was a little helpless, but he couldn't stop it either. Because he knew that Lei Dong wanted to leave Lei Ji to go out and practice in a day or two. Lei Tang once again tore open a space, and then said, "The young patriarch has left, let's go, little girl, we should also be away." Half-year later. After half a year, Lei Dong and his party finally came to the Gama Empire. Along the way, Lei Dong also experienced several times of inducing thunder into his body, and now his strength has successfully broken through to the early stage of 6-star Duzong. "Master! We have reached the Gama Empire, where are we going now?" Listening to Lei Ya's question, Lei Dong thought for a while and said, "Let's go to Yuten City first." After hearing Lei Dong's order, Lei Ya tore open a space, and the three of them stepped into the space. In an hour or so, the three of them arrived at Yuten City in the Gama Empire. Immediately after reaching the periphery, Lei Dong felt an aura of Duhuang coming towards here. Lei Dong hurriedly said, "Hide your breath, don't expose yourself." Leia and Leia were taken aback, but they naturally did not dare to question Lei Dong's order. The next moment, just after the three breaths were hidden, a shadow-type Duhuang appeared here. Both Leia and Leia frowned because of their dignified strength. No one was found approaching. Obviously, this is the mistake of the two. In fact, it's no wonder that Leia and Leia didn't pay attention, but because Duhuang was really weak for them. They don't need to care at all, but Lei Dong is very clear who is here. Therefore, as soon as I came out, I felt around. Ling Ying left after spinning here for a while. At this time, Leia was a little puzzled and said, "Master, he is just a mere fighting emperor, why should we hide?" Leia felt that even if Lei Dong didn't want others to know that they were here, he could kill him. Squeezing a fighting emperor to death was simpler for the two of them than squeezing an ant to death. Lei Dong said coldly, "Humph, he is a bodyguard sent by the ancient clan. If he dies, I'm afraid there will be a powerful person of the ancient clan fighting saint level coming. We are not here to pick things. You two will listen to me, and hide yourself without my orders. If someone finds out, I will personally throw you into the Thunder Clan Demon Resentment Pool." When the two heard it, they were in a cold sweat subconsciously. The Demon Resentment Pool is different from the Demon Thunder Pond. The Demon Thunder Pond is a sacred place for cultivation, and the Demon Resentment Pond is the burial place where the Thunder Clan executes traitors, does not work well, and makes mistakes. None of the people who were sent into the Demon Resentment Pool came out alive. The most frightening thing is that the people thrown inside will not die immediately, but will be tortured for a year, and because of the formation there, the vindictiveness cannot be condensed at all. In short, it is more painful than death if you enter there. The next moment, the two men bowed at the same time and said, "Master, calm down." Lei Dong waved his hand, motioned for the two of them to get up, and said quietly, "Let's go, let's enter the city." This time, the two of them each hid their own breath, and they were no longer as high profile as before. They were really scared, and, after Lei Dong for so long, the two of them knew very well. Lei Dong has never been joking, if something is wrong, then they really have come to an end. After the three entered the city, they lived in a restaurant. After that, Lei Dong left the restaurant alone again. This time, instead of taking Lei Ya too with him, Lei Dong asked them to stand by. The two also knew that there was no strong person here, so they didn't come out with Lei Dong either. Lei Dong came to Xiao's house with ease, and hid himself with a grudge. And the moment he just stepped into the center of the Xiao family, he heard a voice not far away from the room, "Miss Nalan, look at the face of the old man Nalan, Xiao Yan advises you a few words, 10 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully the young and poor." When Lei Dong heard the words, he was taken aback, and he was disdainful. A 4-year-old gas refiner who became a fighter at the age of 12, he has the qualifications to be disdainful. After all, when he was 12 years old, he was already Do Huang. However, Lei Dong didn't expect that he would come sooner or later, just when the plot began. Moreover, in other words, Xiao Yan has not yet met Yao Chen. Seeing Xiao Yan rushing out of the room angrily, the corner of Lei Dong's mouth rose slightly, and then he followed. As for the people in the house, he has no interest in visiting. After all, he has to do a big thing now. After a while, Lei Dong followed Xiao Yan to the back mountain of Xiao's house and confirmed that no one was following. Lei Dong suddenly appeared behind Xiao Yan. With a slight split on the palm of his hand, Xiao Yan fainted directly on the ground. After Xiao Yan passed out, Lei Dong directly lifted him in his hand. The next moment, he took him directly away from here. After arriving at a mountain with the dizzy Xiao Yan and Yao Chen, Lei Dong looked at the ring in Xiao Yan's hand and said, "Yao Chen, when are you going to hide?" Lei Dong's words fell, and the illusory figure of Yao Chen appeared in front of Lei Dong the next moment. "Who are you? How would you know me?" Seeing Thunderbolt, Yao Chen looked wary and asked with some doubts. In fact, at the moment he just came out, he wanted to run away. Unfortunately, although he had this heart, he didn't have this strength at all. Because, as soon as he appeared, he felt that the surrounding space was locked, and the person in front of him was at least a senior fighting sect. Moreover, even if he could run, Xiao Yan couldn't run at all. If he was in his heyday, he would naturally be unafraid. But now? He is just an ant that can be crushed to death at any time. Lei Dong sat down, and then took out the wine brought by the Yan clan from Nag, set a table, took 2 bowls, filled the wine. Lei Dong smiled, "Please sit down." Yao Chen was a ray of soul now, and the wine could not be drunk at all, but he still sat opposite Lei Dong. And at this moment, Lei Dong said, "My name is Lei Dong, the young patriarch of the Lei clan." Chapter 18. Destroy the opportunity. Lei clan young patriarch. Yao Chen was slightly surprised. However, Yao Chen is a person who has seen the world after all. He looked at Lei Dong and said, "Then I don't know what is the cause of Patriarch Lei Young's approach to me." Guo. After Lei Dong drank a bowl of wine, he said, "Something, the technique of Fenju and the cold fire of the bone spirit in your hand." If Yao Chen was just a little surprised as to why Lei Dong was not in the Thunder Realm, he would appear here. Now, he was completely shocked. Because, he didn't expect that Lei Dong actually knew that he possessed a different fire and burning decision. You know, there are not many people who know about this, and there is no one who knows clearly about him in Xiao Yan's ring. Seeing the surprised Yao Chen, Lei Dong sneered, and the next moment a 9-color thunder and lightning poured into Yao Chen's soul. The moment the 9-color thunder and lightning entered his body, Yao Chen didn't feel anything wrong. After that, Yao Chen looked at Lei Dong and asked in confusion, "What did you do to the old man?" Lei Dong waved his hand and said, "I didn't do anything, just leave something in your body. Moreover, you should be thankful that because you are still useful, this young master will not kill you now." When the words fell, Lei Dong rubbed 2 fingers, and the next moment Yao Chen felt his soul as if tens of thousands of ants were gnawing, and the painful feeling made him tumbling heartbreakingly. After making Yao Chen feel terrible, the thunder movement stopped. A harmless smile on the face of humans and animals said, "Old Yao, how do you feel about it?" Yao Chen looked at Lei Dong with a fierce expression, as if he wanted to kill him. However, looking at Lei Dong's confident appearance, he was a little panic again. After all, the pain just now was too terrifying. Moreover, he found that the thunder and lightning in his body disappeared the moment the thunder stopped. Yao Chen had no choice but to take out Fenju, and cut the bone spirit cold Ziwo from himself. When bone spirit Lengguo cut contact with himself, Yao Chen's originally illusory soul became even more illusory. Lei Dong accepted bone spirit Lengguo and Fenju very satisfied, and then said, "Yes, as the saying goes, those who know the current affairs are brilliant." Yao Chen had gritted his teeth in his heart, wishing to kill Lei Dong, but with his weak appearance, he could only think about it after all. Moreover, even if he recovers, what can he do? How huge is the Thunder Clan? He couldn't even rectify a soul palace, and fighting with the Thunder Clan to compare with others was just self-defeating. He sighed slightly. "Patriarch Lei Shao, the old man has already given you what you want. Now, you can take back your thunder and lightning and let us go, right?" Lei Dong pretended to click on the dust, and then a ray of 9-colored thunder and lightning appeared in his hand. Of course, Yao Chen didn't know that the lightning did not come out of Yao Chen's body. After getting what he wanted, Lei Dong's mouth raised and smiled. "When the mountains and rivers meet, there will be some time later." When the words fell, Lei Dong disappeared in a flash, and the feeling that Yao Chen was locked in was also disappeared in an instant. Yao Chen breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Lei Dong had left. He thought that Lei Dong was really only here for the strange fire and Fenju, but he didn't know that Lei Dong's last words were very meaningful. After Lei Dong got Fenju and Yihuo, he left Leia and Leia in Yuten City to monitor the Xiao family. And he went to the Warcraft Mountains alone. Originally, Lei Dong really meant to kill Xiao Yan and Yao Lao directly. After all, he appeared. Xiao Yan, the so-called protagonist, no longer needed to exist. However, his purpose is always Xiao Jia Tuashi ancient jade fragments. Moreover, if Xiao Yan died suddenly, I'm afraid Gu Suner, a girl with cerebral palsy, would definitely investigate the matter. Although he is thunderous and confident that he can do it without knowing it. But no one can be sure what the woman will do. Coupled with the so-called regulations of the ancient races, once he took a shot against Xiao Yan, he would have a very slim chance if he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to grab the jade. And the reason why he didn't bring Leia and Ria was because of what happened next. He thinks it is better to do it on his own. After half an hour, Lei Dong came to the Wao mountain range, and after searching for an hour with his powerful soul power, he finally found the cave where the treasure was hidden. Boom! A burst of thunder force boomed out, and the obstacle of the entire cave was instantly cleared by thunder. After blasting the stone gate, Lei Dong saw a huge stone room inside the stone door. The stone room looked a little simple and empty. On the wall, moonstones used for lighting were inlaid. In the center of the stone room, there was a seat with a seat. On the chair, a withered bone sits on it, and a deep sunken skull fell on the pale thigh bones. This appearance, in this quiet atmosphere, looks a bit gloomy. In front of the seat, there is a wide and long blue stone platform on one side. On the blue stone platform, 3 locked stone boxes are neatly placed. He really didn't have much interest in those 3 stone boxes. However, since they are all here, even if he is not interested, naturally, it can't be left to Xiao Yan. Now, the colored thunder and lightning in his hand condensed, and the next moment he rushed straight to the 3 stone boxes. Boom! The moment the 9-color god thunder touched the stone box, the 3 stone boxes instantly vanished. As for Xiao Yan's Xiaoyi and Xiaoxian's poison chronicles disappeared, it seemed that it had nothing to do with him. It's not that Lei Dong didn't think about subduing Xiaoxian, after all, this woman's talent is so powerful. In just 5 or 6 years, he went from a scum that had no fighting power to a strong fighting sect. However, he doesn't have a fire attribute technique, and he can't do medicine. Want to subdue Xiaoxian, but can't control her evil body? That being the case, why did Lei Dong bother himself? After ruining the 3 stone boxes, Lei Dong broke off the dry bones and found the remnant picture of the Jinglian demon fire. The next moment, Lei Dong turned and left here. And, at the moment he left, he also dropped a ball of falling heart inflammation. Although those herbs are a drop in Lei Dong, they are not worth paying attention to. However, for Xiao Yan, who had just made his debut, that was definitely a fortune. Since it is going to be destroyed, it will naturally be destroyed more thoroughly. After getting the demon Huo Cantu, Lei moved out of the cave and searched for the residence of the purple gold-winged Lion King. In a moment, thunderous movement came to the center of the Warcraft Mountains, and found the lair of the purple gold-winged Lion King. Roar! The moment Lei Dong stopped just above the cave out of thin air, the purple-winged Lion King roared and flew out. However, the Zijin-winged Lion King, who rushed out in a rush, didn't immediately start fighting with Lei. Because the moment it saw the thunderbolt standing out of thin air, it was already a little embarrassed. Obviously, the human being in front of him is a strong fighting sect. With it being a small Lion King, where can he be an opponent? After that, the Zijin-winged Lion King watched Thunder with a vigilant look, and said, "Human powerhouse, what are you doing in this king's territory? Now!" Boom! Roar! Just as the Zijin-winged Lion King's voice fell, suddenly a muffled thunder fell in the sky. It smashed directly on its huge beast body, and this blow directly smashed the purple gold-winged Lion King on the ground. With just one blow, the purple-winged Lion King felt a fatal injury and screamed in pain. Of course, this is the meaning of Lei Dong not wanting to take its life. Otherwise, if the 9 heavens divine thunder were to be used just now, I'm afraid that the current Zijin-winged Lion King is already going to be cold. Looking at the purple gold-winged Lion King who was injured lying on the ground, Lei Dong coldly snorted with a disdainful expression, "A tier 6 beast in a small area, dare to claim to be a king in front of this young master." When the words fell, Lei Dong went straight into the cave. Originally, the purple-winged Lion King was seriously injured and could not move anymore. However, at the moment when he saw the thunderbolt entering its hole, the purple gold-winged Lion King uttered a roar, flapped his wings, and flew in after the thunderbolt. At this time, the thunderbolt who came to the little lion took out a bottle and collected all the amethyst sources of the Lion King in it. On the side, it grinned like a little lion, except for the fierce milk staring at the thunder. He didn't mean to rush over and fight for it. After Lei Dong collected the companion amethyst source, the Zijin-winged Lion King also flew in. It stayed in front of the little lion. After seeing the little lion safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, the Zijin-winged Lion King collapsed directly on the ground, the reason why it was able to fly back just now. "It's just because I was worried about the little lion. Now it's okay to see the little lion. The remaining momentum is naturally gone." Moreover, because of the rapid flight back and the damage it had just been hit by thunder, it was covered with blood at this moment, and the wound seemed to collapse and began to flow out. But because of this, the Zijin-winged Lion King did not wail, but looked at Lei Dong and begged, "Master Dozong, it is the little lion that is rude, please let my son go." Who would have thought that the overlord of the Forest of Warcraft, the dignified purple gold-winged Lion King, would have such a scene? Lei Dong was also taken aback for a moment. He didn't mean to kill them. After all, he was only here to grab the treasure, which can also be said to destroy Xiao Yan's chances. But he didn't want the Lion King to fly back in a hurry for his child, causing his injuries to aggravate and even become fatal. Lei Dong had originally planned to leave, but the maternal love of the Zijin-winged Lion King made him a little at a loss. After Lei Dong pondered for a while, he took out a recovery pill and threw it directly along with a transforming pill. "Here is a 7-level recovery pill. And you can immediately recover like spring after you take it. The other is called the waxing pill. I want you to know it better than me." When the words were over, Lei Dong flashed away and left the Lion King's cave mansion. The Lion King was taken aback for a moment, and then swallowed the recovery pill without hesitation. It's not its thunderous trust, but in this situation, if you don't eat it, you will die. After Lei Dong left the Warcraft Mountains, he headed towards the Tagar Desert. Hey! It seems that I still can't be hard-hearted after all. I won't hurt it if I knew it, MMP. On the way, thinking about the appearance of the Lion King's guardian just now, that great maternal love made him a little helpless, and he had known that he would not have such a heavy hand. Moreover, in the end, I saved it again, which is really painful. P.S. I want to describe the protagonist's feeling of doing things as he pleases, but it seems that I can't describe it. Ahem. Then briefly introduce. The protagonist is very nature. The future will definitely be the one who does all the bad things. All, in short, it is Lei Dong. I was not written out. In addition, Xiao Yan would definitely die, but not now. As for the plot of his rise, it will never exist. And the reason why I don't click Xiao Yan now is because I mentioned it before. Ancient races have unwritten regulations. Of course, I also read it from the original work. After all, even if the Soul clan acted on the Xiao clan, wouldn't it also be borrowed from the Yun Lanzong? The most important thing is that I really like the role of Yeokan, and I don't want him to be so cool. Don't tell me that if you accept him as a little brother, it doesn't exist. After all, the protagonist will not have 3 kinds of different fires to refine a body if he doesn't cultivate Fenju. In addition, this book will not open the ancient Emperor Cave Mansion until the protagonist is promoted to Dowdy. Finally, ask for a wave of recommendations, collections, and investment practices. Chapter 19. Haipadon. With Lei Dong's current strength, it only took 2 hours to reach the Great Desert from the Warcraft Mountains. At this time, it was night, and after that, Lei Dong searched the desert for a long time before finally finding the existence of the weak chicken Haibodong. That's right, the current Haibodong is really too weak. Fortunately, in the entire desert, there are not many strong people at the Doling level, and with the strong soul power of thunder, can he find his place before dawn. After arriving at the place where Haibodong was, Lei Dong looked at the dilapidated small house in front of him, and then sighed slightly. Although Duhuang strong, in the entire Duqi continent, it is nothing. However, in this northwestern continent, especially in the Gama Empire, there is definitely a strong presence second to none. However, Haibodong, the awe-inspiring Ice Emperor back then, has now fallen into such a field? In this resource-scarce desert, live in broken huts and sell maps? However, this is someone else's life after all, and Lei Dong was sighed in his heart, and then opened the door and walked in. After entering the house, Lei's gaze rested on an old man behind the counter who was carefully making a map with his head down. Lei Dong knew the icy cold air from him without guessing that this person should be the Haibodong he was looking for. Following this, Lei Dong took out the broken picture in his hand and placed it in front of Haibodong, and said quietly, "Take out the broken picture like this in your hand, otherwise it will destroy you, I will find it myself." As the thunderous words fell, the momentum of the 6-star Do Zone burst out instantly, and the powerful aura made Haibodong be stunned for a while, and the next moment, a black cloud came out suddenly. Boom! After a thunder came out, Haibodong immediately returned to his senses. Then he hurriedly said, "This little master, wait a moment, the old man will get it for you." He didn't have the arrogance that Lei Dong imagined, and he didn't mean to bargain. It's as if the things in your hands are handed over to Lei Dong, everything is the same as it should be. Within a moment of effort, Haibodong took the 2 broken pictures of him that had been divided into 2. Handed it to Lei Dong. "Little master, this is the picture you want." It's not that Haibodong never thought of pretending to be ignorant, it's just that everyone has already shown the picture to himself. Obviously there is absolute certainty, the picture is here. Although this picture is not easy for him, he has also studied it for several years. But I didn't understand the mystery. Under this circumstance, Hai Badong would still take his own life for nothing for a broken blueprint that he didn't know what it was doing? Lei Dong took the residual picture of Jing Ye Lian Huo and confirmed that it was true, then smiled and said, "Yes, old man, who knows the current affairs is a good man. You did a good job." As he said, Lei Dong said again, "You have been in the Tagore desert for so many years, so you must be aware that there is a strange fire hidden here." The corner of Hai Bodong's mouth twitched. At this moment, he was even more sure that the origin of thunder was not simple. While shocking the thunderous background, Hai Bodong felt fortunate for his decision just now. Look at the little master, the little old man does know a bit about the location of this strange fire. However, because the next is not of fire attributes, I haven't determined where it is. With that said, Hai Badong handed Lei Dong the coordinates of the several places he had marked that might have different fires. After Lei Dong took over, he said with satisfaction, "Seeing that you are so sensible, this young master will help you once." When the words fell, the white flame in Lei Dong's hand ignited. The next moment, a white flame rushed into Hai Badong's body. Boom! Ah! When the flame entered the body, Hai Badong only felt the pain of the heart. Just when Hai Badong thought that Lei Dong was going to kill him, he only heard Lei Dong's quiet warning, "If you don't want to die and want to restore your fighting emperor's strength, then don't think about resisting now." Hai Badong heard this and immediately gave up resistance. He knew that with Lei Dong's strength, he didn't need to be so troublesome to kill him. You can slap him to death with one slap. The painful torture lasted for half an hour before it ended completely. After Lei Dong threw out a ray of flame, he just sat there and watched Hai Badong wailing. Although he doesn't need such a painful way to break the seal, what is his identity? How can you do such a sloppy thing? Moreover, just Hai Badong is a fighting emperor, it is not worth his action to waste fighting spirit. Ha 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 ha. After the pain stopped, Hai Badong laughed arrogantly. Far in the depths of the desert, Medusa of the Snake Human Palace, after Hai Badong lifted the seal, she froze. I wondered, this old boy, actually broke this king's seal. Lei Dong glanced at Hai Badong, and said with a disdainful face, "Are you afraid you are not a fool? You just died alive, what would this be fun?" Hai Badong, who was still immersed in joy, only remembered after hearing the thunderous sound. He is not alone here. Hai Badong, who has returned to strength, looks confident. Recalling the insult that Thunderbolt had just received, Hai Badong turned his head to look at Thunderbolt, looking like he was waiting. Seeing Hai Badong's behavior, Lei moved his heart, is this old man really stupid? Although Hai Badong had recovered Do Wang's strength, he was still a younger brother in front of Lei Dong. If he can't think about it, Lei Dong does not recommend killing him. However, Hai Badong didn't make a move. Instead, he once again presented himself as a slave, and said with gratitude, "Thank you, master, for helping me break the seal." This expression, this appearance, looked thunderous and disgusting. Then thunderously said, "This young master helps you to restore your strength, it is not free. Now you will go to the place you marked to find the exact location of the strange fire. I only give you 1 day, if you can't find the place to prepare, then you don't have to think about being an ice emperor." Hearing what Lei Dong said earlier, Hai Badong felt Jia Deng in his heart. He thought that Lei Dong wanted to take him as a subordinate. However, after listening to Lei Dong only asked him to find the location of the strange fire, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lei Dong didn't know what Hai Badong thought, after all, he had never wanted to take a Do Huang as a subordinate. As for breaking his seal, the reason is to let him find the strange fire for himself. After all, how could the young patriarch of his dignified clan do that shameful thing? Hai Badong breathed a sigh of relief. Just finding the location of the strange fire was not difficult for him. He immediately replied, "Young master, don't worry, I will look for it here." When the words were over, Hai Badong left the leaky house and headed toward the depths of the desert. The feeling of pique was restored again, which made him feel good. As for leaving here right now and ignoring the thunder, he really didn't dare. After all, Lei Dong can know what he has, and naturally he knows his details. He can run, but the middle family in his game Adiju is also going to be cold. Chapter 20. Green Scales. After Lei Dong sat in the room for half a noon, Hai Badong flew back. I don't know if the old man was too excited just because he just recovered, or it was the way he was, a cold air that passed him before he entered the house. Found it? After seeing Hai Badong coming back, Lei Dong asked quietly. Hai Badong nodded, then took out the map, pointed to a place and said, Master, the abnormal fire you want is here, but I am an ice attribute, and the strange fire seems to be not fully mature. So the little old man failed. Get it back for you. When Lei Dong heard this, his brows wrinkled slightly, and he asked with some doubts in his heart, does it have to be when Xiao Yan set foot in the desert for this Qinglian heart to be born? Then thunderously said, Okay, Hyperion, you can go back to your middle family to enjoy. When Lei Dong finished speaking, he left Hai Badong's hut and flew towards the place marked on his map. After Hai Badong heard that Lei Dong had told his origins, he was relieved, fortunately that he had not thought of running away before. The young man in front of him really investigated everything about him. After a while, Lei Dong came to the entrance of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. After the white flame covered his body, Lei Dong rushed directly into the depths of the magma. When the Tier 4 monster double-headed fire snake in the magma saw the thunder entering, after feeling such a strong aura, it skipped directly into the distance. It was originally a monster that felt the growth of Qinglian Earth's heart fire here, but first there was Hai Badong, the emperor, and then there was a thunder that was stronger than Hai Badong. Tier 4 monsters already have a touch of wisdom, so it feels that cultivation is important, but life is even more important. And Lei Dong is naturally not interested in a mere Tier 4 monster. After a while, Lei Dong only saw a ray of cyan light in the distance, shrouded in this magma. Lei Dong looked at it consciously, and even faintly saw that in the cyan light, a cyan lotus was standing gently. Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. It was introduced in the original book that the 19th on the list of different fires, born in the depths of the earth, has undergone countless tempers, fusions, compressions, and carvings of the fire of the earth, 10 years to become a spirit, 100 years to form, and 1,000 years to become a lotus. At the time of great success, its color was slightly green, and a cluster of green fire appeared in the heart of the lotus. The fire was called Qinglian fire, also known as the Qinglian geocentric fire. This fire was unpredictable and could even cause a volcanic eruption near the volcanic area. Form the destructive power of nature. Obviously, now this Qinglian heart fire is about to mature. But, how many days does it take? In just a few months, Lei Dong couldn't be sure. But what he can be sure of is that this flame can't be taken right now. However, according to the original book, the little girl named Qinglin felt the breath of Medusa 6 months before Xiao Yan met her. It was at that time that the alien fire was taken away by Medusa when it matured. Since he can't be sure when this strange fire will mature now, he might as well go find this little girl and use it for himself. After all, with her special pupils, her future achievements are extraordinary. Following this, Lei Dong jumped up and left the depths of the magma directly towards Rock Desert City. Lei Dong didn't know that at the moment he had just left, the originally immature Qinglian Earth Heart Fire had directly matured. Rock Desert City is a city in the desert. Compared with the cities inside the empire, it is a bit simpler and heavier. Perhaps because of its proximity to the Tagore Desert, the defenses here are much stricter than those inside the empire. In the city, heavily armed soldiers can be seen patrolling everywhere. Snake Man is coming, run! What a terrible Snake Man! Not long after Lei Dong arrived in the city, while worrying about where to look for Qinglin, he only listened to a street in the distance. The voices of a group of people kept coming. Lei Dong looked at the sound, and saw a little girl in a light green costume in the alley, surrounded by a group of bear children of all ages, laughing loudly. The little girl in the light green attire lowered her head timidly, and her slightly thin body was trembling slightly, like the little rabbit who was worried and scared, making people feel a little pity in their hearts. Finally, I saw the little girl hugging her calf with both hands, squatting down, crying. The group of bear children just dispersed. Seeing the little body trembling constantly, Lei Dong walked over. As if hearing the sound of footsteps approaching, the little girl who was crying started to cry now. And, the mouth is still muttering, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be scary. Look at the shivering little girl, and the snake man, that the group of kids just said. Lei Dong was already certain that she was Qinglin. It's just that her appearance is worse than she thought. Looking at Qinglin, Lei Dong said, why do you want to say sorry? The peaceful voice of Lei Dong echoed in the alley, but it made the crying and scared little girl feel a touch of warmth that she had never felt before. It was also because of this warmth that Qinglin raised her head weakly, looking up at the strange beautiful teenager she had never seen before, with her delicate and lovely melon seed face, with pitiful tears. The thunderous gaze met the little girl's gaze, and fell on the other's pupils, seeing the 3 green dots deep in the pupils, and then smiling slightly, I have been bullied, and I have to say sorry, you know this is it because of what? Qinglin shook his head timidly and said, because I was born of a combination of snake man and human. I am a person who shouldn't exist in the world. Lei Dong snorted coldly and waved his hand, no, you are wrong. No one shouldn't exist in this world. It's just that you don't have the strength. If you have enough strength to become a strong person, then the one who is hiding in this corner and crying and sorrowing is not you. But those who bully you, you are willing to follow me, go, become a strong man. The gentle voice stunned the fear on Qinglin's face. Since she was born, no one had said such words to her. She has been working as a maid in the Modi mercenary corps since she remembered her, and she lives by the strange look of others every day. Never considered other things. Subconsciously, Qinglin nodded and replied, I am willing. When her words fell, Lei Dong stretched out his hand, Qinglin ghosts and gods sent out his small hand, accompanied by a slight tremor, timidly placed on this palm, held hands by thunder, and walked toward the street. Lin felt a warmth. And just as the two of them left the street, Qinglin suddenly trembled. There seems to be something terrible? Lei Dong wondered, what's the matter? Had it not been known that Qinglin had been bullied since she was a child, she looked like this. Lei Dong has been soaring. He doesn't like this kind of people who cry at every turn. But thinking about her talent and the loyalty of this girl, Lei Dong looked patient again. After hearing Lei Dong's question, Qinglin had a weak expression and replied, young master, there is a terrible aura. It seems to be near here? I'm afraid. When Lei Dong heard the words, his brows narrowed slightly and said, where did you start? If I remember correctly, the breath that Qinglin felt should be Medusa. However, why didn't he notice that the aura of the Emperor Do was approaching? Besides, isn't Qinglian Earth Heart Fire not yet mature? Qinglin paused, then said, Master, it's now, and this breath doesn't seem to be far away from us. Lei Dong put aside the doubts in his heart, and said, can you find the source of this breath? Qinglin nodded and said, it should be okay, but, Master, are we really going to find it? Qinglin feels that it is terrible. Lei Dong said directly, over there. Qinglin just felt the warmth, she didn't want to lose it. Therefore, under Lei Dong's inquiry, he stretched his hand to the direction of the existence of Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Lei Dong was very depressed. The next moment, he picked up Qinglin in one hand and flew directly towards the place where Qinglian Earth Heart Fire existed. P.S. The reason for writing like this is to give Medusa and the protagonist a chance to meet. Asterisk. Every day needs a wave, collection, recommendation, investment. Chapter 21. The Evolution of Medusa, Part 1. After a while, Lei Dong brought Kinglin to the place of Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Needless to say, Kinglin at this moment, even Lei Dong felt the breath of Medusa. The appearance of Medusa also means that today's Qinglian geocentric fire has completely matured. In other words, just after he left with his front foot, the Qinglian heart fire could be taken away from behind. Lei Dong was a little bit dark and wanted to scold his mother at the moment. This is not too bad. However, it was only for a moment. After all, even if the strange fire was taken away by Medusa, he could still get it back. Moreover, Lei Dong was still very interested in the ancient bloodline of Medusa, the colorful sky-swallowing python. In the future, her achievements are no weaker than anyone else. Even if compared to the people of the ancient race, she is still outstanding. Therefore, even if Medusa was not there when Lei Dong collected the abnormal fire, he might go to find her in the depths of the desert. After putting down Kinglin, Lei Dong said, "Kinglin, you are here to wait for me obediently, I will go down to subdue her." Kinglin's little head nodded and said, "Okay, master." After confessing the Kinglin, Lei Dong moved towards the cave, rushing all the way to the strong vindictive energy supporting his body, and rushing straight under the magma. In a breathing time, he appeared in front of the cyan flame. As soon as he arrived, he saw a Medusa with a snake tail and a veil. A few years ago, Medusa found Qinglian heart fire. It's just that the Qinglian earth heart fire was immature at that time, and then she would come here a few days a year. And when I came here today, it was just after Lei Dong left. After she came, she saw that the flame had matured. It was just when it was about to pick it, but the abnormal fire had just taken shape, and she hadn't had time to start. Lei Dong suddenly appeared in front of her. After watching the thunder that was full of white flames and surrounded by a trace of thunder and lightning, Medusa frowned slightly, because she could feel that the strength of thunder was above her. Medusa said in his heart, "Is this young man a strong fighting sect?" At the next moment, Medusa said with a vigilant face, "Who are you?" Lei Dong looked at the mature flame as if he hadn't seen Medusa. Then he said, "This flame, this young master wants it. If you want it, it is not impossible to become my slave. This young master may." Boom! Just after Lei Dong's voice full of molesting fell, Medusa slammed into her palm. However, her attack was not worth mentioning in front of thunder. Lei Dong waved it aside, and the next moment an explosion sounded. The entire depths of the magma also boiled. Before Medusa was taking a shot, Lei Dong appeared in front of her in an instant. The next moment, Lei Dong used the space lock to control Medusa. After Medusa couldn't move, Lei Dong approached her and tore off her veil in the next moment. This is the second time he has done such a thing, and he is a little curious. Why do women love to wear a veil? With the veil removed, Lei Dong was completely indulged in Medusa's peerless face in an instant. She is so beautiful that she has almost reached the level of coquettish, with a pair of long and narrow lavender eyes, and her eyes are flowing, which can be described as a charm of nature. Looking at her in a graceful purple brocade robe, the delicate body under the brocade robe is plump and exquisite, like the mature peach, permeating a touch of charm. A head of 3,000 green silk, casually draped down from the fragrant shoulders, between the vertical slender willow waist, rippling slightly, it seems a little agile. Under the brocade robe, a purple snake tail was exposed, the snake tail swayed slightly, a wild enchanting temptation. But for Lei Dong, this tail shot is replaced with a pair of beautiful legs, which is even more enjoyable. Medusa's appearance and fiery appearance can be said to be evenly divided. The two have their own beauty, and it would be a headache to compare Lei Dong. And Medusa saw that Lei Dong was staring at herself without any politeness, so that's fine, she could only recognize the situation. However, she didn't expect Lei Dong to look at it and get started. After feeling the big hands of her beautiful body walking around, Medusa said in shame, if you dare to be unreasonable to this king will definitely kill you." Lei Dong smiled disdainfully and said, "This young master can help you with a 100% success rate and evolve into a colorful swallowing python, so you don't want to be a maid for me." Medusa hummed and turned her head aside. Who is her Medusa? The High Queen in the desert. Let her be a maid? She would rather die. Seeing Medusa like this, Lei Dong was a little displeased. After all, what is his identity? Not to mention a queen of snake people, as long as he thinks, there are many people who are willing to serve as maids for him, as long as he thinks. However, after thinking of Medusa's future achievements, Lei Dong endured his angry thoughts. Instead, the eyeballs turned and smiled, "Since you don't want to, then forget it. However, I'm going to make a decision for this Qinglian heart, but I can help you get promoted before." Medusa froze slightly, looked back at Lei Dong, wondering, "Human, would you be so kind?" Subconsciously, Medusa always felt something was wrong. Looking at Medusa with a suspicious expression, Lei Dong said with no change, "The opportunity is given to you, may it be your business." When the words were over, Lei Dong turned around and put the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire in the storage he had prepared long ago. The next moment Lei Dong pretended to leave here. And Medusa hurriedly said the moment when Lei Dong was about to leave, "Slow, I believe you." When Lei Dong heard it, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if the conspiracy had succeeded. Then he said, "Follow me, go out, my master wishes you a promotion." After leaving a word, Lei Dong flew directly out of the magma. Medusa hesitated and followed out. She didn't trust Lei Dong, but this was her only opportunity. She didn't want to miss it, even if she felt something was wrong. But, after Medusa wanted to come, as long as she succeeded in the promotion, even if Lei Dong was another dozone, how is it? She can't beat her, she can still run. After a while, Lei Dong and Medusa appeared one after another in the desert. When the thunder came out, Kinglin greeted him with joy and said, "Master, you didn't." Just when Kinglin wanted to ask if there was anything wrong with Lei Dong, she saw Medusa who appeared afterwards. The next moment, she trembled all over. And Lei Dong saw that Kinglin was blushing because of being exposed to the sun, and he didn't notice that she was wrong. Instead, he said slightly, "Kinglin, why don't you wait for me in the cave? Isn't it hot?" Kinglin Wenzi shook his head and said, "But the young master said, let Kinglin wait for you here." In this regard, Lei Dong really didn't know what to say. Then, he looked at Medusa behind him and said, "Here, help you advance." Medusa stunned slightly, "Here." Lei Dong said with a flat face, "Nonsense, this young master has no time to waste time with you." Medusa gritted her teeth and said, "Okay." After Medusa agreed, Lei Dong directly took out the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire and said, "Do you know what to do?" Medusa nodded, and Lei Dong said again, "Let's start then." Seeing the flames in front of her, Medusa's face was full of hesitation. Because up to now, she is also suspicious of Lei Dong. "After all, I had to subdue you as a maid in the first second to help you, and in the next second I would help you without anything. This kind of good thing is a bit too weird." Chapter 22. The Evolution of Medusa, Part 2. But even if I understand it in my heart, I have waited for such a long time for the strange fire. Finally appeared in front of my eyes, this time if I missed it. I'm afraid that it will take her many years before she has a slim chance to find another kind of strange fire, right? Medusa didn't think she had the luck to encounter this kind of unforgettable thing a second time. After some meditation, Medusa still decided, let's break through first. After all, she still has the dream of leading her people out of this desert. After making the decision, Medusa removed her upper body shirt, and the perfect plump body like suet white jade emerged, releasing the temptation to make the population dry. The Wushuan face with its head raised slightly, revealing a white and slender neck, with an elegant arc, which stands tall. Looking at this delicate body that I don't know how many men coveted, the thunderous feast suddenly felt a little hot in my heart. Then Lei Dong moved his vindictiveness, and then dissipated the restlessness in his heart. Secretly said, "This Medusa is simply a natural charm, it is really as intense as an aphrodisiac." Just when Lei Dong was ready to feast his eyes, Medusa had transformed into a purple python. The next moment, the purple giant python rose into the sky, and then fell into the green lotus heart fire. Hearing Medusa's screaming screams from the fire, Lei Dong had a trace of admiration in his heart for Medusa, who never bowed his head. Looking at the cyan flame, among them, the huge purple snake is tumbling wildly with its huge body. From where thunderous eyes can see, the snake scales on the purple snake's body can be clearly seen. Soon after that, it began to twist rapidly, and the last one was scorched black by the different fire, and weakly fell from the body of the purple snake. After the snake scales fell, the red blood gurgled out, but just after the blood appeared, it was burned into nothingness by the terrifying temperature of the different fire, causing it to be on the body of the purple snake. There were dazzling traces. Squeak, squeak. Although Medusa is fierce, she is not trying to protect her people. And the reason why she wants to go further with this heaven-defying law, doesn't she also want a piece of land where the snake people can survive? Like Medusa, he worked so hard, didn't he just want to protect his people? However, even so, if Lei Dong was not 100% sure, he would not be able to fight like Medusa. After all, Medusa is not him, she will not die if she knows the original. A thunderstorm burned past. After a while, Medusa, who was burned by the flame, lost her breath. The next moment, I saw the originally clear sky, which suddenly became much darker at this time, and clouds of dark clouds that did not know where they came from, slowly enveloped the sky. Boom! Amidst the dark clouds, a roar of thunder and thunder suddenly sounded, and silver lightning flashed wildly in it, like long silver snakes. Lei Dong was waiting for this moment. The reason why he chose to help Medusa unconditionally was not just to enslave her after she became a snake. More, it is for this thunder. After seeing the appearance of thunder, Lei Dong said to the stupid Kinglin beside him, "Stay here, don't leave." Kinglin let out a silly "oh" and looked at Medusa in the fire motionlessly. Lei Dong didn't say anything. After all, this scene was really shocking. The next moment, thunder flashed. He appeared in mid-air, and at the moment when the devastating thunder and lightning struck down, thunder moved the technique and began to absorb it and refine it. Bringing thunder into the body seems to be full, but in the same way, the degree of this pain is beyond words at all. This kind of thunder is not something that can be encountered at any time, and it absorbs several times more power than ordinary thunder. Now! When the thunderbolt led the thunder into the body for a while, the whole body's fighting spirit rose sharply. The rest of the thunder smashed on Medusa's body without reservation. Although a lot of thunder and lightning were absorbed by the thunder and lightning, even if it was just a strand, the power of this thunder and lightning was extremely powerful. After all, it is the last level of bloodline improvement. Boom! The next moment, a small explosion sounded, and the dust on the ground instantly rose. Even the green scales hundreds of meters away from Medusa were directly shaken to the ground. Fortunately, the thunder's target was only Medusa's body. Fortunately, most of the thunder's power was absorbed by thunder. Therefore, Yu Wei just fainted. Kinglin. The thunder came fast, went faster, the thunder crackling sound had not completely dissipated, the dark clouds above the sky began to fade quickly, and after an instant, the hot sun once again enveloped the desert. At this time, the thunder was in the process of absorbing the thunder and lightning, and Qinglin was fainted. On the other side, Qinglian earth heart fire made Medusa's scarred and broken body completely useless at this moment. At this moment, just after refining the thunder and lightning, the strength reached the thunderbolt of the early stage of Juxing Duzong, and he looked over. Boom! The giant snake corpse on the ground suddenly made an explosion, and the black scales flew around, and a section of the corpse, Lima, turned into powder. At the moment when the giant snake's body turned into powder, a vast and terrifying aura suddenly released, and quickly enveloped the entire desert at an astonishing speed. Lei Dong didn't fear the terrifying breath at all, and leaned in on his toes. The next moment, a small and slender snake measuring only about 2 centimeters, covered with small colorful scales and lilac snake pupils, with a faintly strange feeling, a strange fresh fragrance, lingering on the body. Although it is only a snake body now, but it reveals a sense of elegance and dignity. Although the little snake is not too ferocious in appearance, it is a bit too beautiful. This beautiful creature, I am afraid that many women will forget their fear and aversion to snakes. The next moment, Lei Dong took out the companion amethyst source he had obtained in the Warcraft Mountains from Na Ring. He started his snake abduction career. The colorful sky-swallowing python seemed to have a very sensitive sense of smell, and when Thunder took it out, it was wrapped around his arm. Thundering gave it the companion amethyst source very magnificently. After taking a few bites, the colorful swallowing python's crystal-clear snake eyes throbbed with excitement and satisfaction. After she finished adding, Lei Dong said softly, "Little snake, would you like to follow this young master? As long as you are willing, this kind of thing is enough." I don't know if this colorful sky-swallowing python understands it, so it keeps spiraling on Thunder's arm. At this time, Lei Dong reached out and grabbed it into the palm of her hand. Whether she wanted it or not, a ray of colored thunder and lightning broke into her soul. Although the 7-colored little snake has spirituality, its strength has reached the level of Do Wang. However, she had just woken up after all, and when Lei Dong had fed her beautiful companion amethyst source, subconsciously, it had not resisted what Lei Dong had done. After thunder and lightning completely left his mark, the corner of Lei Dong's mouth raised, and he sneered, "From now on, this young master wants you to live, and it will be hard for you to die." The colorful sky-swallowing python looked like Thunder, with an inexplicable fear in his heart. The small snake body is even more shrunk together. After Lei Dong took it under control, he rudely lifted it and stuffed it into his arms. After that, an instant appeared in front of Kinglin. After lifting the fainted Kinglin with one hand, the next moment Thunder moved out of the desert. P.S. Collection, Recommendation, Investment. Chapter 23, 23. The Queen wakes up. Abducted Medusa, collected the green scales, and got the journey of Qinglian Earth Heart Fire to the Gama Empire, which was completely over. Next, Lei Dong only needs to wait for Gu Suner and Ling Ying to leave, and then go to pick up the ancient jade from the Xiao family. I remember the original record that at this time, the ancient jade of the Xiao family was on Xiao Zhan's body. Yuten City. After Lei Dong came back, Lei Yu reported, Lei Dong left the Xiao family for 2 days. Apart from Xiao Yan, who is refining qi, there is nothing special. After Lei Dong learned about it, he lost interest. Then after thinking about Kinglin's affairs, Lei Dong said, "Lei Fang, you go find a force from the Heavenly Snake Mansion, and grab them back for their pupil cultivation techniques." Lei Yu was stunned. Although he didn't understand why Lei Dong was interested in the pupil technique of the Heavenly Snake Mansion, since Lei Dong had explained it, he naturally did not dare to hesitate. After receiving the order, he left, and Lei Dong said to Leia, "Go and find some pills to repair the soul." After explaining the two, Lei Dong arranged a room for Kinglin and began to practice. Come out, easily improve Samsung's cultivation base, this kind of speed, except for his 13th. Who else can do it? The fighting spirit that Do Zong needs is not too much, but not too much. But no matter who it is, even a cultivator of a god-rank bloodline can't do it to continuously increase the strength of 4 or 5 stars within a year. Moreover, Lei Dong has only spent a few months now. A few days after Lei Dong started to steadily repair his base, Lei Yi and Leia rushed back one after another. The two brought back what Lei Dong wanted, and the Tongmyo cultivation technique Lei Dong handed over to Kinglin, and the soul-nourishing pills and various spiritual objects, Lei Dong all fed to the seven-colored sky-swallowing python. There are no years of cultivation, and almost a year has passed in a blink of an eye. In this year's time, under the nourishment of various soul medicines, the two seem to have merged into one. And Kinglin had also successfully reached the level of a fighting master after a year of cultivation, and she was already about to reach the level of a big fighting master. Moreover, Lei Dong deliberately asked Leia to take her to tame some Tier 5 and Tier 6 snake monsters. This also allowed Lei Dong to thoroughly see the power of Besnake Sanhua pupil. Of course, the reason why she was able to enslave the 6th order snake monster was because of the help of the two Thunder Fang. Otherwise, how can a Tier 6 beast be controlled by her little fighting master? I'm afraid it's already cold before Warcraft can look at her. But with the power of the fighting master, you can control the 6th order snake monster. Although she is only a fighting master, she can fight even if the opponent is a fighting emperor. And the victory is almost without suspense, after all, with the help of Leia and Leia. The snake monsters that she controls above the 5th level already have 2 hands. Lei Dong and Leia can now be regarded as thoroughly seeing the terrifying place of Kinglin. On this day, after Lei Dong's cultivation base was stabilized in the middle stage of the 9-star Do sect, he asked Leia, "Is it confirmed that there are no ancient people in the Xiao family?" Leia nodded and said, "Young Master Zi has already confirmed it. Unless it is a powerhouse with a half-sage level or above, the two of me will definitely be aware of it." Although Lei Dong never felt that the bodyguard next to Gu Suner would be just a little Duhuang Ling Ying. However, on the northwest continent, Lei Dong believes that the Xiao family today is not worthy of the ancients sending a semi-holy power here. Lei Dong nodded, and said, "Okay, then we will leave here tomorrow. Go to the Black Point region." When Leia heard this, both were taken aback. They don't understand. What is the operation of their young patriarch? Ming 6 months ago, the ancient people had already left. Frozen is staying here for half a year, and now, suddenly want to leave? However, Lei Dong didn't need to explain anything to the two at all. After all, although both Leia and Dozun are the peak powerhouses, they are just thunderous little followers. Moreover, what he did next, naturally, the fewer people who knew, the better. It's not that he doesn't trust the loyalty of those around him, it's just that this matter is about the future. He must not let it be exposed. After giving some explanations, Lei Dong went back to the room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to wait quietly for the night to come. When Lei Dong was meditating, he saw a white smooth jade hand stretched out from behind and put it on his shoulder. After the jade hand appeared, Lei Dong left on the bed in an instant. Looking back, a charming face that is enough to harm the country and the people comes into view. The face is flawless. It is the unique gift of the Creator. The pair of enchanting eyes are extremely attractive, as if a man will be deep after a simple glance. Deep into it. The master of this jade hand is naturally Medusa. After all, who could appear to him suddenly without letting him know? Who else besides Medusa? Appreciating the whitening of the white flowers, the corners of Lei Dong's mouth rose slightly, and a smirk said, "I didn't waste my young master's soul nourishment in vain. I woke up in less than a year." Medusa stared at Lei Dong with murderous intent in her eyes at this moment, because at the moment she woke up, she realized that she was wrong. She didn't expect that after she was promoted successfully, she would fall into a coma. Instead, the soul of the colorful sky-swallowing python took over the body. Moreover, by now, she understood why Lei Dong helped her advance. "I'm afraid I knew this a long time ago. If she is awake, even if she is dead, she will not be enslaved by thunder. But she has become a colorful python, she can't control it at all." Then she wanted to kill thunder with a single blow, but she felt that deep in her soul, an electric current stimulated the whole nerve, so she put her hand on Thunder's shoulder instead of kill it directly through the chest. "You dare to make a contract with this king's soul?" After the icy voice came out, the surrounding air seemed to be frozen a bit. However, she did not feel the thunderous coldness. After all, what she looks like now makes people excited. Seeing that Lei Dong didn't pay attention to himself, and his eyes were unusually hot. That kind of disgusting look also made her notice her current situation. Now she seemed to have nothing to hide. Sigma, degree. The next moment, before Medusa had time to find a cover, she was pushed. Omega. P.S. Seeking advice, seeking votes, seeking investment. The big guys who have the conditions are grateful for a reward. Chapter 24. Queen's Fear. Omega. After a refreshing and sweaty battle ended, Lei Dong finally completed his first career in another world. It feels so hilarious, it makes people addicted to it. It was also because of Medusa's awakening, thunderous and boring waiting, which quickly ran out of time. At this moment, Medusa looked at Thunder with an angry face, and said coldly, "Take away the things set in my soul, otherwise this king will die with you." She didn't cry or make trouble, as if nothing happened just now. But the more she was like this, the more Lei Dong felt that this woman was not easy to mess with. But after thinking about the 9-day divine thunder that she left on her soul, she didn't seem to need any panic at all. After Lei Dong adjusted his breath slightly, he looked at Medusa with a hateful expression and said, "Medusa, I advise you to be smarter. From the moment you met this young master, your life has not belonged to you. I want to die with this young master, you are not worthy." When the thunderous words fell, Medusa was about to get angry, as if she wanted to explode. It can be seen that she is not joking, but really wants to die together with Thunder. After all, how arrogant as she is, how could he be willing to be enslaved? Moreover, judging from Lei Dong's performance just now, she knew that if this contract was puzzled, she has no future at all. Under such circumstances, even if she became a peerless powerhouse, what's the use? However, just when she was about to threaten thunderously, the grudge she had just picked up instantly dissipated. Moreover, the next moment, she only felt a thunder and lightning harass her whole body. Although this pain was not as strong as the different fire body refining, the current was not against her body, but the soul. Ah! The pain of the soul is more terrifying than the pain of the body. It was so painful that she found out the moment she rolled to the ground. Not to mention being born, even wanting to die is simply an extravagant hope. Lei Dong simply let Medusa feel it, and stopped when she saw her howling. At this time, Lei Dong treated each other coldly, and said, "Now do you understand your status?" The painful torture that just came out of the soul made Medusa never want to go through the second time in her life. After hearing what Lei Dong said, he looked up and was stared at by those indifferent gazes. Medusa, the dignified queen of the desert snake race, felt fear for the first time in his life. Medusa pretended to be calm and said, "Put away your dirty thoughts and kill me, or I will kill you one day." Ha ha ha! Lei Dong laughed when he heard it. Then he said, "This young master has already said that now life and death are no longer in your control. Give you one night and think about how you will face this young master in the future. You will have a better life by setting your own position. Otherwise, you will feel the experience just now every day. Oh, by the way, don't think about seeking death. Even if I'm not by your side, I can feel it right away. As long as you think about suicide, this young master will stop it right away." Although Lei Dong looked harmless to humans and animals, every word he said made Medusa feel that this was a complete demon. When the words fell, Lei Dong turned and left the room. Following that, he left towards the Xiao family. After a few breaths, Lei Dong arrived in the Xiao family compound. After he arrived, Lei Dong searched for Xiao Zhan's residence. Just before he arrived at Xiao Zhan's house, he felt that Medusa was dishonest again. "Hurt, why bother?" Lei Dong sneered, muttering to himself. Following that, the colored thunder and lightning condensed slightly. In the inn, Medusa, who didn't want to be enslaved for a lifetime, recovered some physical strength. Just thinking about blew up here. However, as soon as her thoughts arose, the next moment she felt the pain coming from the depths of her soul. This heart-piercing pain made her unable to resist. After the time for a stick of incense passed, Medusa was sweating. The clothes I just changed were drenched with sweat again. It wasn't until a moment later that she had the strength to get up on her stomach. She now believes what Lei Dong said. To her, death is already a very extravagant thing. After Medusa regained a bit of strength, she sat on the bed blankly. Unconsciously, 2 lines of tears flowed out. She shed tears for the first time since becoming the queen of the desert. Queen Medusa, who was once so famous, has now fallen into this field. How can it not be uncomfortable in my heart? She regrets it very much now. Why did she choose to evolve even though she knew that Lei Dong was not credible before? The other side. It was only after about the end of a stick of incense that Lei Dong recovered the lightning. After waiting for another moment, after confirming that Medusa was honest, he dived into Xiao Zhan's room. After Xiao Yan's mother died, Xiao Zhan never remarried several wives and concubines. After all, he is the leader of a family, and the vitality of the people on the Doqi continent is also very long. He is only half 100 years old, how could he be willing to stay alone? After Lei Dong glanced at Xiao Zhan on the bed, a soul force shielded the two of them. After displaying his soul power in the early days of the heaven, let alone thunderously searching for an ancient jade. Even if everyone in the Xiao family was killed, Xiao Zhan wouldn't feel it. Then Lei Dong began to look for the location of the ancient jade. After a while, Lei Dong found fragments of ancient jade in a locker in Xiao Zhan. Looking at the ancient jade of the Xiao clan that is exactly the same as the ancient jade of the Lei clan, Lei moved his heart and said, "It is not in vain that Master Ben has been waiting here for a year." After putting it away, Lei Dong recovered his soul power and left. The whole process can be said to be unconscious. The next day, Lei Dong opened the door and saw Medusa sitting there in a daze with slightly swollen eyes. Lei Dong said displeased, "Medusa, this young master doesn't like your appearance very much." Medusa heard the words and said coldly, "You can kill me, but you want me to be a plaything, wishful thinking." Lei Dong sneered and said, "You will be willing, otherwise all the snake people in the deep desert will die. Would you like this young master to send someone to solve some?" Medusa stunned when she heard it, and said furiously, "If you dare to do something to my people, this king must kill you." Lei, go to the Tagore desert to kill 2 snake people fighting kings, and bring their heads back. As if he hadn't heard Medusa's threat, Lei Dong gave an order to the outside. There was a sound from the horse outside the house, and said, "Yes." Following this, Medusa only felt a powerful breath leaving here. She had a bad heart, and wanted to get up and chase after her. After all, her people were innocent. However, before she had time to act, she was controlled by thunder. Medusa, who could not move anymore, completely believed what Lei Dong said at this moment. He is serious, not kidding. At this moment, Medusa really panicked, and hurriedly said softly, "No, no. I promise you not to do anything to my people. Now that you know to beg for mercy, don't you think it's too late?" Lei Dong smiled, said coldly, and said, "This time I just let you understand, this young master speaks the same thing." Although Medusa was furious, she did not dare to say anything harsh to provoke thunder. And just half an hour later, Lei Dong came to Lei Dong carrying the corpses of the 2 snake human clan fighting kings. These 2 snake men fighting kings are the leaders of 2 of the snake men tribes. After seeing the dead bodies of the 2 fighting kings, Medusa no longer had any resistance in her heart. Lei Dong said again, "What, my queen? Can I act now?" At this moment, where does Medusa dare to say a no? P.S. Recommend, invest, collect. It would be even better if you have the conditions to give a reward. Chapter 25, 25. Sea Heart Flame. After the group of 5 people left Yuten City, Lei Dong asked Leia to take Medusa and Kinglan to move her tribe to the territory of the Lei clan in Zhongzhou. Medusa was originally unwilling, after all, now and Lei Dong leave. She was just to give her people a sense of security, but Lei Dong seemed to see through her thoughts completely. And also told her, once take her away from the northwest continent. What happened to the snake people here, Thunder won't be able to take care of it. Moreover, she did not even think about coming back to rescue Medusa, because the place where she will stay in the future cannot be reached in a day or two. Of course, if it is a fighting sage, it can naturally be done. However, for the sake of an ignorant Medusa, Lei Dong will send a fighting saint powerhouse to help? Obviously, this is simply impossible. In the end, after careful consideration, Medusa still compromised, because she knew it. Even if all the members of the snake race were wiped out, she wouldn't have the opportunity to escape the control of Thunder. Since she can't come back, what else will the people stay here? Is it bullied? And Lei Dong rushed towards the Black Point region with Thunder Fang, where some of the opportunities here appeared, and Lei Dong was not clear, but the High Xin Yan and Falling Heart Flame could already be taken away. After half a month. At the Maple City in the Black Point region. This city was established after Han Feng reached the 6th rank alchemist. The 6th rank alchemist was absolutely able to eat in the Black Point region. Moreover, his own strength is not bad, and with High Xinyan, he can even fight against the powerhouse of Dozong level. Of course, this is just good in Lei Dong's view. In his eyes, Han Feng is nothing more than an ant. After Lei Dong and Leia arrived at his mansion, Leia said, Han Feng, get out quickly, my master wants to see you. After a word fell, the coercion of Dozun's peak instantly appeared in the entire Maple City. Han Feng, who was still wondering where to find a different fire to improve himself, was taken aback when he heard the loud noise. Then he felt a strong pressure. This coercive force, even older than the previous medicine, is not different. Knowing that the person who came may be a strong person in Dozun, or even a top existence in Dozun. Han Feng naturally didn't dare to stay longer, and flew out in a hurry. However, before he got close to Lei Dong's side, he was directly pressed by Leia's formidable pressure and lay on the ground. The feeling of being so strong that he couldn't breathe, made Han Feng recognize his own weakness. He hurriedly begged for mercy and said, Venerable, Venerable, please forgive me. Lei Dong said bluntly at this time, Han Feng, this young master is here only for the High Xinyan in your body. If you are conscious, you can avoid death, if not, you will undoubtedly die today. Han Feng heard the words and looked at Thunder. Only then did he understand that it was not the one who made the shot. At the same time, there was a sense of curiosity about Lei Dong's identity. However, in the current situation, no one gave him consideration for other time and opportunities. Han Feng immediately took High Xinyan out, and then cut off his contact with High Xinyan. At the moment when Han Feng lost High Xinyan, Lei Dong clearly felt his original strength at the peak of Do Huang, and quickly shrank to 7-star Do Huang. Moreover, because of the fact that he had just lost the alien fire, coupled with the coercion of Thunder Ye, Han Feng at this moment can be described as extremely weak. Lei Dong sneered and said, Yes, Han Feng, you're pretty interesting. Lei Dong said. Lei removed his coercion. After being relieved, Han Feng took out a pill and swallowed it in his stomach. Lei Dong didn't have much interest in paying attention to how Han Feng was recovering, but turned around and left. He came here because Han Feng was so intrigued. He naturally had no reason to kill him. Han Feng, who had recovered some vindictiveness, watched the leaving Thunder with clenched fists. Depressed in my heart. The strange fire that he had only gotten so hard was just like this, so he was snatched away by others, so wouldn't he be depressed? However, his subordinates are all powerful, so how can he provoke such a person? Having survived for so long in Black Point region, Han Feng is not a fool either. It is clear who can provoke and who he cannot provoke. After Leia and Lei Dong left, Leia was puzzled. Master, why don't you just kill him to make fire? Lei Dong said quietly, Han Feng is a smart man. He is just a mere Do Huang, do you think he dare to have revenge? As he said, Lei Dong sneered again and said, even if he dares to have it, but with his little strength, what kind of waves can he make? Leia naturally understood what Lei Dong said, but he preferred a solution that was able to use his hands as little as possible. Of course, it's not just him, it's the same for the entire Thunder clan. Unless they are encountering ancient races, perhaps they will still have a leeway. As for other forces, in their eyes not worthy. Every ancient race has such a proud idea. After all, they are descendants of Emperor Do. Dealing with those families that don't even have a fighting sage, obviously lowered the ranks. Lei Dong did not continue this topic, but said, let's go to Canaan College to stay for a while. Before leaving to travel, Lei Dong had already told Mantianka that he would come here to subdue the strange fire. I believe he has already explained Sujian. Now Lei Dong's falling heart inflammation has been moisturized and matured by him. If he refines another falling heart flame, after the two are combined, Lei Dong is confident that his strength will double. P.S. Thank you for a reward of 300 book coins and 100 hits. Thank you Soaring for the reward of 2,000 book coins. Thanks for the mature and stable reward of 100 book coins, and thank the entertainment fans for the reward of 123,456 500 book coins. Seeking, collection, recommendation, investment. The qualified bosses are asking for a reward. After all, if a new book wants to be opened now, it depends on the early rewards. Of course. As the saying goes, if you have money, you have a money market, but you don't have money for a personal market. Finally, say it again, step aside, step aside. Chapter 26, 26. Conquer Meteor Heart. The two traversed the Blackhorn region, and it only took one day to arrive at the inner courtyard of Canaan College. Looking at the inner courtyard in front of me, there is an extremely large depression basin. Looking at the shape of this basin, it is like a huge meteorite falling from the sky, smashing out. In the basin, towering buildings stand among them. From a condescending observation, you can see flea-like black shadows flashing and jumping on the buildings, and the line of sight spreads forward, but it is found that the area of the basin is so large. Somewhat surprisingly, the line of sight reaches the end, but still only the towering buildings and lush green can be seen. And just as Lei Dong and Leia stepped into the inner courtyard, the old man stepped into the air and appeared in front of Lei Dong. Your Excellency, why did you come to my Canaan College? When Lei Dong heard this, he scanned the old man in front of him, and he looked like a three-star fighting sect. In Canaan College, besides the great elder Sujian, who else can there be? Lei Dong said quietly, I am Lei Dong, the young patriarch of the Lei clan. So Kyunwen was stunned, and he immediately reacted in the next moment. This is the boss. Ili said, see the young patriarch. Man Kyunka had previously sent a letter specifically to explain to Sujian that Lei Dong was coming to make fire. Although Sujian didn't want Canaan Academy to lose its strange fire, he also knew that the academy was not hot, whether it was Mankyunki or Thunder, he didn't care at all. After all, the younger generation of this academy seems to be the best, but compared with the younger generation of the ancient race, they are simply dumb 10 streets. Lei Dong waved his hand and said, Elder Sujian, take me to get Falling Heart Flame. Although So Kyunyi knew the intention of the thunderous movement, if Canaan College really lost the Falling Heart, I am afraid that most of the students with outstanding talents will leave, right? So Sujian wanted to persuade Thunder. After hesitating, he said, Young Patriarch, the reason why Canaan College is well known throughout the northwestern continent, and some forces in central state send their family children here is because of the heavenly burning gas tower supported by this falling heart flame. If so, I really took away this strange fire, I'm afraid Canaan Academy will lose a lot. Lei Dong sneered when he heard the words and looked at So Kyandeo, although Canaan College was founded by my Lei clan elder Man Kyunki. However, Elder Sujian, I want to ask you, this Canaan College student, after graduation, is that for my Thunder clan? So Kyunyi was taken aback, he wanted to say that although they had good talents, but compared with the Lei clan's children, it was still much worse. Under such circumstances, even if they want to join the Thunder clan will not take them in, right? However, if this is the case, does Lei Dong need to care about Canaan College? Su Jian was silent for a while, and at the same time he was also clear. Thunder and fire are something that no one can stop. Seeing Su Jian's silence, Lei Dong said again, now, this young master is making fire, what else does Elder Su Jian have? Young patriarch, forgive me. Su Jian sighed slightly in his heart, and then said, young patriarch, please, I will take you to get fire. After a while, Su Jian brought Lei Dong to the front of the Tianfen gas refining tower. After that, Su Jian ordered all the students who were cultivating inside to retreat. After dispersing them, Su Jian and the elders of Do Wang and Do Huang in the inner courtyard took action together and unlocked the seal on Falling Heart Yan. When the seal was unlocked, Lei Dong let Lei Fang guard him, and he jumped straight down. It is not difficult for Lei Dong to refine the Falling Heart flame below. After all, his current strength is 9-star Do Zone. Coupled with the help of the 9 heavens divine thunder and the falling heart inflammation in the body, it is not difficult to swallow it. After the thunder moved to the depths of the magma, there was a fire python that couldn't see the whole body, the body was almost transparent, the skull and feet were huge, and the whole body was covered with invisible flames. Its appearance brings up the majestic energy that makes the space turbulent. Lei Dong was taken aback for a moment. Obviously, the falling heart flame here was more than a star and a half stronger than the one in his body. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the falling heart inflammation in his body was trembling slightly. Grumble. The transparent fire python, which is too large to see its end, is like being imprisoned for thousands of years. It raises its huge head, sharp enough to make the sound waves of an ordinary fighting spirit blast its body on the spot, rapidly spreading out. With the spread of that sound wave, the world of magma was like being thrown into countless bombs. The low roar sounded continuously, the magma shot violently, and flames spurted everywhere. At the moment when the fire python erupted, a wave of 9-color thunder and lightning appeared in his hand. Although today's 9 heavens god thunder has not fully recovered. However, based on Lei Dong's years of training, Lei Dong is confident that he will not lose this falling heart inflammation. Now! Boom! The moment the two energies collided, the magma instantly boiled. It even seemed like a volcanic eruption outside. The violent energy explosion jittered, causing the nearby space to vibrate endlessly. Lei Dong knows that there are thousands of salamanders underneath, among which there are a few semi-holy ones. He didn't want to spend time with falling heart inflammation here. Otherwise, who knows if he will become the next venerable Skyfire. Thunder Fury Juxiao. Now! A stream of electric current radiated from around the thunder's body, and then directly rushed to the fire python. When the fire python saw this, he twisted his huge and transparent body into a ball to resist the thunder strike. Boom! After Lei Dong saw the fire python resisted, the 9-colored thunder in his hand formed a chain of colored thunder. Go straight to the fire python. Because he knew that everything was futile without catching the body of falling heart flame. When Lei Lian tied the falling heart yan, Lei Dong's hands were gathering fighting spirit. Thunder breaks the universe. When the thunderbolt released this blow to the controlled fire python, the top of the fire python turned into a cover-like thing from the thunder and lightning. The next moment, This thunder cover full of lightning attributes directly suppressed the fire python. Boom! All the breath was locked in the hood, and then he exploded directly. After a tiny mushroom cloud floated up, Thunderbolt pulled the thunder chain, and saw that the original fire python had disappeared. At this time, what appeared in front of Thunder was the original fire of Falling Heart Flame. It can be seen that the power of that blow just now is so violent. Thunder Breaks the Universe is the only mid-level combat skill that Lei Dong can learn now. It was exactly the fighting skill given by the ancestor of the Lei clan Dowdy a few years ago, but the learning requirement for this fighting skill must be after arriving in Duzong. Lei Dong didn't quite understand at first, but now he understands why. Because the consumption of this grudge is really terrifying. If you don't have Dozong, your body is not strong enough. He couldn't use this technique at all, and he was likely to suffer a strong backlash. Hey! Lei Dong looked at the original fire in front of him and heaved a sigh of relief. Take out a pill from NAG and take it, after conditioning it for a while. Lei Dong put away the original fire. He was not in a hurry to refining. After receiving the abnormal fire, Lei Dong walked directly outside. Upon coming out, I saw that the original Tianburn gas refining tower had been completely scrapped. The elders of the inner courtyard were even more ashamed, and this was Thunder Tooth again, if not. Today, the senior officials of Canaan College are afraid that they will suffer heavy casualties. P.S. The title name is indeed a bit useless. It's like naming it, so bear with it. Ask for recommendation, collection, book list, investment, finally, I shamelessly ask for a reward. Of course, we still do what we can. As long as you can subscribe after it's on the shelves. Asterisk. Chapter 27, 27. Abduct Xian. After the thunder movement came out, Lei Yaxing stepped forward and hurriedly said, Master, are you not injured? The movement just made really surprised him. If it weren't for the thunderous movement that made him wait here, he really wanted to go down. Of course, this was because he could feel that the thunderous aura was not weak, so he waited anxiously here, otherwise, Raya would have gone down to help. After all, if something happened to Lei Dong, their family, I'm afraid there is no need for it to exist. Lei Dong shook his head and said, It's okay, it's just a bit expensive. This falling heart inflammation is really hard to deal with. Then Lei Dong looked at the messy place outside, and said to So Qiandao, your college's instructor. Are there any injuries? Su Jian shook his head, and said with a look of rejoicing, Fortunately, there is the help of the Venerable, we are not hurt. Lei Dong nodded, and then said, Su Jian, I heard that you adopted a little girl of unknown origin. Although Su Jian had some doubts, how did Lei Dong know about this, but he was a young patriarch, even though he was not a member of the Lei clan. However, his boss man Qunqi is a. Therefore, after Lei Dong asked, he immediately responded, Yes, young patriarch. Bring her to see me. As Ziai Yan is a unit with unlimited future achievements, Lei Dong will naturally take away his training. Putting it at Canaan College is a waste of her powerful talent. Su Jian heard that, not daring to slack off, turned around and left here. As for the tutors in the inner courtyard, they were all sent away by him. Lei Dong looked at the dilapidated Tianfen gas refining tower, and was slightly dazed for a moment. Leia wondered, Master, what's the matter? Is something wrong? Lei Dong shook his head and said, Nothing, just thinking about one thing. Lei Dong was just thinking about whether or not to give Ziai Yan to Zhu Kun to train, but after thinking about it carefully, it was not the subordinates he had cultivated. Can you be loyal to yourself? Moreover, he was not going to open this ancient emperor cave mansion before the emperor fighting. In that case, why should he go to Zukan to show off the favor of Dog P? As for going down to see the style of the ancient emperor cave mansion? Lei Dong thinks, let's forget it, just look at it and can't open it. If you go down, you have to pretend to be a grandson. If this is the case, why do you want to see it? After a while, Su Jian came over with a little girl in purple clothes who seemed to be only 11 or 2 years old. The little girl is wearing a purple dress, with purple hair standing at her waist, and her small soft cheeks are extremely white and tender, and she is very cute. Now he is still in his childhood, and he has such a beauty. Lei Dong was a little moved. How evil will she become the new dragon emperor in the future? Lei Dong made the decision the moment he saw Zia Yan. This little girl, he has taken care of it. Su Jian respectfully said, young patriarch, her name is Xian. I met it when I was in the mountains. Lei Dong nodded in satisfaction, and said, very well, old man, if you don't want to stay in this Canaan college anymore, you can come to my Lei clan to find Elder Man Qianqi for an errand at any time. If anyone disagrees, you can come to me. Su Jian's affairs are beautiful, and Lei Dong naturally can't lead people away. Moreover, the Lei clan took in one Su Jian, which was not much more than one. And Su Jian is overjoyed. Although he has no idea how strong he is against the Lei clan. However, thinking of his boss, Dean Man Qianqi, a high-level semi-sage powerhouse. That was just a slight elder of the Lei clan. It can be imagined that the power of the Thunder clan is definitely not simple. Su Jian bent down and said, Patriarch Xie Shao. Lei Dong waved his hand and looked at Zia Yan again. With a slight smile, Zia Yan, would you like to follow me? In the future, I will make you a peerless powerhouse. Who are you? Why are you taking me away? Where are you taking me? Zia Yan looked at the thunder with a smile and some enchanting face, and she was a little obsessed for a while. It's not that she is an idiot, but that Lei Dong looks so handsome. Lei Dong threw a bottle of level 6 medicine to Zia Yan, and then said, I am the young patriarch of the Thunder clan, follow me, you can use this medicine as a bean every day. After Zia Yan took the bottle, she opened it and sniffed it slightly, and the scent of pill came out in an instant. So Qunwei on the side said in a daze, this is a 6th grade pill. Zia Yan heard the words, glanced at Thunder, and saw that he hadn't spoken, and then she threw a bottle of pill into her mouth and ate it. Taking the pill, Zia Yan said contentedly, brother, as long as I follow you, will I be able to eat this kind of food every day in the future? Zia Yan at the moment is like a very sensible little loli, she looks so cute. Lei Dong nodded and said quietly, naturally, as long as you listen to me, I will train you to become a peerless power in the future. Zia Yan came to Lei Dong without even thinking about it, and said with joy, okay, big brother, I must listen to you, but don't lie to me. Although Zia Yan didn't think this beautiful young man would lie to herself, but 6-pin pill to eat as jelly beans? This is obviously not shown. After all, she has eaten the highest grade pill so far, which is only the 4th rank. It was only after she experienced various obstacles that she got it, and she gave it back to the old man Su Jian for a long time afterwards. Lei Dong continued to abduct it and said, naturally, let alone 6-pin pills, even the 7-pin pills can be given to you. Su Jian next to him looked full of envy. Don't talk about the 7-pin pill, even the 6-pin pill, he didn't have a few pills. But now Xian only needs to call her brother, and these 6 or 7 pills can be eaten as jelly beans. This is so envious. How Su Jian wished he was a little lowly at this moment. No wonder he thinks so, after all, in his opinion, Lei Dong must like little girls to do this. Of course, he just thinks about these things, after all, he knows that this is not realistic at all. Even if he is also a woman, he may not be able to get into the eyes of Thunder. Chapter 28, 28. Geocentric Condensed Milk, Part 1. After successfully fooling Xian, Lei Dong didn't say any nonsense. With Xian and Lei Iya, the 3 of them left Canaan's inner courtyard. After leaving Canaan Academy, Lei Dong looked at Lei Iya next to him and said, Lei Iya, now I am going to the Hui clan. However, you can't go back now. You are going to the Black Seal City in the Black Point region to find me something. The time has not come yet, and things such as the demon-fired picture, the Bodhi child, etc. have not yet appeared. However, it is fast to come, but he has no intention of staying here anymore. He is ready to go back and improve his strength. Leia wondered, young patriarch, don't know what you need. Leia is a little puzzled, what does his Lei clan do not have? Why wait in this little black corner field? Lei Dong took out a remnant of the demon fire from the ring, and handed it to Leia. Remember, it's mainly this remnant. In addition, there is also Bodhi. After Lei Dong gave Leia a broken picture, he told Leia about all the opportunities available here. After Leia wrote down one by one, he said, young patriarch, or the subordinate first send you back to the Lei clan, you go back by yourself, your subordinates are really a little worried. Although Lei Dong is now the 9-star Do sect, this strength is not bad in the northwest continent. But in Zhongzhou, it's not enough. Not afraid of 10,000, but also afraid of what happens. Lei Dong smiled and said, don't worry, this young master is not a person who is idle and looking for trouble. Speaking of, Lei Dong suddenly remembered the condensed milk of Canaan Academy. Although the thing is not very useful to him, it is extremely great for some people around him. Then Lei Dong looked at Ziyan and said, Ziyan, we are going back to Canaan College. Ah! Ziyan was taken aback for a moment, she finally came out, she didn't want to go back. Moreover, at this time Lei Dong suddenly asked her to go back, Ziyan wondered if she would not be wanted. At the next moment, Ziyan looked pitiful and looked at Lei Dong and pleaded softly, Big brother, Ziyan will be very obedient. You can take me away. Okay? I don't want to stay in Canaan College. Lei Dong curled his lips and said, who said that the young master is going to send you back, but he just felt a trace of the treasure, so he decided to go back and get it. Ziyan breathed a sigh of relief. She was still a little flustered, but she didn't panic instantly. Then he said, Big brother, what kind of treasures are you looking for? I can take you there. I find these things very good, there are a few guards in the Canaan Academy that I can't beat, otherwise, now all the treasures here have been snatched away by me. Lei Dong just didn't know where the geocentric condensed milk was, so he said again, really, take my brother to find the monsters you can't beat, my brother will vent your anger for you. When Ziyan heard that Lei Dong was going to vent her anger, she overjoyed and said, okay. Big brother, let's go. Lei Dong said to Leia again, Leia, do what I told you, no matter what method is used, when you come back, I only need things. When the words fell, Lei Dong and Ziyan left here in an instant, and returned to Canaan Academy again. Half a day later, after solving a few Tier 6 monsters, Lei Dong still did not encounter the snow demon Sky Ape who was guarding the condensed milk at the center of the earth. It shocked Su Jian, but Lei Dong just told him to vent his anger to Ziyan again, leaving them alone. Su Jian left again. After solving several Tier 6 beasts in a row, Lei Dong really didn't have much patience. He wondered, Ziyan, isn't there a snow demon Sky Ape in the beasts you can't beat? Ziyan paused, pouting her mouth and nodding, yes. The reason why Ziyan didn't bring Lei Dong to find the snow demon Sky Ape in the beginning. That's because the strength of this monster is almost the same as hers. But every time someone got angry, Ziyan left with only a humiliated face. For Ziyan, being beaten by a gorilla is also a very shameful thing. Therefore, she originally didn't want Lei Dong to know, but who knows, Lei Dong actually asked. Lei Dong asked, even though she felt a little embarrassed, she still confessed. Lei moved his heart with joy, and at the same time he felt that he shouldn't pretend to be 13, just let Ziyan take him to find it. Lei Dong didn't know what Ziyan thought, and immediately said, go, lead the way. What I want is exactly what the monster guards. Ziyan was obedient to Lei Dong's words. In the next moment, he led thunder movement towards the territory of the snow demon heavenly ape. And the reason why she is like this is that she is still waiting for the pill to be eaten as candy. Otherwise, what if Lei Dong is Dozong? With the top bloodline in her body, how could she be so well behaved because of her natural arrogance? After a while, the two came to the territory of the snow demon heavenly ape. When Lei Dong and Zia Yan just arrived at the entrance of the cave, the snow demon sky ape came out, and the tier 5 demon looked at Zia Yan and said, "Why are you this little guy again? Are you annoying?" "What?" Although the snow demon sky ape felt the suppression of blood in Zia Yan's body. However, after playing against Xian several times and leaving, there was no powerful monster to spare, and then he was no longer afraid. Zia Yan heard it, and said forcefully, "Gorilla, you are less arrogant, let's see how Grandma Ant cleans you today." When the words were over, Zia Yan put away her sturdy temperament, looked at Lei Dong and asked for help, "Big brother, get it away." Lei Dong also wanted to laugh at Zia Yan's character. Following that, Lei Dong appeared in front of the snow demon sky ape in a flash. Punch out! Bang! The next moment, the huge body of the snow demon sky ape flew out in a straight line with a swish. Palm thunder! Boom! After it hit the mountain, Lei Dong directly killed it with a palm. Killing a snow demon sky ape in seconds is simple and effortless. Seeing Xian Hu Lei Dong killed a tier 6 monster several times in seconds, she was not surprised by the death of this gorilla. After solving the snow demon sky ape, Lei Dong and Zia Yan walked into the cave. Chapter 29, 29. Geocentric Condensed Milk, Part 2. After entering the cave, the two quickly found geocentric condensed milk. For this kind of fancy art, who would have thought that it would appear in such a place? The geocentric body milk, born under the earth, is the pure power of the earth that has gone through years of squeezing and has become a fog shape for 100 years, called the geocentric fog, which has the miraculous effect of a solid, condensed for 1,000 years, and becomes a liquid shape. Those with higher quality are treated as geocentric body tempering milk, with the miraculous effect of washing bones, and, because of the extremely pure and huge earth power, it can even help some people who have reached the peak of the rank to break through. The barrier between the steps, of course, naturally has a high chance of failure. Of course, Lei Dong is not needed, after all, he is of the blood of the gods. Cultivation was originally unimpeded, but even he didn't need it. It will not be left to Xiao Yan. After all, he didn't kill him, because of him, he could still attract firepower. But it does not mean that Lei Dong can allow him to grow infinitely. Lei Dong liked the feeling of being in control of everything. With him, Xiao Yan would always be nothing but fish. Generally speaking, because of the harsh conditions for the formation of this kind of geocentric body quenching milk, few people have actually encountered it, and Lei Dong even feels that this thing is almost the same as it was specially arranged for Xiao Yan. After Lei Dong took away all the real earth-tempered condensed milk, he took Zia Yan and left Canaan College. This time, his goal of going out to practice had already been achieved. Zia Yan, Medusa, and Kinglin all conquered, and he had all the opportunities for Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, Sea Heart Flame, Falling Heart Flame, Bone Spirit Cold Fire and Xiao Yan. Lei Dong is very curious, is Xiao Yan still learning to Fenju? In fact, he expected him to learn Fenju, after all, only in this way would Xiao Yan's future achievements be even lower. After all, let alone the strange fire, even the purple fire of the Lion King, he won't get a wisp of it. Since it is destined to be an enemy, how could Lei Dong give him a chance to rise up and pretend to be waste? It must look like a waste. Half a year later, Lei Dong brought Zia Yan back to the Lei clan. Although Lei Dong's cultivation base did not stop on the way, he only reached the peak of Dozong in the end. Without the opportunity of heaven, material, and earth treasures, just normal cultivation, this speed is no longer slow. But for Lei Dong, it seems to be a little bit worse. After entering the Thunder Realm through Sky Thunder City, Ziyan was slightly surprised. She originally thought that Lei Dong's home was in that city. But I didn't want to know that there was still a small world in Thunder City on this day. Moreover, this small world is several times larger than a city outside. Big brother, is this your home? Although Ziyan was only a Do Wang, she had also heard that the Dosheng powerhouse could create a space for living by herself. Lei Dong nodded and looked at Ziyan with a surprised look and said, "Yes, this is my home, and of course it can be yours in the future." Ziyan heard it, her face was a little lonely, because she didn't have a home. Since she was born, she had lived a life of thousands of hardships. If she hadn't met the old man Sujian, she would be afraid now. Whether it is alive or not is a question. "Ziyan, how is your birth? It's not something you or I can control. Look a little, and, aren't you very good now? When you grow up for a while, do you want your brother to take you to your clan?" With such an expression on Ziyan, Lei Dong doesn't understand what she is thinking. Isn't it just because she feels abandoned? Ziyan shook her head and said with an indifferent expression, "Since they have abandoned me, why should I look for them?" The corners of Lei Dong's mouth rose slightly, and he said, "Let's talk about these things later. You will be a member of my Lei clan from today. The Dragon Island where the Taigzu ancient dragon is located is a must. After all, there is a 9 profound golden thunder in the Void Thunder Pool. If it is absorbed, Lei Dong believes that his strength will definitely be a big step forward. Moreover, Taigzu ancient dragon is the overlord of the Warcraft clan. After controlling them, it is also a big help. And Kinglin only needs to be well trained. In the future, as long as he controls a few fighting saints of the 9 Netherland Python, then Lei Dong can already control 2 of the 3 overlord races in the Beast region. As for the Yan clan ally, Lei Dong has actually distrusted it until now. After all, allies will never be more loyal than controlled subordinates. However, the premise is to immediately improve themselves and their strength. Kinglin's loyal Thunderbolt doesn't have to worry about anything at all. As for Ziyan, Lei Dong said that he could be unfaithful to himself when he was raised. Ziyan nodded gratefully after hearing what Lei Dong said. Then he asked softly, "Big brother, why are you so good to me?" "Because you are beautiful." Hearing this, Ziyan's small face was full of joy. Although she was at least 1,000 years old, to Taigzu, she was nothing more than a child. Coupled with the harmless expression on Lei Dong's face, she didn't understand it too deeply. I only thought that Lei Dong was complimenting her. Moreover, Ziyan is also grateful for Lei Dong. Thinking of what she said when she was in Canaan College, Ziyan said, "When I grow up, how about my brother marrying me?" Lei Dong was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Okay. But you will be so beautiful until you grow up. My brother will marry you." The two chatted while walking towards Lei Dong's residence. Along the way, except for some of the Lei clan guards who came out to salute, Lei Dong didn't bump into anyone else. After Lei Dong returned home, he learned that his nest had been forcibly moved away from the place. What a sad thing about Lei Dong, after all, he is not alone now. He also has a daughter-in-law, so living with his parents is really inconvenient. After throwing Ziyan to her new residence, Lei Dong came over. After all, he was almost 3 years away from home. What if you don't fulfill your filial piety? Although in this world, these are not important. But Lei Dong is not an aboriginal here. "Mother, are you and Dad planning to give birth to a brother for me?" Hoya was originally filled with the joy of her son's return, and because her son finally got the hang of it, she was very happy with the girl. And have been asking how Medusa and others attracted him? Moreover, Xian and Kinglin look so small, what did Lei Dong think about? But when she was in the gossip, after hearing what Lei Dong said, she also made a big red face. He said with shame, "You bastard, have you been out for a few years and don't know what your surname is?" Even your old lady dare to tease. Seeing that Huoyu was about to strike, Lei Dong turned around and ran out. Moreover, he said to Huoyu, "Mother, even if you are making me a younger brother or younger sister, I won't have any opinions." But after Huoyu watched Lei Dong burst out suddenly, Do Zong's peak strength was instantly exposed to her. For more than 2 years, even though she had only improved her 4-star strength, she couldn't tell from her eyesight that Lei Dong breakthrough Do Zun was already close at hand. If Lei Dong can break through recently, then he would be a 19-year-old Do Zun. Although there are indeed many young people with outstanding talents in this generation, the 19-year-old Do Zun is still a Do Zun who has not fully awakened his blood. How many? Like the Lei clan's strongest thunderclouds, thunderstorms, and thunderstorms, they are only now moving towards the Do Zong stage. Once the coming-of-age ceremony is reached and the blood awakening is carried out, the people of the ancient race will be improved a step further. For his son's future achievements, Huoyu is also increasingly looking forward to it. Chapter 30. Thunder and Fire. After Lei Dong returned to his new den, Lei Dong saw that Qinglin and Ziyan were chatting and laughing in the living room. After Lei Dong came in, the two women looked over at the same time. "Big brother." "Master." Lei Dong nodded, and then said, "What are you two doing here?" Qinglin and Medusa came back with Leia with the snake people. The snake people were arranged by Leia to survive in the jungle of the Lei clan's outer territory, and Medusa was naturally brought back into the Thunder Realm. "Big brother, we are waiting for you." After hearing what Ziyan said, Lei Dong said again, "What's the matter?" After he returned, he had already explained that the clan provided Ziyan and Qinglin with resources for cultivation. Moreover, Qinglin's cultivation base at this time had reached the peak stage of the Great Fighter. Presumably, it will be possible to break through Douling soon. And, because of her special talent, Lei Dong also specially found a snake control technique for her. The reason was that Qinglin built a snake net for him so that he could learn about the world. Of course, although Qinglin has practiced hard, but now her strength, the snake net can only spread all over the Thunder Realm hundreds of miles. After the cultivation matter was resolved, Lei Dong didn't think there was anything else the two women could do. "That's why I was curious." At this time, Qinglin lowered her head and said, "Master, Sister Huaji doesn't seem to like us. Have we done something wrong?" Lei Dong heard the words and said quietly, "You don't need to care about her, it's a good practice. In Lei clan, no one can control you except me. But I don't like useless people. If you can't keep up with me, don't said that even if she is I will not train you anymore." Lei Dong is a realistic person, and beauty is not important to him. Therefore, those who say that Lei Dong is sordid, you have to figure it out. Bringing Xian and the others back, just because they are so talented. Upon hearing this, the two women hurriedly said in unison, "You can rest assured, young master, elder brother, I will definitely work hard to cultivate." For two girls who have been bullied since childhood, they long for a home. Now that it's hard to get there, and has been appreciated by Thunder, the two women will naturally not slacken their efforts. Lei Dong nodded in satisfaction, and took out the well-divided vials of geocentric quenched milk and gave them to Xian and Qinglin, "Then go and practice with peace of mind." "That's right for you." After giving the two women earth-centered condensed milk, the two women went back to their own house. And Lei Dong didn't go to Medusa first, but walked towards the fiery room. He, the host, is back, but this girl won't come out to greet him? If you don't go to see her, I'm afraid I don't know who is in charge here. In Huaji's residence, Lei Dong opened the door directly without any politeness. This surprised the Huoji who was bathing. She didn't know that Lei Dong was coming back today, and besides Lei Dong's mother occasionally came here to take a look. No one else bothered her. Even the two women, who lived in not long ago, have not come in. After hearing the sudden opening of the door, Huoji wanted to get out of the barrel. However, before she could move, she heard a familiar voice coming from behind. "Oh, this young master thought you were pretending to be noble and not welcoming me, so you were bathing here? Why, you are thinking of dedication." When Lei Dong saw the white and flawless back, he felt that his whole person was not good. After all, after eating Medusa half a year ago, he sent Medusa to Lei clan. During this period, he was out of food. Although Ziyan is not young anymore, his mediocre small body really prevents him from doing anything. But Huaji is different. At this moment, she is simply spreading a fatal temptation. Subconsciously, Lei Dong flirted with it. As for the agitated emotions just now, it has already disappeared because of the beautiful scenery in front of him. Huoji returned to his senses at this time, and then exclaimed. Lei Dong said displeased, "What is your name? Now you are the wife of this young master. What else is there to be afraid of?" Huoji looked at Lei Dong and said with shame, Lei Dong, why are you back? Why don't you knock on the door? Why are you so rude? Go out. Seeing her angrily and depraved appearance, and the strength of the 8-star Duzong who was about to explode at any time, Lei Dong not only did not retreat, but also faced difficulties. Huoji at this moment has somewhat lost his mind. After all, she had encountered this situation for the first time ever since she was a child. In the next moment, Huoji's fighting spirit was lifted, and he shot it out with one palm. Seeing a mass of flame energy hit, Thunderbolt's body surrounded by falling heart flame, and easily resolved it. Lei Dong was originally amused. After all, she has not fully awakened her blood. Once lost, I'm afraid the bloodline level will be even lower. However, having lived in the Lei clan for many years, he had long been a hot temper, and he was naturally unhappy to be treated like this. If you're fooling around, don't worry about this young master, you're welcome. For Lei Dong, Huaji is already his wife. This is true whether she wants it or not. So, when I saw it, I saw it. What can't you see? He endured some discomfort and it was pretty good, but did this stupid woman provoke herself? And Huoji was almost crying at this moment. Where could he hear what Thunder said? Seeing that Lei Dong not only didn't leave, but stared at him wherever he was, Huoji wanted to take a shot. However, the next moment the jade hand was captured directly, and then the sky thunder hooked the ground, and a friction contest between Thunder and Bad began instantly. In short, no matter how bad your traffic is, I can't let you know how they are. Qing Lin, who was cultivating in the next room, and Ziyan on the other side, when they heard all kinds of anger from Huoji, they thought that Thunder was in charge of them, and they felt happy. At the same time, he also strengthened his idea of practicing well. After all, they don't want to be abandoned again. In the room on the other side of Huoji's room, Medusa snorted coldly. The two little girls don't know, can she who was born as a past person still not understand what happened? She had experienced it personally, and at this moment, Medusa also sympathized with the cold woman. After all, the fate of the two may be similar. When Huoji Zaidu woke up, it was already night. At this moment, there was no expression on her pretty face like a country and a city, and there was no happiness, anger, sorrow, or joy. And the Thunderbolt who was by her side originally didn't know where he went at the moment. After a while, Huoji endured the soreness all over, and got up. Just when she was stunned, the sound of the door opening came, and then Lei Dong walked in. After seeing the thunder, Huoji immediately sat up and retreated to the side. It looked like Lei Dong was a scourge. Seeing that Huoji was like this, Lei Dong lost her red dress and said unhappily, "Why hide so far, can you still eat this young master?" After seeing the dress thrown by Lei Dong, Huoji remembered his current situation. Chapter 31. Unwilling to make a vase. After a while, Huoji organized himself. At this moment, her pretty face is full of blushing colors. It wasn't the reason for her fire attribute, but because when she was just getting dressed, Lei Dong, a shameless person, had no intention of avoiding it at all. Although she didn't want to, she was afraid that Lei Dong turned into a tiger and wolf. In the end, he could only endure the shame and arrange the clothes. The two looked at each other, and no one spoke. Lei Dong was because he suddenly discovered that he hadn't seen each other in 2 years, and now he became more and more predictable. This extremely hot evil, coupled with her cold and pure face, is simply perfect. Huo Ji stared at Thunder bitterly, but found that his gaze seemed to stay somewhere in his own place, completely ignoring her anger. Being stared in this way, Huo Ji was a little embarrassed, and finally couldn't bear it, and then some weakly roared, Lei Dong, you bastard! Hearing the sound, the corners of Lei Dong's mouth rose slightly, and then he smirked, why am I asshole? You were given to me by Yanjin 2 years ago, didn't you? You. Although Huo Ji felt wronged, it was indeed a matter. For a while, she was speechless. What are you? This young master is the prince of the Thunder clan. There is more than enough to match you, I advise you to recognize the reality. Seeing Huo Ji's aggrieved appearance, Lei Dong also felt a little touched. For the enemy, he can be cold-blooded and ruthless. But Huo Ji, in the final analysis, is the woman he is marrying as a matchmaker and the mistress of the Lei clan in the future. If the people around him hold a hatred of himself, then he is indeed a failure. Therefore, after Huo Ji lost something, Lei Dong wanted to make up for her. For example, Fenju. Although this exercise is only a low-level Huang-level exercise, but it can be improved. Although it is possible to rely on abnormal fire, but abnormal fire, is it lack of thunder? He now has 4 different fires in his hand, and in the original work, the Yan clan still has one inherited one. Although he was in the Yan clan, Lei Dong believed that as long as he paid some rewards, you can still get this strange fire. The reason why Lei Dong decided to practice Fenju for Huo Ji was because Lei Dong was clear. Although this technique is indeed as powerful as it is, if you want to break through Doubty, if there is not all the strange fire, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream. And it is not realistic to get all the strange fires. Even if Xiao Yan got all kinds of opportunities in the end, isn't it just that he has reached the 7-star fighting saint? The ancient emperor cave cannot be opened, and it has not been inherited by the ancient emperor Tuashi. That's how his cultivation base is, so Fenju is not a top-notch technique. Even if it was given to Huo Ji to practice, it would only make her a strong one. Hearing what Lei Dong said, although Huo Ji was heartbroken, he also understood that Lei Dong's words were facts. Wasn't she the one who was sent by Yanjin to Lei Dong to strengthen the alliance between the 2 races? In the end, Huo Ji just cursed angrily, you are shameless. However, does Lei Dong care about her curse? Totally ignored. For Lei Dong, who has memories of past lives, such so-called curse, Lei Dong has no waves at all. Following that, Lei Dong said to himself, moreover, as long as you are obedient, even if your blood is disordered, this young master can still make you a strong one. He was still raging and naive, but when Lei Dong said it, his eyes lit up. Originally, she thought that her future was just a vase. But where is she, who is arrogant and arrogant, is willing to make a vase? But what does the Dou Emperor family rely on? Isn't it the Dou Emperor bloodline? The bloodline has been messed up, so what is the strong one to talk about? She had a glimmer of hope, but she was lost in an instant. She felt that Lei Dong was lying to her. Seeing Huo Ji's ups and downs, Lei Dong stretched out his hand to pull him on his lap. Being suddenly pulled in his arms, Huo Ji is very uncomfortable. However, Lei Dong's dominance did not allow her to resist. After struggling to no avail, Huo Ji gave up and dared not move. Of course, mainly because of the struggle just now, she touched a stone and a thing. She may not be familiar with this thing before, but today she has a deep understanding of it. After knowing that something terrible is about to move, where does Huozhi dare to play with fire? She didn't want to use her own flame to provoke thunderous thunder again. After seeing Huozhi calm down, Lei Dong lifted it up again, bringing her closer to herself. Holding this elastic buttocks, Lei Dong said with a playful look, "Why, ma'am, don't you believe me?" Huozhi was a little bit ashamed. Although her brows were slightly frowned, she was very upset, but she still endured the anger in her heart. Reluctantly opened his mouth and said, "My blood is already disordered, how can I still hope to become a strong one? Why do you let me believe in you?" The reason why she was a little discouraged was because in Dowdy's clan, everyone who didn't enter the sage was an ant. And before the bloodline is stable, if it is disordered, it will definitely affect future achievements. In the Do Emperor family, the reason why he said so was because it was absolutely possible to reach the Do Zun level only by relying on resources. It is also at this time to start, if the talent is not enough, the resources alone will not be able to get out of the realm of rank 9. After all, after Do Zun, every increase in the 9th rank realm is the vast grudge that a fighter needs to reach Do Zun. Especially for women, the best example is Huoyu. Can her talent be bad? It's not because they haven't been sanctified. So no matter how much resources are piled up, hasn't she just reached the 9th rank of Do Zun for so many years? But for so many years, she still failed to take that step. If Lei Dong really has a way, why is Huoyu still only the 9th rank of Do Zun? No matter how you look at it, Huozhi felt that Lei Dong was fooling her. Moreover, she was a little skeptical. Lei Dong hugged her, but just to take advantage of her. After all, the big hands behind him seemed to have never wanted to leave. Lei Dong said again, "I asked you, do you believe me? If you can do it, Uncle Huoyu, ah." Halfway through, Huozhi felt a pain in his hip. She quickly understood why Lei Dong was so, but she still gave Lei Dong a grieved look, and then said, Mother is still Do Zun 9 turns." Lei Dong said bluntly, "Who said my mother is old? I just found out. If not, this kind of good thing can still be your turn." If it wasn't for Huoyu's age and fixed cultivation base for many years, Lei Dong would let her learn to fenju if Lei Dong feared she would hurt herself. In that case, how naive. It's really just a vase. Huozhi said dubiously, "What the is that? You really didn't lie to me." P.S. Fenju, the protagonist can't practice, after all, the protagonist has a thunder attribute and not a fire attribute. Moreover, as I said before, although Fenju is fast in his cultivation, he will gather all the different fire breakthroughs, or he will get the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuashi, or the highest is the fighting sage level. Collecting different fires does not exist, nor does it exist to open the cave. Therefore, there will be no special existence before the protagonist breaks through Dowdy. Finally, all kinds of needs, you know. Chapter 32, 32. Cultivating Fire. Being distrusted continuously, Lei Dong squeezed Huozhi's elastic buttocks twice. Then he said, "Just ask if you believe it or not." Huozhi's blushing face was even more red now. I don't know if it's because of being pinched, or because of shame. However, she hurriedly responded, "Believe it, I believe it." "Do you not believe it? Whether it's true or not, if you don't believe it, Huozhi can be sure that he is not as simple as being pinched a few times." After recalling the shy scenes before and the terrifying little brother thunderously, Huozhi was still a little trembling at this moment. After Lei Dong heard that Huozhi was convinced, he rubbed her with satisfaction, and said, "You don't like abnormal fire, the method I said is related to this strange fire." After hearing the word different fire, Huozhi was again lost. After all, if Lei Dong hadn't appeared, she could definitely get a strange fire based on her aptitude. She has been interested in different fires since she was a child, and she has a big obsession with different fires. However, the moment she married to the Lei clan, it also proved that her fate with Yu Hua was exhausted. Therefore, the naive, who had no thoughts, felt a little lost when he heard the sudden mention of thunder. This woman was introduced in the original book, and she was not interested in everything except the strange fire. And his thunderous movement was just an accident of breaking in. Lei Dong said again, "Don't be so lost. There is not only one strange fire in the world, but the Yan clan only owns a few. So you don't have to, and in the future, the Yan clan belongs to your strange fire. Try to find a way to help you in exchange." With that said, Lei Dong took out all the 4 different types of fire: Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Falling Heart Flame, Sea Heart Flame, and Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Falling Heart Flame originally Lei Dong was planning to merge him into one, but he was not practicing the fire attribute technique. Therefore, even if it does this, it will not be very useful. Moreover, he already has the 9 heavens god thunder, and the demand for abnormal fire is not big. When Huo Ji saw the 4 different fires, he was completely stunned. Different fires are the spiritual things of heaven and earth. How big is the fighting spirit continent? How easy is it to meet different fires? The Yan clan she was born in, a family of fire attributes, only had 5 different fires. This was the painstaking search for the ancestors of the Yan tribe in all dynasties. But I don't want to. Today she saw 4 different fires at the first sight. How can Huaji not be surprised? After slightly surprised, Huoji came back to his senses. At this moment, she has safely ignored Lei Dong's hands. Instead, he hurriedly asked, "Lei Dong, how come you have so many strange fires?" Lei Dong watched Huoji's attention completely attracted by the different fires, and then said, "If I want to, I can find more different fires. I can even give you an instinctive method of combining various different fires." Hearing what Lei Dong said, Huoji instantly became interested. So much so that the previous demise was completely ignored. Huoji embraced the thunder and moved his neck, a little excited. "Really, you didn't lie to me." After all, her loyal love to the different fire is better than anything. Looking at the delicate lips close at hand, Lei moved his head and pecked forward. At this moment, Huoji reacted instantly, and the posture of the two at the moment was a bit ambiguous. Right now, I wanted to escape, but before the person moved, he was held tightly in his arms by thunder. Suddenly strangled, Huoji's brain went blank for a moment. From small to large, although she has many opposite sexes around her. But the one who has had such close contact is nothing more than thunderous. Of course, when her father hugged her when she was a child, it couldn't be counted. Don't take advantage of it. Moreover, one time, everything she has never touched, she has thoroughly understood. However, after thinking that she was already Lei Dong's wife now, she still didn't feel too uncomfortable. Thunder! Thunder, I hurt. Hearing that Huoji spoke with that delicate voice like a dolphin. Only when Lei Dong released her, he said, "Can you still be angry now?" Although Huoji was still a little unwilling in his heart, he finally shook his head. At this time, Lei Dong took out the Fenju technique and handed it to Huoji. "Let's take a look first." After Huoji accepted the exercise, his brows frowned when he opened it. Because this technique turned out to be a low-level Huang tier? Seeing Huoji's expression, Lei Dong said again, "The special feature of this technique is that it can continuously increase its level by absorbing the abnormal fire." After listening to Lei Dong's explanation, Huoji continued to look at it. Then he said, "I decided to practice it." Lei Dong nodded, and then said, "You have to know that you are now cultivating the heavenly rank technique. If you learn this Fenju, your strength will be rapidly reduced." Huoji hesitated when he heard the words, but it was only a momentary matter. Then he said firmly, "I'm not afraid." She believed that Lei Dong didn't have to harm her. After all, he is already her man, this is a fact that no one can change. And if thunder strikes her, it doesn't seem to be so troublesome at all. Even though she was married by the Yan clan, even if something really happened, I believe Yan Jin, the patriarch, would suppress the matter because of the Yan clan. So Lei Dong found so many different fires and exercises, just to make her stronger. Of course, in fact, these are nothing but comforting in the naive heart. Because she knows that if she wants to go to a higher place, she is almost out of play. But this exercise gave her hope. Can you increase your strength by swallowing the alien fire? What a tempting thing this is. With that said, Huo Ji left Lei Dong's legs. This time Lei Dong did not stop him. In the next moment, Huo Ji did what he said, and began to learn Fenju. Lei Dong didn't continue to watch her practice, but put away the strange fire, turned and left the house. The cultivation of the exercises is not such a simple thing. If it is not a mastery, Lei Dong cannot rest assured that she will directly swallow the strange fire. After all, Huo Ji is not Xiao Yan, and Lei Dong doesn't think that this girl can swallow the fire and go smoothly. As for him, he naturally went to Lei Ying to discuss a way to get the Yan clan's original Red Lotus Karma Huo for a price. After Lei won the idea of thunder, he was a little puzzled. What? Don't you already have a falling heart inflammation in your body? What do you want the Red Lotus Karma to do? Lei Dong shrugged, and said, Father, I want this strange fire just for Huo Ji to use it. Lei Ying frowned slightly, and said displeased, You bastard, that Red Lotus fire is the 8th flame on the list of different fires. Huo Ji is no longer a member of the Yan clan now. You think the old fellow Yan Jin will give us? Lei Dong said again, So? Daddy, I'm talking about making you pay some price. Hiss. When Lei Ying heard this, he immediately felt bad. The Red Lotus Karma fire was powerful. How can it be obtained with little effort? Lei Ying shook his head decisively and said, No. This is absolutely impossible. After a thunderous pause, he said, Daddy, I haven't had anything to do with you since I was a kid. Isn't it possible for such a strange fire? Chapter 33, 33. Despised by the Queen. Thanks to Lao Tai, Hui Junjiki a 1000 book coins reward for support. Thanks. Asterisk. Lei Ying heard the words, and when Lei Dong said so, he suddenly discovered that it seemed to be the case. Lei Dong didn't seem to ask him for anything at all. He has always given it on the initiative. Reluctantly, Lei Ying sighed and said, It's not that I didn't give your wife to ask for a different fire. It's just that this Red Lotus Industry fire is the top 10 flame on the list of different fires. The power is naturally so powerful. Do you think Yan Jin would give such a powerful flame to someone who is no longer Yan clan? Moreover, if there is a price to be paid, it will definitely hurt one's muscles and bones. That price is at least enough for my Thunder clan to cultivate a fighting saint's resources. When Lei Dong heard this, he no longer meant to ask Huo Ji for a strange fire. After all, even without this Red Lotus karmic fire, Huo Ji could still go up high. He knew all about Xiao Yan's future opportunities. It doesn't seem to be difficult to create a fighting saint. And even if there is no Red Lotus Industry fire, wouldn't there be Danta's 3000 Yanyan fire and Fenian Valley's 9 Dragon Thunder Gang Huo? Of course, the abnormal fire in Fenian Valley could be robbed by thunder. But if Danta's strange fire was not forced, he would naturally not go to it. After all, Danta had a senior fighter in charge. Although the 6-star fighting saint is not a great enemy in front of the Thunder clan, even the Thunder clan will not easily provoke them. However, grabbing is not enough. Lei Dong can let the Lei clan pharmacist go to compete for rankings, right? As long as he can get a chance to conquer the abnormal fire, Lei Dong is still afraid that he can't conquer a 3000 flames? Although the Thunder clan has almost no one who can become a pharmacist, it doesn't mean that the pharmacists in the Thunder clan do not. On the contrary, the alchemists at the pinnacle of the 8th stage, their Thunder clan also have double digits. Of course, the reason why Lei Dong dared to cultivate the naivety in this way was not afraid of her betrayal. Nature is not the power of love. In this world, love does not exist in Lei Dong. As a strong man, he does not allow himself to have any weaknesses. Every strange fire in Lei Dong's hands was filled with a trace of 9 heavens divine thunder. If it was not a strong soul of the heavens above Do Sheng, no one would have noticed anything at all. If Huo Ji obeyed wholeheartedly, he would naturally not do anything. But if she dared to have 2 hearts, then Lei Dong would definitely make her live better than death. Then thunderously said, if this is the case, then forget it. Boy, think of another way. Lei Ying didn't say anything. After all, this changed to Red Lotus Karma fire, let alone he couldn't get through here. Even a group of Lei clan elders would never agree. After Lei Dong returned to his residence, he did not rush to see Huaji. After all, learning a exercise is not that simple. Inside Medusa's house. After being separated from Lei Dong for more than half a year, after coming to the Lei clan, Medusa's training resources have refreshed her knowledge. Her strength quickly increased to 5-star Duzong. As soon as Lei Dong came in, Medusa was aware of it. Originally, she didn't want to pay attention to Lei Dong. After all, what Lei Dong did to her would make her kill 100 times. But now, let alone her being enslaved, even the entire snake human tribe has been moved to the Thunder tribe's territory. Coupled with the nourishment of the Thunder's various resources, Medusa had to let go of her arrogance. In fact, in the face of Lei Dong, her so-called arrogance has long been wiped out. Little patriarch. When Medusa spoke, she was a little at a loss. Because she didn't know what to call Lei Dong. Calling his name, it seems that her status does not allow it. If she shouted husband, she didn't even have a status. As for calling young Master Medusa, she didn't even want to refuse. After all, she is also a queen-level existence, how can she allow herself to be a maid? Then she thought of the person who brought her here before, shouting Lei Dong, young patriarch. So she called it that way, and Lei Dong went straight to the chair and sat down. He didn't care about Medusa's name at all. After all, to put it bluntly, it's just a title, so what can be called? However, Lei Dong was a little curious about Medusa's lack of a cold hatred for herself. After all, didn't this snake lady look like she was going to kill herself before? With curiosity, Lei Dong did not speak, but reached out and hooked his fingers at Medusa with a playful look. Although Medusa felt a little humiliated, she thought of the torment from the depths of her soul. He lowered his head and obediently approached Lei Dong a meter away. Lei Dong saw that Medusa deliberately kept a distance from him, and immediately said coldly, "Why are you so far away from me? Can you still eat this, young master?" Medusa hurriedly shook her head, when Lei Dong said again, "Come here." Listening to Lei Dong's tone of voice getting worse, Medusa reluctantly approached. The next moment, her head was lowered, her chin was pinched by thunder, and she forced her head up. After seeing that thunderous and enchanting face, Medusa's pretty face blushed. Although Lei Dong is not good at it, the skin that God gave him is a gift. And Lei Dong looked at Medusa, who was less than 1 centimeter away from him. With a smirk on his face, he said, "I haven't seen you in half a year. You are even more charming. It seems that you have had a good time in the past 6 months." Feeling the breath coming to her face, Medusa frowned slightly. Because Lei Dong has the taste of other women. Moreover, she is no stranger to this smell, after all, she has lived here for more than half a year. Huaji bowed his head but looked up, how could she not be clear? Although there is already a sense of plaything, as a strong woman, who wants to share a man with other women. Regardless of Lei Dong's expression, Medusa broke free from Lei Dong's big hand, and once again moved away from Lei Dong. Lei Dong's soft flesh broke away, and suddenly he felt a little unpleasant. Looking at Medusa's disgusting expression, Lei Dong is not good. Right now, there was a hint of anger in his voice. "Medusa, what do you mean?" Although Medusa was a little afraid of being tortured by the soul again, she still obeyed her heart and bit her scalp with disgust and said, you are dirty. Lei Dong was taken aback when she heard the words, and immediately understood where she said she was dirty. When the words fell, Medusa closed her eyes generously, and her jiao body couldn't help feeling trembling. When she was ready to be tortured, she suddenly felt that she was being hugged by her waist. Feeling the things covered by the mountains, Medusa opened her eyes in shame, and saw Lei Dong lead her towards the inside. Why, cover your mouth and laugh. P.S. See the friends here, don't ask me if I am a single heroine, just ask that. After all, I can only choose to say blind when dealing with blindness. Chapter 34, 34. Demon Thunder Pool, 1. A battle fought because of being disliked and lasted until late at night. After the end of the war, Medusa only felt like her bones were torn apart, and because she was taken away later, she was also sweating. Call. Smelly man, I despise you. Perhaps it was because of the perfect harmony, Medusa's fear of thunder wasn't as strong anymore. She even started to fight back. While speaking, Medusa rubbed her delicate lips. After all, her delicate lips did not work hard just now. Although she refused in her heart. Looking at Medusa with a stubborn face, Lei Dong smiled and said, I don't want to dislike you. Medusa snorted coldly, not refuting anything. After all, she didn't want to experience a devastating battle anymore. No words for a night. Early the next morning, after Lei Dong needed Medusa for a while, he left and went to Huaji's room. Regardless of whether Medusa is submissively or sincerely, Lei Dong doesn't care. He only enjoys the process, and he is already very satisfied. Lei Dong in a good mood, when she came to Huaji's residence, she saw that her strength at this time had shrunk to a star zone, and it was obvious that the technique replacement was about to succeed. However, Lei Dong didn't expect the shrinkage to be so severe. You know, the previous Huaji's level is about to catch up with him. Although there was a huge gap between his strength and his own, it was better than he is now. Lei Dong didn't bother her, waiting for her practice to end. Unconsciously, half a day's time is fleeting. At this time, his strength had been compressed to the peak of Do Huang, and he also succeeded in getting the Fenju into practice. Yes, that's right, it's just getting started, that is, just starting to practice. After all, if you want to be proficient in each exercise, you can't do it in a day or two. After awakening, Huoji, after knowing his strength, felt bitter in his heart. After all, she lost all the strength she had cultivated with difficulty overnight. Can you feel distressed? Lei Dong began to persuade him, although you have lost a realm, your foundation is now compressed and very stable. These days, you should retreat first. This is the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire and rest for a few days. It can be fused. After fusion, you will begin to practice in retreat. As for other different fires, wait until you break through the fighting sect and swallow them again. Remember, greed is too much to chew. As for the other types of fire, I will let your mother take care of it. After you fight the sect, I will give it to you one after the other. Huoji nodded, she naturally understood what Lei Dong meant, and then asked, then what are you going to do? I'm going to enter the Demon Thunder Pool and close up. I remember that in the original book, Lei Dong entered the Demon Thunder Pond and it took 5 years to retreat. Lei Dong felt that now he must have entered the Demon Lei Pond for a longer period of time. Moreover, he had long wanted to enter this Devil Thunder Pool to find out. After all, Lei Dong is also very curious. The various opportunities of Lei Dong in the original book did not appear. But after the appearance, the strength has stabilized the younger generation of all races, isn't it relying on the 5-year retreat in the Devil Thunder Pool? If it weren't for Xiaoyan and Gu Suner to have the luck bonus, I'm afraid Lei Dong would definitely be the first person in the younger generation. The thunder in the original works is fine, so what's wrong with him? After Lei Dong and Huaji explained, they left her house. Before, when he left Medusa, Lei Dong also talked to him. Then Lei Dong explained how Xian and Qinglan Hushan had practiced. He gave all the different fires to Huoyu again, and after seeing the 3 different fires his son took out, Huoyu was shocked. If Lei Dong had such good luck just to go out, Huoyu obviously didn't believe it. But Lei Dong said, what can she do? Although Huoyu didn't pursue where Lei Dong found this heaven and earth spiritual creature, it didn't mean that she didn't doubt why all these 3 kinds of different fires were handed over to Huaji. Donger, didn't you let me give Jir all these 3 kinds of fires to her? What are you going to do? You know, the power of the alien fire is powerful, and it is already amazing that an ordinary person can swallow a flower safely. Although Huaji is a member of the Yan tribe, he is born with fire attributes. But that's the case, it doesn't mean that she can absorb a few strange fires. After all, strong as Yanjin now only absorbed 2 different fires, this is because he relied on the strength of the 8-star fighting saint. But even if his fire-controlling technique is unparalleled in the world, he doesn't dare to have the idea of absorbing the 3rd one. After all, Xiao Xian, the first person under the fighting emperor, died because of the backlash of 3 kinds of different fires. If it weren't for the backlash of the different fires, even if Xiao Xian was caught in the ambush of the soul race, even if his strength was in the middle, it did not mean that he would definitely fall. After all, it was because of the backlash of the different fire that he would fall. Moreover, that's how the soul Tiandi was severely injured in the battle. It can be seen that the strength of the first person under Emperor Xiao Suandu is not to say. Seeing his mother's doubts, Lei Dong explained, Mother, don't worry. Although your son is not a good person, he will not harm his future wife. The reason why I gave her these strange fires is because of what she is repairing now. The reason for the exercise. After seeing Lei Dong's sincere face and no intention of joking, Huoyu was skeptical, there is still this kind of practice in the world. Lei Dong curled his lips and said, Mother, you don't even believe me. Well, seeing Lei Dong's behavior, Huoyu hurriedly changed her words, No. No, my mother was just a little curious when she arrived. Lei Dong waved his hand, as if he was impatient. Then he turned around and left. Seeing Lei Dong's impatient departure, Huoyu pouted a little angrily, Isn't this for you, my old lady? Bastard! Now he starts to think I'm annoying. After Lei Dong left Huoyu, he deliberately found his father, and under his leadership, he finally came to Demon Lei Pond. Demon Lei Pond is a holy place for the younger generation of Lei clan to practice, and naturally it is also tightly guarded. If others want to enter, they must wait until the prescribed time each year, but who is Lei Dong? He is the prince of the Thunder clan, and if he doesn't have this right, then he has failed enough. After Lei Ying came to the guard of the Demon Lei Pond, he said, Open the entrance. Several Lei clan semi-sage elders guarding here, after hearing Lei Ying's order, immediately opened the entrance of the Demon Lei Pond. As soon as the entrance was opened, Lei Dong felt the restlessness of the 9 heavens god Thunder in his body. Obviously, it was very interested in the lightning inside. It is Lei Dong himself, but also want to enter it. Then Lei Dong turned around and bowed to Lei Ying, Father, the child is in. Lei Ying nodded and said, Although it is a holy place for cultivation, it is also dangerous. You have to be very careful. This demon thunder pool was developed by the ancestors of the Thunder clan. Although it can increase the cultivation speed of the young generation with outstanding talents of the Thunder clan, there are also unknown dangers in it. But until now, no one has noticed it. Chapter 35, 35. Demon Thunder Pool, 2. When Lei Dong stepped into the Devil Thunder Pool, black thunder and lightning hovered everywhere. And, from time to time, there is lightning energy falling down, which looks terrifying. Such an environment is perfect for people with such extreme thunder attributes as thunder. Lei Dong is different from a person who is born with dual attributes. He has only one attribute of thunder in his body. Apart from this, there is nothing else. Regarding this situation, although Thunderous started to feel very helpless, but after finding out that he had learned the strength of the attacking power of fighting skills, Lei Dong said, "It's so fragrant." After Lei Dong looked around, he decided to look inside. After walking for about half a day, Lei Dong realized that the front seemed like never ending. And where he is now, the power of thunder and lightning has become more and more pure. Right now, Lei Dong gave up the idea of going deeper. After all, it's a long time to improve some strengths is the last word. The next moment, Lei Dong sat cross-legged in the air. After the exercise was carried out, the surrounding thunder and lightning began to be absorbed by the thunder. At the moment of inducing thunder into the body, Lei Dong instantly felt the power of the black demon thunder. The sour and numb feeling was greedily absorbed by the 9 heavens divine thunder in his body, and his whole body was constantly strengthening. Lei Dong had been practicing physical training before, and the prerequisites for the fighting skills he learned later required a strong physical relationship. Lei Dong has never only cultivated strength, but also cultivated physique together. Although the process was painful and difficult, the strength of Lei Dong's body could completely surpass the monsters in the same level. It is like the hardness of his body now, which is completely comparable to the toughness of a Tier 8 monster. In addition to the one-handed defensive fighting skills he had learned, ordinary fighting sect powerhouses would not be able to hurt him even in a battle. Now, boom! In the demon thunder pool, at this time, there was nothing other than the sound of thunder and lightning. Time began to pass quickly. Inside the mine on the other side. It has been half a year since Lei Dong entered the Devil Lei Pond, and Huo Ji finally managed to break through to Dozong after absorbing the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. At this moment, Huo Ji's strength was skyrocketing, and she successfully absorbed the second Sea Heart Flame into her body. The process of absorbing the abnormal fire is extremely painful, and it is no less torment than the thunderous directing thunder into the body. However, fortunately, the abnormal fire that Lei Dong gave her had the slightest suppressing power of Lei Dong's 9 heavens divine thunder, and it went a lot smoothly with the special fire practice of Fenju. As for the materials needed to swallow the different fire, it is a piece of cake for the Thunder Clan. After absorbing the second strange fire, Huo Ji's strength directly reached the 4-star Do zone. Moreover, the fighting energy in the body is even more vast. In addition, she had already stepped through this stage, although her strength was lost. But the speed of the restoration was more than twice as fast. In the past 6 months, Zia Yan also succeeded in breaking through to Do Huang with a large amount of resources, and Qinglin was even more powerful, and later caught up to the peak of Do Wang. It might be because the speed of the 2 little girls' improvement made her feel scared, so why is she scared? Naturally it is her status. Although she knows that even if she is surpassed by them, she is preconceived, and it is also a family marriage. The status of the wife of her young patriarch could not be shaken at all. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case it isn't. Especially Medusa, who lives next to her, in Huo Ji's eyes, this woman is simply ambitious. The most disgusting thing is that this woman still has charms that are not her own, and she is naturally charming. He is quite clear about what he is a man. Therefore, whether it is the loyalty to the different fire, or the protection of one's own status, Huo Ji must work hard before the wedding is completely held. She is a magnificent Yan clan daughter, but she doesn't want to lose to a snake, even if she is a colorful swallowing python. After learning about the training situation of the women, Lei Ying realized that the women who came back from his family seemed to be talented. This also made him finally stop thinking of his son as the kind of lecherous person. The comforted look of the old father. At the same time, because of Lei Dong's request for the resources of a few women from the Lei clan, some dissatisfied elders also shut their mouths. After all, the cultivation speed of a few of them is seldom comparable to that of the younger generation of Lei clan. Looking at the future of Lei clan, they are constantly growing, Lei Ying expressed his comfort. Hey! In the Demon Lei Pond, Lei Dong didn't know how long he had been in it. After cultivating for no years, after absorbing the thunder for an unknown period of time, he finally broke through to the level of a 1-star dozun. After Lei Dong felt his own changes, Lei Dong was a little confused. Heart said, I don't know how long I have been here, it is finally a breakthrough. After breaking through, Lei Dong clearly felt that here, his breathing and movement had a slight sense of restriction. At this moment, Lei Dong understands why people who have come to practice will say that they can't stay here for long. Perhaps this restriction appeared as soon as Lei Dong entered here. It's just that he has a 9 heavens god thunder bodyguard around him, which he didn't notice at first. After Lei Dong broke through dozun, he walked inside again, which took a month's time. On the way, Lei Dong did not deliberately cultivate, but after a month of walking, he actually broke through to the pinnacle realm of 1-star dozun. Although it has only improved a few small realms, but the first stage of 1-star dozun's promotion to the peak of 1-star dozun, the grudge required is extremely vast. That fighting spirit is enough for dozong to raise several stars. But at the same time, after a breakthrough, the sense of pressure gradually became apparent. Of course, this is also because Lei Dong did not deliberately use the 9 heavens divine thunder to resist. Because a stressful environment is the best environment to break through. When he really couldn't walk, Lei Dong began to practice again. This time he practiced, Lei Dong felt that the amount of thunder power he absorbed was even greater than before. Although Lei Dong didn't know what happened, his body at the moment seemed like a bottomless pit. As if never satisfied, Lei Dong said that his body is the same as his own character. But this feels really refreshing. Asterisk. After that, Lei Dong repeated such boring practice days, which lasted for 3 full years. In 3 years, Lei Dong's cultivation base had reached the peak stage of 5-star dozun. At this time, Lei Dong's body movement speed was extremely slow, almost exactly the same as dozong's speed. But in such a place where the pressure is extremely high, it can still have such a speed, which shows that Lei Dong's strength is so tyrannical. Chapter 36, 36. Rejected. And the reason why he moved so fast was not because he was exercising. It is because Lei Dong found a black thunder with spirituality. Although he didn't know what the thunderbolt was, Lei Dong knew very well the desire of the 9 heavens god thunder in his body. Therefore, since the discovery of this black thunder, Lei Dong has been chasing after him. Rumble. This black thunder and lightning will not only escape, but also attack thunder. Moreover, I fought with Lei Dong before, but after not fighting, he ran away while suddenly attacking Lei Dong. Fuck. You black thunder, I was caught by Lao Tzu, otherwise you must be crushed. Lei Dong was a little angry. After all, he would be fooled by a ball of thunder, can he not be angry? But what can he do if he is angry? One person chased, one thunder ran, and in this strange thunder domain space, there was no way to stop. Months have passed since this chase. As for how long it had passed, Lei Dong didn't pay attention at all, but the sky paid off, and he finally caught it. And with the help of the 9 heavens god thunder, Lei Dong has completely refined it. After refining the black thunder, Lei Dong only felt that his strength had directly improved from the 5-star dozun peak by 2 realms to the 7-star dozun peak's strength. But everything has advantages and disadvantages. After he absorbed this black thunder, the whole person was thrown out by a powerful repulsive force. When the thunderbolt reacted, the whole person had already appeared in the thunder world. Les. Young patriarch. Just after he came out, 2 powerful auras appeared around him. After that, one of them was slightly surprised when he saw the thunder. Because of the thunderous movement at the moment, the changes are a bit too great. If they hadn't personally opened the entrance to let Lei Dong enter, they wouldn't really recognize it. These 2 are the half-holy elders guarding the Devil Thunder Pond. When Lei Dong entered, it was the entrance they opened for him. However, in this Devil's Thunder Pool for so many years, no one has come out by himself. After confirming that it was thunder, the two elders were surprised and looked at each other at the same time. After all, Lei Dong entered the Devil Lei Pond in only 4 years, but he actually stepped directly from the peak of Dozong to the peak of 7-star Dozun? After being surprised, one of the elders wondered, "Young patriarch, how did you come out?" Lei Dong shrugged helplessly, and then said, "I was repelled by the power inside." "By the way, how many years have I been inside?" The elder who had just interviewed had a meal and was rejected by the Devil Lei Pond. This is the first time he learned about this kind of thing. Although he was a little suspicious of being rejected, he still answered thunderous doubts first. Said, "Young patriarch, you have been in the Demon Thunder Pool for 4 years. It's only 4 years. Lei Dong muttered a little dissatisfied. Because, the time he stayed is not better than the natives. 4 years is not too short. After all, the highest Lei clan is Lei Ying, and it has only been 4 years. However, when Lei won, it was not as powerful as Lei Dong improved. But after seeing Lei Dong's dissatisfaction, the two really didn't know how to persuade them. After Lei Dong pondered for a while, he left directly, and the two elders didn't even have time to tell Lei Dong about the change in his appearance. Lei moved towards the Lei clan hall. He wanted to ask Lei Ying, "Do you know what is going on? Why did I suddenly come out?" At this time, there is no sense of pressure, and the speed of thunder is almost rapid. He disappeared in the same place in an instant. Just because of speed, he has surpassed some semi-sages at this moment. It was the two elders who couldn't help being surprised again after seeing Lei Dong suddenly leave. After a few breaths, Lei Dong appeared in the Lei clan hall. He is a little uncomfortable with his fast speed. At this time, Lei Ying, who was discussing the miscellaneous affairs of the Lei clan, and the senior elders of the Lei clan were discussing with the Lei clan elders. At the same time, I felt a somewhat familiar but unfamiliar breath approaching. And, it's still extremely fast. The next moment, Lei Ying and several elders appeared outside the hall at the same time. At this moment, they saw a young man nearly 1.9 meters tall in front of them. The protagonist is already 23, saying that the teenager is a bit too much. The man in white robe and trousers, long silver white hair, draped on his body, delicate features, 2 sword eyebrows, that has dawn-like eyes, but it is as deep and mysterious as the night sky. With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, it gives people a feeling that this person is definitely not a good person. But I have to say that at this time, he is more like the person walking out of the painting. His face is like a gift from heaven. Although there were some changes, both Lei Ying and the elders recognized him at once. "You are moving." Because thunder swallowed black thunder, his breath changed a bit. And, even his appearance has changed a lot. It's just that he doesn't even know it now. After hearing Lei Ying's voice with a hint of doubt, Lei Dong said displeased, "Father, I've only been in retreat for 4 years. You don't know me anymore. It hurts my feelings." After hearing this familiar tone of speech, Lei Ying didn't know where else, this is his own son. "Ha ha ha. Smash, you finally got out of the level. Oh, that's not bad, you have even been promoted to 7-star Dozun." The next moment, Lei Ying laughed. After perceiving the thunderous breath, Lei Dong was even more happy. Several senior elders also looked at Lei Dong at the same time and congratulated them. "Congratulations, young patriarch." Then Lei Ying said again, "Donger, are you still unaware of your changes?" Lei Dong was taken aback when he heard the words, and then said, "Am I changing?" Lei Ying didn't say anything to Lei Dong, but returned to the hall with Lei Dong. After all, he didn't know what Lei Dong looked like now, so he might as well let him see it for himself. P.S. If you like this book, help promote it. Pi is not impossible. In addition, collect more, vote more recommendations, and give more rewards. Thank you, Omega. Chapter 37, 37. Unknown Ray. When Lei Dong, Lei Ying and others came to the hall, Lei Dong couldn't wait to see himself. No matter whether the world is worthy or not, who doesn't want to be a handsome man? Who wants to be an ugly monster? When he saw what he looked like, his first reaction was to breathe a sigh of relief. Then it was even more narcissistic, saying to himself, how come I am so handsome? From now on, how do other men live? Now he can already eat on his face, that is to say, there are no big women in this world. Otherwise, Lei Dong has already thought about recommending himself at this moment. Hugging a beautiful thigh, it is safe and stable, it is not fragrant. It's just a pity. There is no such thigh in this world, and it hasn't grown up even at this moment. Moreover, the brainless Gu Suner was so full of brains that he couldn't let go of anything other than Xiao Yan. And hearing Lei Dong's narcissistic words, a group of elders gave Lei Dong a blank eye. After all, Lei Dong had always been a cultivator before, and he didn't go out at all. Just like an otaku, the lay people's understanding of Lei Dong is cultivating crazy demons. Other than that, I don't know the others. However, such hard work is also a good thing. After all, the hope of the Lei clan is not seen in their generation. They just hope that Lei Dong can lead the Lei clan to rise. As for, while watching Lei Ying, he was already accustomed to the stinking problem of Lei Dong, so he was directly immune. Oh, how did you come out? Why did I not hear from you, And how can your breath change so much? After Lei Dong's narcissism was over, Lei Ying asked how Lei Dong came out. Why did he not receive the jade briefing? And generally only when the exercise method changes, the breath will change. But Lei Dong went straight up. Lei Ying didn't think that Lei Dong had changed his techniques or something. Father, I swallowed a black thunder with wisdom in the magic thunder pond. Then I was suddenly rejected. The jade slip you gave me, I have no chance to use, and, the change in appearance is probably related to the thunder, right? After Lei Dong talked to Lei Ying and several Lei clan elders about his 4 years of experience and cultivation, then a black thunder appeared in his hand. When the black thunder appeared, all the elders present felt a trace of fear. The same goes for Lei Ying. An elder said in confusion, This is the black demon thunder? No, the black demon thunder is not as powerful as this. But he felt something was wrong. After all, black demon thunder was not so tyrannical. But the appearance of thunder, but it also resembles black demon thunder. At this moment, Lei Ying shook his head and said, I don't know what this thing is. I don't know what this thing is. As for the fact that you have been rejected by the Devil Lei Pond, this is the first time in 1,000 years. But I estimate for my father, it should be the reason why you absorbed the thunder. However, you can stay for 4 years and directly rise from the peak of Dozong to the peak of 7-star Dozun, which is 2 more than Lao Tzu. Great realm. Seeing Lei Ying's appearance, Lei Dong was proud and envious. After Lei Dong didn't get the answer he wanted, he was a bit listless for an instant, and said, if that's the case, then forget it. Originally, I was thinking of breaking through the fighting saint inside, but now it seems that there is no chance. Sigh. Lei Dong's words fell, and he sighed slightly, and everyone present almost couldn't help but sit down. After all, this young patriarch of his own family is a bit too whimsical. Before the clan pattern is completely awakened, no matter who it is, it will be difficult for anyone to have a chance to set foot in the holy position. Even at the 9th rank stage, it is impossible to break through easily. Cultivation can be described as numerous obstacles, even if it is a god-rank bloodline like Lei Dong. Otherwise, how could the adult rites of ancient races be so important? When the words fell, Lei Dong said again, then, Daddy, elders, you don't know why I was rejected, so I will go back first. After 4 full years of retreat, Lei Dong is full of interest in how Medusa and the others are practicing now. Moreover, the most important thing is that I haven't opened meat for 4 years, and I've been greedy for a long time. Omega. Chapter 38, Ziyan's troubles. After moving for a few steps, he returned to his den. His residence, except that a sapling planted in the courtyard a few years ago has grown taller, everything seems to be the same as before the retreat, and there is not much change. After entering the hospital, Lei Dong walked towards the burning place. Speaking of which, she is considered to be his regular wife. Moreover, the main reason for Thunder is to see how naive the current Huaji has been in his cultivation. However, before he entered the house, Qinglin was seen walking out. After she looked at Lei Dong and confirmed that it was Lei Dong who was right, she said with joy, "Master, it's really you. Are you just leaving the customs?" Hearing this, the thunderous movement that was walking inside came to a halt, and when he looked back, he saw that the little girl who was once timid was completely changed. She no longer gives people a soft, weak, bullying look, but with a confident smile, and in 4 years, Qinglin has also become a slim girl. Although her appearance is not as enchanting as Medusa and Huoji, her innocent little face, coupled with the initial scale of the mountains, is enough to make Lei Dong look at her a few more times. Yet, Lei Dong nodded. At this time Qinglin had already come to Lei Dong's side. Lei Dong directly stretched his hand to stroke the 3,000 green silks of Qinglin, and then said, "That's right, it has reached 6-star Duzong, this speed is really fast." Qinglin enjoyed the thunderous caress and praise very much, and her slightly blushed face also showed the appearance of being rewarded. She doesn't want much, as long as Lei Dong's heart can always have her as a little girl. Moreover, based on this, she has cultivated assiduously all the way. Qinglin said again, "Master, Qinglin will still work hard and will definitely become a person who can help the young master." Yet, Lei Dong nodded. After all, wasn't the original intention of bringing her back to the Lei clan to make her his own thug? After communicating with Qinglin, Lei Dong was very curious about what state Ziyan and the others had reached now. He asked, "Qinglin, do you know what state Ziyan and the others have reached?" Qinglin paused, and then said, "Master, I only know that Sister Ziyan has also broken through to the Duzong level. As for those 2 sisters, I don't know, and. And what?" Seeing Qinglin's appearance of wanting to speak but stopping, Lei Dong asked with a hint of curiosity. He also didn't like to hear half a sentence, after all, it was really too appetizing. Seeing Lei Dong asked, Qinglin naturally didn't dare to conceal anything, and said, "Even though Sister Ziyan broke through Dozong, her appearance has not changed, because of this, she seems very unhappy." When Lei Dong heard the words, he smiled and said, "So that's it." Lei Dong remembered that when Ziyan was a child, she accidentally ate transformation grass, so even if her strength increased, she could not grow up completely. She always looked like a loli, until she integrated the dragon and phoenix origin fruit, she completely solved the medicinal power. In this regard, Lei Dong naturally has nothing to care about. Seeing Lei Dong's nonchalant appearance, Qinglin asked again, "Master, what can you do to help Sister Ziyan?" Lei Dong shrugged and said, "Of course, it's a trivial matter." "Really?" As soon as Lei Dong's voice fell, Ziyan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing Ziyan suddenly appearing here, Lei Dong didn't make a fuss. After all, he had already noticed that Nizai was here. Lei Dong didn't answer Ziyan, but looked at her playfully and said, "Oh, can you give it up?" Ziyan's face blushed slightly, and after hesitating for a while, she hurriedly said, "Brother Lei Dong, you tell me, how can I grow up?" In the past, she didn't care about these things, but the Qinglin who grew up with her in cultivating together has now turned from a little lowly to a big beauty. Can she be in a hurry if she still looks like this? Lei Dong paused, and said with curiosity, "Why are you so anxious to grow up?" "Me?" For a while, Ziyan didn't know how to answer. She can't say that she is the envy of others who are protruding forward and backward, right? How could Ziyan say if she loses her face like this? "Why, little girl? Don't you even want to talk about me? Seeing Ziyan like this, Lei Dong knew everything in his heart, but he didn't point it out, but deliberately teased Ziyan. A trace of blush emerged on Ziyan's tender little face. After a short pause, he looked like he was going to give up, saying, I want to grow up, I don't want to be like this, I'm afraid you don't like me. Lei Dong was taken aback, rubbed Ziyan's little head and said, So, does Ziyan like her brother? Ziyan shook her head and nodded again. In fact, she herself didn't know what kind of mentality she was. I want to grow up because she found that the several women living here in Leidong are all with top-notch figures. She was really afraid that Leidong would not like her appearance and kicked her out of the Lei clan. With the feeling of being abandoned, Ziyan didn't want to have a second time. After watching Ziyan's ambiguous reply, Leidong twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Then you are afraid that your brother will drive you out of here because you are not growing up. This time, Ziyan didn't shook her head, but nodded with an Leidong pretended to be lost, and sighed, Am I the one in your eyes? I have to say that Ziyan did misunderstand Leidong, although he likes beauty, but what he values more is combat power. Without combat power, what can be done even if the country is full of beauty? He doesn't need a vase to appreciate, at least he absolutely doesn't need it before becoming a top powerhouse. Seeing that Ziyan didn't say anything, Leidong said to the two again, My brother likes mature beauties, but my brother needs someone who can help me more than a vase, understand? After Ziyan heard what Leidong said, her heart moved a little. The haze disappeared in an instant, and he said with joy, Brother Leidong, I will work hard to cultivate, don't abandon me in the future. Kinglin also hurriedly said, Master, Kinglin will also work hard to cultivate. P.S. Seeking collection, recommendation. Chapter 39, 39. Alien again. After seeing the two women look like this, Leidong smiled, and said in his heart, I have given you so many resources. If you two can't give me rapid growth, what are you doing with the young master? Ziyan was relieved of her heart knot, and she was no longer so sad. But after thinking that Leidong said just now that she could save the medicinal power of the transforming herb in her body, he said, Brother Leidong, you just said that you can help me relieve the medicinal power of this transforming herb, is it true? Leidong nodded, and said flatly, Naturally it is true. But now is not the time. In the future, my brother will give you a chance. I wish you directly ascend to the holy throne. He does know how to save it, but this thing hasn't come out yet. What can I do if I just know? Leidong can't go to the beast realm to find it by himself. The beast area is so big, there is no clue to find. I am afraid that it may not be possible to find it after several decades. When Ziyan heard the legend, oh no, once for her, Do Sheng existed in the legend, but now Lei clan Do Sheng does not fly all over the sky. But she did see a lot. But after learning that she could also set foot in that field, Ziyan couldn't help but breathe shortly. And Qinglin was also extremely envious, after all, Do Sheng was out of reach. Can you not envy it? Is Leidong that kind of eccentric person? Conveniently said, Kinglin, don't worry, you two, this young master will train the two of you with your heart. But in the future, if you don't live up to it. Although Leidong didn't go on, the two women felt like Mingjing in their hearts. It is clear that if they do not stand up, they may be kicked out for the second time. Of course, the two of them didn't know that Leidong didn't mean to kick them out at all. After all, the talents of the two are beyond doubt. Leidong is like this, but just to give the two women a trace of motivation and pressure. Leidong remembered what he had just returned, and looked at Kinglin again, and asked, Kinglin, when I just came back, there was no quarrel in my body. How did you detect me? Kinglin heard the words and smiled, Master, did you forget that you gave me a snake controlling skill before you retreat? This kind of fighting technique for controlling snakes is generally something no one can practice at all. Even in cultivation, it is difficult to achieve success. After all, this kind of exercise requires talents with by snake 3 flower eyes to be able to practice. Lei Dong also found it by accident, so Kinglin just gave it to her when he could practice. He really forgot about it. After all, he came with the mentality of giving it a try. Then Lei Dong said again, "You mean, when I just came back, was it seen by your snake?" Qinglin nodded, and opened his palm. The next moment 4 or 5 small snakes sprang out. Came to Kinglin's feet. "Hee, Master, I have learned this fighting skill. However, with my current strength, I can only cover half of Zhongzhou." Hearing this, Lei Dong is overjoyed. This is a free and labor-saving intelligence network. At the moment, Lei Dong said again, "Yes, get good at this skill." Xin said, "When I have the opportunity to go to a few clans, I will spread them all over the other clans. In this way, he can immediately know what the other races are going to do in the future. This skill can't attack people, what it can do is to inspect some surroundings and report it to her." For a long time, Kinglin felt that it was useless, but after seeing that Lei Dong attaches so much importance to this seemingly tasteless skill, she also pays attention to it. After that, the two women stayed with Lei Dong for a while, and hurriedly went back to practice. For them, to improve their strength is really a race against time. Lei Dong was thinking about how to put these snakes into the other tribes, especially within the soul race. After thinking for a while, Lei Dong gave up. After all, Kinglin has said that her strength is not enough to spread all over Zhongzhou. In the original book, Ziyan spent so many years in a small place like Canaan College, and finally reached the level of a 4-star battle. Now he brought her out in advance and gave her various resources. Lei Dong believes in her achievements. The future will never be lower than the original. After the two women left, Lei Dong walked towards the back room, but after entering, Lei Dong realized that Medusa and Huaji seemed to be in retreat at the moment. Lei moved his heart. No wonder these two little girls didn't come out to welcome me, they were in retreat. When people are in retreat, Lei Dong will naturally not be bothered. The most feared thing about practicing in retreat is to be disturbed. If there is nothing important, there is nothing wrong with letting them practice quietly. It would be better to ask for collections, ask for recommendations, and give a reward from the big boss. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Purple and Gold-Winged Lion King. The two women were in retreat, and their desires could not be satisfied. When nothing happened, Lei Dong calculated the time. Heart said, "If you remember correctly, this period of time should be the scum of Xiaoyan who left from Canaan College and went to the day when Yun Lanzong was annihilated. Although I don't know exactly which day it is, it should be the most recent day." Moreover, now Lei Dong is very curious. With his intervention, is Yun still alive? Did Xiaoyan save her again? And the most important point, Xiaoyan, this scum, what strength has Xiaoyan achieved? With a hint of curiosity, Lei Dong left his residence and found the little brother Lei who had reached the first round of Dozun. So he took him away from the Lei clan. Now that Lei Dong wants to go out, there is no need to report to anyone. After all, he has reached the cultivation base of Dozun, and in this situation where Dosheng can't come out, Dozun already exists like a heaven. In Dozun territory, Lei Dong is not afraid of anyone, and within rank 9, Lei Dong can escape even if he can't beat it. His speed is already as fast as thunder, even an ordinary semi-sage powerhouse is out of reach. The most important thing is that Lei Dong still has the space jade slip in his hand to summon Lei Ying. He naturally has nothing to worry about when he leaves the world of Lei to go out. After nearly half a month, Lei Dong and Leia came to the Black Point region, and Lei Fang, who was practicing in the Black Point region, had just broken through Dozun at this time. After all, he was mixed with thunder, even if he was not in the clan, he could still get the resources he deserved. After Leia felt Thunder's call, he appeared in front of Lei Dong for a moment. Young Patriarch. When Leia came to lay Dong in front of them, she was also slightly taken aback. Looking at Leia with a surprised look, Lei Dong curled his lips and said, "Why, I haven't seen you in 4 years, you don't know this young master either." After realizing that Lei Dong's strength has now reached 7-star Dozun, Leia was shocked and sighed. After hearing what Lei Dong said, he hurriedly said, "The subordinates dare not." Lei Dong waved his hand, signaled Leia to avoid the ceremony, and then asked, "What happened to what I told you to do?" Leia hurriedly took out the 2 remnant pictures and handed them to Lei Dong. One was left to him before Lei Dong left, and the other one was obtained by Lei Dong at the Black Point auction. As for whether he buys or grabs, Lei Dong doesn't care. After inquiring about what he had grabbed, after meeting the people, Lei Dong's mouth raised his heart and said, "Okay, you old man, do you hide it deep enough?" Through Leia's statement, when he was in the auction room, he noticed a trace of powerful soul aura. But that breath only appeared for a moment, and he didn't find where he was. Later, when Leia was hunting for the treasure, he also noticed this breath again. But it disappeared completely in just an instant. Leia doesn't know who it is. Can Lei Dong still be unclear? It now appears that although he has taken many things from Xiao Yan, but this kid should still have completed the 3-year agreement. Otherwise, he will come to the Black Point region again with a good face. Of course, this is only his guess, and then thunderously said, "Okay, let's go. Let's go to the Warcraft Mountains of the Gamma Empire first." Lei Dong's words fell, Leia hurriedly tore open a space, and after all 3 of them entered, the space completely disappeared. Using the space wormhole to shuttle, within less than a day, the 3 Lei Dong came to the Warcraft Mountains from thousands of miles away. Lei Dong quickly found the cave of the purple gold-winged Lion King according to his memories of coming here back then. Just as the 3 of Lei Dong arrived at the entrance of the cave, they saw a beautiful woman in a purple animal clothing walking out of the cave. After the beautiful woman came to Lei Dong's trio, she saluted Lei Dong and asked, "Benefactor, are you here to see me?" Lei frowned slightly, feeling the breath of the beautiful woman, and said in doubt, "Are you the lioness back then?" The strength of the beautiful woman in front of her should be about the strength of the 8-star Duzong. In this Jiama Empire, it is definitely the existence of the king. But she lived here and didn't leave. Doesn't it mean that she was the purple gold-winged Lion King? The beautiful woman nodded and said, "Yes, benefactor. I am the lioness. I can achieve today's achievements, thanks to the help of the benefactor." When she almost died, she chose to believe in thunder. After taking that restorative pill, the Zijin Wing Lion King not only felt his body recovered, but his strength also improved a lot. After successfully transforming with the help of the transforming pill, she broke through to the peak of Duhuang in one fell swoop. After these years of hard work, she can be regarded as successfully reaching the Dozone level. Listening to the Zijin Winged Lion King who was almost killed by himself, shouting one by one benefactor, Lei Dong was really uncomfortable. After all, the reason why he gave her the pill is precisely because the person who did it was himself. Lei Dong curled his lips, and then said, "Don't call me a benefactor. If you are uncomfortable, just call me master." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman immediately responded, "Yes, master." She didn't hate Lei Dong at all, or she didn't dare to have it at all. After all, it was because she mistakenly thought that Lei Dong was going to kill their mother and son, she was so desperate. But in the end, he didn't want to. Lei Dong just wanted the associated amethyst source. If she knew the purpose of thunder, she wouldn't stop it at all. The weak eats the strong, the Warcraft understands this truth better than humans. After all, as Warcraft, they have always believed in the strong. After seeing the Zijin Winged Lion King so sensible, Lei Dong said again, "You are cultivating here, has there ever been a Yun Lanzong woman here?" The Zijin Winged Lion King had a pause, then nodded and said, "Yes, but when she saw that I was transformed, she left." P.S. seeking collection, seeking recommendation. Chapter 41, 41. Rush to Yunlanzong. P.S. Thank you for your mature and stable 500 book coin reward and support. Thanks. Seeing Lei Dong suddenly asked Yun, the Zijin Winged Lion King secretly said that it was not good. She was really afraid of the thunder and Yun's acquaintance in front of her. However, after thinking about it, she felt that there was no big problem. After all, she didn't do anything with Yun either. Then the Zijin Winged Lion King asked cautiously, "Young master knows that Yunlanzong woman?" Lei shook his head and said, "I don't know. If that's the case, you should continue to practice. This young master is just here to take a look." When the words were over, Lei Dong left with Ria. According to what the Zijin Winged Lion King said, Lei Dong can be regarded as a general understanding. With his own help, the Zijin Winged Lion King directly improved more than just a little bit. When Yun came, she didn't want to be an opponent, so she had to return without success in the end. That being the case, in other words, Yun, this woman, and Xiao Yan, this scum, should have no contact. Of course, these are all speculations by Thunder, and he urgently needs to rush to Yunlanzong to find out. Over the years, he is really curious about how some people in this original work have changed. However, Lei Dong had always kept a thought in his heart, that is, Xiao Yan should be good at making a waste meal. With him here, he doesn't need to shine. If he can't be a trash with peace of mind, Lei Dong doesn't mind solving him in advance. After all, he does not allow any threat to appear. Even if it's just showing off, it's not allowed. The Yunlin sect, the most powerful force in the Jiama Empire, and the uninterrupted inheritance from generation to generation, has allowed this ancient sect to stand on top of the Jiama Empire. However, this seemingly behemoth in the hearts of the Gama Empire is actually nothing more than a small influential force for Lei Dong. When the three of Lei Dong hid their figures and arrived here, Leia looked at Lei Dong and said, "Young patriarch, this Yunlanzong seems to have a gloomy aura." Leia also said, "The young patriarch, that Do Zong strong, and those Do kings, seem to have been forcibly promoted." Lei Dong sneered when he heard the words, and pointed to Ho Shan, "That's because there are people from the Soul Palace. This Yunlanzong person is just a ghost for the dead." After hearing the words, the two had a meal, and then Leia asked in confusion, "Young patriarch, are you talking about the subordinate forces of that soul race?" The people of the ancient 8 races, everyone knows that the soul hall is the power of the soul race. However, the creation of strength in Zhongzhou was dismissed by the ancient races. After all, they are all very arrogant existences. How can they be willing to attract some people who make them disdain to mix with them? This is a common problem of all Daodi clan, even the Lei clan. And the Soul Heaven Emperor is indeed the kind of eclectic existence. He let the soul die to develop the Soul Palace, and recruit troops to buy horses, in the Soul Hall. Except for the Hall Master and Deputy Hall Masters of Hun Mais Hung, there were almost no Soul Clan people, and the rest were all recruited from the mainland. The things that are generally inconvenient for the Soul Clan to do are all handled by the Soul Hall. Then Leia said with disdain, "Except for the death of the soul, the Soul Hall is almost all souls that have no physical body. Such a force, I really don't know the use of the soul race." Ria also nodded in agreement, in their eyes. The Soul Palace just collected a group of waste in Zhongzhou that hadn't even had the blood of the Emperor Do to form a dog P force to play a house. Lei Dong didn't explain anything. After all, what's the use of telling them this? "Really can't stand the two bragging P," Lei Dong said quietly. "Be quiet and wait for the show again." Hearing Lei Dong speak, the two of them stopped talking in an instant. Although they seemed to have arrived earlier, Lei Dong didn't mean to leave, but sat in the air instead. He held his chin with his hand and patrolled down, as if he was looking for something. Lei Dong's current strength of 7-star Do Zun, wanting to observe them, the following group of Do Wang scum and several Do Huang, Yunshan and the Soul Palace Guardian are also not aware of it. As for Leia and Leia, although they are very puzzled. But Lei Dong didn't speak any more, where he was sitting, and what could the two of them do? They could only wait one by one. After Lei Dong scanned the entire Yunlin mountain, he finally found Yun Yun's existence. The difference from the original is that she has not been blocked by vindictiveness, and her strength has reached the 5-star fighting emperor. After realizing her strength, Lei Dong took a closer look at her appearance. Lei Dong's gaze was very natural, and the first thing he saw was that set of sky blue long skirts wrapped in an exquisite body with a concave and convex shape. Just seeing her beautiful body, Lei Dong was dry-mouthed. After all, he had never been a man who knew how to control. Then Lei Dong looked at her face again. That blue silk was turned into a noble phoenix hair accessory, and that pretty face that could be broken by bullets seemed to reveal a touch of grace and nobility that could not be concealed by plain clothes. In short, this woman gave Lei Dong a picturesque, icy feeling. After Lei Dong observed carefully for a while, he thought to himself, this is simply the vase in the vase. However, after observing for a while, she found that her body exuded a feeling like a peach that was ripened thoroughly, and Lei Dong immediately said, "It's really fragrant. Think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with taking such a vase back, right?" Lei Dong felt shamelessly that he should take back his previous thoughts. No, or forget the previous thoughts. When the good cabbage is too late, the pig will be stunned. He broke through Dowdy by himself. Who knows that it happened that year? P.S. As the saying goes, it's hard to tell, this book is a harem. If you don't like it, don't watch it, don't make a noise, I don't bother to suppress. Brothers you like are welcome to join the book friend group. It has just been created. It's okay to come in and brag about it. Chapter 42, 42. Battle of Yun Lanzong. When Lei Dong was observing Yun Yunshan suddenly appeared in front of her. After seeing Yunshan, Yun said in a salute, "Teacher." "Yuner, how did you think about what the teacher said to you before?" Yunshan waved his hand, and then asked slightly suspiciously. Yun heard that there was a slight gloom on her pretty face, and then she shook her head, "Teacher, I don't like Furukawa, even if I force myself to like him, but I can't do it." Ever since Yunshan learned that Xiao Yan from the Xiao family was back again, he was a little restless. Although he felt that a Xiao Yan was nothing more than an ant, but he was always a little uneasy. After that, Yunshan wanted to use Yun to win over 6th rank alchemist Furukawa. A 6th rank apothecary, but the owner of the Gamma Empire is not a small position. With Furukawa's single-minded assistance, Yunshan believed that it would be nothing to unify the Gamma Empire. And if he wanted to be firmly tied to the big ship of Yun Lanzong, he had to do so. Yunshan naturally knew that Yun didn't like Furukawa. As a teacher, he grew up with Yun. Why didn't he want Yun to find someone he likes? But his position made him unable to do so, and he sighed, "Yuner, you should understand what kind of situation Yun Lanzong is facing now. Taking a step back, it is very likely that you will be crushed." This is not the first time Yun has heard of this, and this is why she can stay in this Yunlin sect after knowing Yunshan's thoughts. "Teacher, that kid from the Xiao family, didn't Yan Ran win with the power of a soul? If so, what are we afraid of? As for that Furukawa, I will find a way to convince him." In Yun's view, Furukawa is not to be afraid. As for Furukawa, that's just one of her licking dogs. Even if Yun didn't marry him, it was enough to give him a glimmer of hope. I have to say that licking a dog will be a tragedy no matter what. In mid-air, after Lei Dong listened to the conversation between the two, he also understood Xiao Yan's affairs. He really didn't expect that Xiao Yan, a little chicken, would win with Yao Lao's power. Doesn't that mean that his strength is really not as good as Nalan Yan Ran? Although this happened 3 years ago, even if he went to Canaan College, what would he do? Without falling heart flame, all kinds of opportunities have been swept away by thunder. What kind of stage can Xiao Yan now come to? At the same time, Lei Dong was puzzled. If Xiao Yan hadn't improved, why would he dare to come back? In the original book, he also had the help of a Duzong level Medusa, but now? Just rely on a medicine to grow old? At this moment, Lei Dong sensed a few breaths and came towards Yun Lanzong. Among them, the aura of Duzong powerhouses is actually 4. When Lei Dong looked around, he discovered that among the 4 fighting sects, there was still a Ling Ying. With Ling Ying's appearance, if Lei Dong still doesn't understand where Xiao Yan's self-confidence comes from, then he really has some IQ offline. Looking at Xiao Yan's strength, it seemed that he had just broken through the Douling stage. Behind Xiao Yan, he was the old man Heibodong who had been rescued by him. In addition, there is a mighty army. Obviously, it was the help of the great families of the imperial capital and the imperial family to have such a lineup. Yunshan and Yunyun were also aware of the arrival of these auras, and when the two rushed to the square of Yun Lanzong, all their disciples also appeared here. After both men and horses appeared on the huge square of Yun Lanzong, Yunshan saw Xiao Yan next to him. 4 people were standing in the air. In other words, all 4 of them were already powerful at Duzong level. The 4 fighting sect powerhouses, even Yun Lanzong may not be the enemy. Moreover, Xiao Yan brought not only the 4 Duzongs, but also several Duhuang powerhouses who had added to the imperial capital. At the moment when he saw Yunshan, Xiao Yan cursed with a gloomy expression on his face and said, "Old Yunshan dog, you destroy my Xiao family and arrest my father. I am back, Xiao Yan, and today is your Yunlan sect. The day of extinction." Yunshan frowned slightly, and said coldly, "Little beast, you destroyed most of my Yun Lanzong 3 years ago and let you run away. Today you dare to come and die." As he said, Yunshan looked at Jiaxingdian, Heibodong, and others, and said coldly, "Jiaxingdian, Heibodong, you 2 old guys, are also ready to deal with my Yun Lanzong with this little beast." Although Xingtian did not come voluntarily, he naturally can't pretend to be 2 or 5 boys at this time, so he said, "Yunshan, your Yun Lanzong's picture is too big, the old man can't come." Heibodong also said, "Your Yunlan sect wants to unify the Gama Empire, and we, unsophisticated old guys, naturally don't want to be your slaves." Yunshan clenched his fist tightly, and kept transmitting his voice to the guardian of the Soul Palace, wanting it to come out and help. But the Soul Palace guardian did not respond at all. Reluctantly, Yunshan shouted directly, "The disciple of Yun Lanzong listens to the order, and the clouds will cover the sun formation." Yunshan knew very well that they would definitely not be able to fight hard, and only relying on their great formation to protect the mountain could they have the strength to fight. Xiao Yan had experienced the horror of this formation. The former Yunlan sect was not as powerful as it was, and they all struggled to break it. What's more, now the Yunlan Zong Duwang and Duhuang powerhouses are nearly even in number, can he not panic? Immediately shouted, "Old Ling, take action quickly, don't let them end up." Chapter 43, 43 Soul Temple Protector. Ling Ying, who was called out, didn't hesitate at the moment, and said to the 3 Dozong around him, "Let's shoot together." The 3 nodded at the same time, and then the 4 of them exploded their own aura together. Except for Ling Ying, who is a 1-star Duzong, the strength of the other 3 is around the 5-star Duzong. Although Yunshan is also a 3-star fighting sect now, facing the 3 5-star fighting sects, his heart is not good. At the moment, Yunshan whispered to Yunyun and said, "Yuner, you will be covered for your departure as a teacher, you have to live." Yunyun was taken aback when she heard Yunshan's transmission, and then she refused without thinking about it, and replied, "No, teacher, I'm not leaving. Yun Lanzong is my home, even if I died here today, I'm not going to die. We'll go." Stupid! Yunshan couldn't help but cursed, and then hurriedly said, "Yuner, you are talented and intelligent, and your future achievements must be limitless. The teacher knows that if it is not for Yun Lanzong, you are afraid I left the Gama Empire long ago to travel to the mainland. The teacher did not agree before, but today the teacher agreed. Go and become stronger, and come back to avenge the teacher and Yun Lanzong. The Soul Palace Protector could not be contacted, and the opponent was suppressed by absolute strength. Yunchen knew that Yun Lanzong would surely suffer annihilation today. In this case, why can't Yunchen think of leaving a hope for Yun Lanzong? Yun still wanted to refuse, but Yunchen's indisputable tone made her do not know how to speak. Then he stopped talking. And Yunchen didn't have a chance to communicate with her, because the formation had been broken, and with the assistance of dealing with the 4 Duzong and several Duhuang, Yun Yanfurai's great formation was destroyed in an instant. Then the battle was on the verge, and under the absolute strength, the Yun Lanzong experts were all wounded to the ground in no time. Even Yun was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Xiao Yan walked over after seeing that Yunchen and the others had no resistance. His eyes fell on Yun's body first. After all, this woman is so beautiful. Although Suner is also a natural beauty, how can the immature Suner compare with the already ripe Yun? The most important thing is that this mature peach seems to have not been picked by anyone, and Xiao Yan also has a slight heartbeat for a while. He comforted himself, it was because of Yun Lanzong's revenge on his Xiao family's actions. Xiao Yan, the person who came to help you, but your little girlfriend's hand. If you do anything at this time, it will be bad for your future. However, before he could get close, he was awakened by a voice in his heart. Yun naturally noticed Xiao Yan's disgusting gaze. If she hadn't been seriously injured at this time, she would have killed her quickly. Hearing what Yao Lao said, Xiao Yan came back to his senses immediately. His gaze left Yun, and then to Yunchen, who was seriously injured, said coldly, "Old Yunchen dog, where is my father? Hand over my father, I can make your death easier. Otherwise, today, none of the Yunlin sect disciples will stay." Yunchen was about to speak, but suddenly he felt a pain from the depths of his soul. The next moment, he wailed in pain. Ah! This is not only the case of him, but also the elders who have promoted too fast. After Ling Ying noticed their changes, the secret path was not good. Then they hurriedly came to Xiao Yan's side. In the next moment, everyone saw the seriously injured elders, the dead elders, and the old master of the Yunlin sect, Yunchen. Their souls rose to the sky, and then they saw the sky appearing. There were a few black figures. They floated in the air as if they had no bodies. After that, those souls all ran into their bodies, and in an instant, a powerful pressure spread across the entire Yun Lanzong. At this time, let alone Xiao Yan's dumbfounded, it is because Yun is a little unclear. She was very puzzled, what was going on. At this moment, Yao Lao and Xiao Yan's ring and Ling Ying beside him said at the same time, "Soul Palace." Xiao Yan also knew something about the Soul Palace. When I went to Canaan College, Gu Suner told him all this. Although there was no struggle between the ancient races, even the Soul race did not easily provoke other races. But whether it is the Soul clan or the Soul Hall, the battles with the ancient clan have never been rare. It's just that the two clans did not start a battle. Therefore, the reason why the guardian of the Soul Palace didn't talk to Yunchen just now was because he realized that the other party was a member of the ancient race, and he hurriedly summoned a helper. Just after Yunchen and the others were completely defeated, it happened that the guardian rules of the Soul Halls near the Jiama Empire arrived. Each of the 5 Soul Palace guardians that appeared was above Dozong's strength, and the guardian who absorbed Yunchen and the others had even reached the strength of 7-star Dozong. Because Yunchen was not killed this time, before his soul was swallowed, he shouted to Yun, "Yuner, hurry up, hurry up." Ha ha ha. The Soul Palace guardian sneered, and then said, "No one can escape from the people present today." Chapter 44, 44. Persuade Yun. Ling Ying looked at the Soul Palace guardian in the air, frowning her brows, and then said coldly, "Soul Palace, is this because we want to go to war with our ancient clan?" GG. The Soul Palace Guardian smiled coldly, and then said, "You are a member of the affiliated race, also worthy of being called the ancient race? You can't represent them, moreover, kill you. Who will know?" Immediately, the guardian of the Soul Palace looked at Xiao Yan and said coldly, "Little waste, hand over the dust, this guardian can also make your death easier." Yao Lao is Xiao Yan's greatest opportunity, how can he let Yao Lao run away? At the moment, Xiao Yan looked at Ling Ying, and Ling Ying then said to the 3 dozong who came here, "Go together." When the words fell, Ling Ying rushed up first, and after Ling Ying rushed up, the 3 fighting sects of the ancient clan also rushed up. In an instant, the sky was fighting a battle, and at this time Yao Lao also took control of Xiao Yan's body. Leaping up and rushing into the air, a red flame appeared in his hand, and several kinds of beast fire seemed to be mixed in the flame. Xiao Yan did lose a lot of opportunities, but he also gained the spirit fire of these 10,000 beasts on the way of cultivation. It's a pity that the timing of the flames was too late, his strength only reached the peak of the fighting master at that time. In the 3-year agreement, how could Xiao Yan allow himself to fail? In addition, Yao Lao taught him to burn Ju because Xiao Yan could find 3 kinds of different fires and save himself. So I was frustrated that Xiao Yan would be defeated after 3 years of asceticism. Yao Lao Bi secretly helped him once, and in the end Xiao Yan defeated Nalan Yan Ran. After the Xiao family was destroyed, Xiao Yan used Yao Lao's power to destroy most of the Yunlan sect. Relying on Ling Ying's help, he successfully escaped. On the way to Canaan College, Xiao Yan also obtained several beast fires by chance. His strength was greatly increased, but it was a pity that he only knew that Falling Heart Flame had been taken away after he entered the inner courtyard of Canaan College. The saddest thing is that the child's daughter-in-law who had been thinking about it was also taken away by her family. Had it not been for Gu sooner that Ling Ying and the other 3 dozong had returned to avenge him at last, Xiao Yan might still be in Canaan College at this time. Yao Lao now possesses Xiao Yan's body, and his strength has reached the 5-star Do sect. Relying on the control of Xiao Yan's 10,000 beasts spirit fire, it is naturally not difficult to deal with a Soul Palace Guardian who forcibly enhances his strength to the 7-star Do sect. Boom! Boom! In the sky, there was no end to wars, and Yun Yun, who was in a daze and watched the battle because of Yunchen and others' deaths, was brought to her side by thunder without knowing when. After Yun Yun suddenly appeared in midair, she said with a trace of doubt in her heart, "Who are you?" "I." Lei Dong stroked Yun Yun's pretty face, and then said, "Passing by, but seeing you are so beautiful, you were arrested, so I will save you and leave." Touched by thunder, Yun Yun subconsciously wanted to hide. However, no matter how she dodges, the thunderous hand is like a dogskin plaster, always stopping on her pretty face. Yun Yun was a little bit ashamed and couldn't get rid of it, so she had to look at thunder, and said coldly, "Your Excellency wants to take advantage of others." For what Yun Yun said, Lei Dong didn't care, but looked at Yun Yun carefully. While taking advantage, he said, "With your strength, you can't stop what I want to do at the peak." At this time, Yun Yun realized that what she was in was a small space formed by vindictiveness. Moreover, when he was taken away, where the people who fought did not even notice. The most important thing is that both Lei Dong and the people on his left and right are standing in the air. Yun Yun paused, knowing that what Lei Dong said was indeed true, and he couldn't stop what he wanted to do. Enduring a trace of shame, he looked at Lei Dong and said, "Do you want me?" She was not so, but now she knows that Lei Dong's strength is not easy. Yun Yun wanted Lei Dong to help Yun Lanzong, that's why. And Lei Dong nodded without concealment, and then smirked, "Otherwise, what does this young master save you for? Do you think you have anything worth saving besides beauty?" What Lei Dong said, Yun Yun naturally understood. However, Lei Dong said so bluntly, not at all oblivious, which really made her stunned for a moment. Boom! At this moment, after a loud noise from an energy collision outside, she came back to her senses. Well, I can promise you anything, but you have to promise me one thing too. Lei Dong was puzzled. Why should I promise you one thing? Don't you already have my hands? Do I need to promise you anything? Yun Yun paused. She didn't expect that Lei Dong would say so. You. For a moment, Yun Yun was a little speechless, because as Lei Dong said, she was now in his hands. Where is the qualification to negotiate? But after looking at some of the Yun Lanzong disciples below, Yun Yun said again, I beg you, can you save them? Lei Dong directly ignored what Yun Yun said, and said, Woman, you also know that I saved you because of your beauty. But, what about them? A bunch of ants, why should I save you? Yun Yun didn't want the place where she grew up to be destroyed like this, so she said, if you don't save me Yun Lanzong, you can never get me. Let me go out, I will live and die with the section. Lei Dong said again, if I were you, I should save my life now, improve my strength and take revenge in the future, instead of thinking about sending death. What Lei Dong said was not unreasonable, and now Yun Yun went out to die. After all, whether it was the people in the Soul Palace or Ling Ying who won, Yun Yun will have only one ending. Chapter 45, 45. Yun Lanzong is removed. Moreover, even she herself knew that Lei Dong was not lying. This is true. But let her ignore Yun Lanzong and live on her own, how can she do it? At this time, the battle between the Soul Palace and Xiao Yan and the others also ended. Yao Chen was like the original, the Soul Palace protector was taken away, and the helper from the ancient clan was also severely injured by Ling Ying. The rest of the Dozong and the Soul Palace's guardians died at the same time. The war ended, Yao Lao was taken away, and Xiao Yan was furious. Looking at the Yun Lanzong disciple present, killing intent emerged without reservation. At this moment, he discovered that Yun Yun, who was seriously injured just now, did not know when he had disappeared. The most frightening thing is that no one even noticed it. Xiao Yan yelled angrily, damn it, no one will stay in the Yunlin sect today. He had just spoken harshly before, but now, his father's life and death are unknown, and the teacher has been arrested again, and all this is because of Yun Lanzong. But Yun Yun was rescued again, how could Xiao Yan not be angry? Hearing what Xiao Yan said, the many Yun Lanzong disciples who had already started begging for mercy were taken aback. Even Jia Xingtian and the others did the same. They didn't expect Xiao Yan to be so cruel. You know, although these people are the disciples of Yun Lanzong, most of their strengths are at the level of fighting masters. Moreover, they are also elite talents of the Gama Empire. Jia Xingtian hurriedly said, Xiao Yan, Yunshan is dead, and Yun Yun has escaped. The elders and disciples of the inner sect of Yunlin sect have also died. And these people are just some outer disciples, why bother to kill them? Why don't they let them join the royal family and serve the country? Now Ling Ying has been seriously injured, and has no strength. Jia Xingtian was already the strongest here at this time, after all, he didn't use much power just after the battle. If it wasn't for the so-called ancient clan behind Xiao Yan, Jia Xingtian would have killed Xiao Yan directly at this moment. After all, the young man in front of him always has the strong to help him, it is hard to guarantee that he will not become the enemy of their Gama Empire in the future. He finally solved a Yun Lanzong, he didn't want a second Yun Lanzong to appear in the Jiama Empire. The sudden opening of Xingtian also made Xiao Yan realize the reality. Now, there was only one injured Ling Ying left beside him. Even Yao Lao is no longer there, and Jia Xingtian is already the strongest. If he dared to build up his life, he would add face to his punishment. I'm afraid that today's matter will be even more difficult to end. Although the Xiao family suffered heavy losses, his father was also taken away. But to put it bluntly, Yun Lanzong is just a ghost for the dead. What's more, Yunshan is dead, and Yun Lanzong has also been annihilated. He can be regarded as a vengeance, and the reason for this just now is just that he is too angry in his heart. In the end, Xiao Yan sighed, feeling a little powerless in his heart, and looked at Jia Xingtian and said, since Jia Lao speaks, then Xiao Yan can let them go. But in the future, when Xiao Yan is not in the Jiama Empire, I hope the royal family will take care of the Xiao family. Child. Xiao Yan was not prepared to stay in the Jiama Empire. He needed to become stronger. Not only his father wanted to save, but also his teacher wanted to save. Even, Gu Suner wants to be worthy of his thigh. All need him to become stronger, otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Especially when Gu Suner said when he left, if you don't enter the realm of Duzong, you should never think about looking for her. Otherwise, it will bring a murderous disaster to yourself. Xiao Yan recalled that the Black Army commander who had picked up Gu Suner that day was just suffocating fire. After hearing what Xiao Yan said, Jia Xingtian was also relieved. After all, he didn't want to tear his face with Xiao Yan either. Jia Xingtian smiled and said, don't worry, little brother Xiao Yan, the Xiao family will definitely get the best treatment in the imperial capital. Boom! And at this moment, there was a sound from the gate of Yun Lanzong's life and death, and then everyone looked over, even Yun Yun, who was relieved from the sky. The next moment, Nalan Yanran walked out, and since the end of the 3-year agreement, she has entered the gate of life and death. 3 years have passed, and her strength has also entered the Dawang level. When Nalan Yanran came out, she saw that Yun Lanzong had become another scene. At this moment, Nalaji came to her. Nalan Yanran was stunned, and then said, Grandpa, what's wrong? Nalaji sighed slightly, and then said, the Yunlin sect has been destroyed. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Yunlin sect, go home with Grandpa. To be honest, although Nalanji regretted more than once, Nalan Yanran went to the Xiao family to divorce. Especially seeing Xiao Yan growing up and the various powerhouses around him, he regretted that he hadn't been able to stop it in the first place. However, at this moment, seeing that his granddaughter had broken through the realm of Dawang at a young age, and Xiao Yan himself was no more than a Doling, he suddenly felt that perhaps there was nothing wrong with retiring. What's more, Xiao Yan also said that the marriage of the two people ended the 3-year agreement that year. Although Nalan Yanran was full of doubts, but after seeing his grandpa begging her not to speak, she nodded and followed Nalaji to this side. Although she wanted to inquire about it, obviously now is not the best time, and a bad situation is likely to bring disaster to the Nalan family. So she held back. In the air, Lei Dong instantly felt relieved after learning about Xiao Yan's current strength. Although Xiao Yan received another 10,000 beast spirit fire, but his current strength is still within Lei Dong's grasp, there is no need to worry about it. Let's go. After leaving a sentence, regardless of Yun Yun's willingness or not, Lei Yi tore a space, and several people disappeared there in an instant. Chapter 46, 46. Soul Control. After a few people came to the Blackhorn region, Lei Dong threw Lei Fang here again. After all, he still had his unfinished mission. And since Yun Yun was taken away from Yun Lanzong, she has never spoken a word again. She kept her face cold along the way, as if who owed her millions? Lei Dong directly ignored this. He was going to throw this little girl's skin to Huasong. After all, where is the chance that belongs to her? No matter how Lei Dong thinks about it, he still feels that there can't be a vase around him. What use is there for a useless woman? Hey, stupid woman, this young master saved you. What's your expression? As the three of them left the Black Point region, Lei Dong said with a displeased expression on his face. Yun Yun heard the words, and then replied, why did you save me, you know in your heart. Lei Dong didn't deny it either. After all, his original intention was not to see uneven roads. The reason for saving her was not because of her poor talent. It's because of her own beauty. Yun Yun's talent may be considered a top-notch existence in the Gama Empire. Not to mention being placed in the ancient race, even Zhongzhou, she is nothing. After all, in her 20s, she is just a Do Huang, and this talent is simply weak. If she hadn't gone to Hwasong to get the lifelong grudge words of the former suzerain, how could she talk about the future? Lei Dong thought for a while and said again, I can help you improve your strength, provide you with resources, let you avenge you, and I can also tell you what kind of force you have shot against Yun Lanzong, but with your current strength, don't talk about revenge. Going to the door is just sending you to death. Now the decision is in your hands. You can decide by yourself. Yun paused. The cultivation resources she needs now are extremely large. If there is no major power to provide it, she really has nothing to do. Therefore, after hearing what Lei Dong said, Yun was a little moved and said, Can you really provide me with cultivation resources to make me stronger? Naturally. Lei Dong nodded, looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, nodding seriously. Then he said, But, there is no free lunch in the world, I think you should understand this truth. Lei Dong is not a fool, if he can't let himself be in control, he won't bother to provide him with training resources. Yun naturally understood the meaning of Lei Dong, and if he wanted his help, she had to give something. And she could afford it, but she seemed to have nothing left. Although she was very reluctant to make such a deal, the scenes of Yun Lanzong always flashed in her mind, as well as Yun Shan's death. After Yun paused for a moment, the group shed tears and looked at Lei Dong with a sad smile. Okay, I promise you. As long as I can kill Xiao Yan. The only enemy Yun knew was Xiao Yan. With her strength, it is naturally not difficult to kill Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan has some strong protection around her, and she has no way to start. As for the gloomy soul of Yun Lanzong and the powerful enemy who helped Xiao Yan, she didn't want to know now. After all, she doesn't have that strength yet. Just killing Xiao Yan's request, Lei Dong didn't need to lie to her, so he could agree to it. As long as she kills, Lei Dong doesn't mind her being a substitute for the dead. Then he said, Yes. Then Lei moved his hand out, and then 9-color thunder appeared in his palm. At the moment when 9-color Lei appeared, Lei Dong said again, Don't choose to resist. When the words fell, the 9-color thunder in Lei Dong's hand poured into Yun's body, and when she poured the 9-color thunder into Medusa, she was fooled. And Yun? She was forced to be helpless. Ria watched from the side, although he didn't speak, but there was a slight response in his heart. After all, Yun is a Duhuang. Apart from her beauty, it can be said that there is nothing worthy of Lei clan's attention. He doesn't think she is worthy of Lei Dong, so wasting time. However, Ria has followed Lei Dong for many years, and he also knows that his young patriarch does things and never likes his subordinates to talk too much. After successfully controlling Yun, Lei Dong said again, Very good, after arriving in Zhongzhou, I will send you to Hwasong first. In this sect, only women are recruited, and you can go to them first. Yun was taken aback. Now she has been controlled by Lei Dong, but Lei Dong actually asked her to cast a sect? Doesn't this mean that I have contributed my soul in vain? Immediately he rebuked, What do you mean? You didn't want to give me cultivation resources, why do you want me to go to the Hwasong now? Lei Dong sneered, and said, The path that the young master told you to take naturally has my reason. You can go for meditation with peace of mind. You shouldn't ask, don't ask more. The resources that should be provided to you, I will let I send it to you every year. However, you must not reveal the slightest of the affairs between you and me in Hwasong, otherwise, you will understand the feeling that you can't live but die. An icy feeling came from Yun's heart. When she wanted to come, she had already agreed to thunder. Then Lei Dong should give her cultivation resources. And at least it has to be brought to his turf for training, right? But now Lei Dong wants to leave her at another sect, how can Yun not be angry? But as Lei Dong said, her soul has been controlled. If she doesn't want to be tortured, she can only do what Lei Dong said. She has never thought more, she will have such a day? He didn't get anything and was controlled by others. Now that she was on the thief boat, she finally realized the feeling of not being rewarded for her efforts. Lei Dong sneered inwardly, and he had nothing to say about it. Moreover, the training of Huilei with Yunyun can naturally also rise rapidly. However, even if she were to go to the semi-sacred stage, it would consume countless resources. There are so many young people in the Lei clan that need to be cultivated, not to mention that Lei Dong doesn't agree with him, but his father and several elders would not agree. After all, Yunyun is not like Xian and Kinglan or Medusa, either with ancient blood or with special eyes. The most important thing is that Huazong can obtain the lifelong fighting spirit of a semi-sage powerhouse, which is enough for her cultivation to reach the level of the 9th rank. At that time, helping her break the saint is not easy. Moreover, as long as Yunyun controls Huazong, Lei Dong can do a lot of things. After giving a slap, Lei Dong naturally needs to give a date. After all, this is the truth since ancient times. Then he said, "Don't worry, since I have promised to make you a strong person, I will never lie to you. You will understand within a year at most. Moreover, you feel that with my strength, there is need to lie to you." After hearing what Lei Dong said, Yunyun suddenly felt that she herself did think a little too much, although she didn't know what Lei Dong was. But the fact that the people around him can tear through the space and shuttle, proves that Lei Dong's strength is definitely a powerhouse of Dozun level. After all, the subordinates are Dozun, can the master be worse? As for the power behind Lei Dong, although she couldn't guess, she was sure in her heart that it would definitely be a big power. After thinking about it, Yunyun didn't feel so angry, and then asked with some doubts, "Then what should I do after I go to Huasong?" Lei Dong said quietly, "When I didn't send someone to look for you, everything will be fine. P.S. There have been some personal matters these days, and all the papers are deposited. I will go home tomorrow, and I will send them out today. Now I owe you 4 more changes, plus the book is about to be put on the shelves. Tomorrow I will work hard, I will try to put it on the shelves. Thanks for understanding." Chapter 47, 47. Wei. Lei Dong had already said so, and Yunyun seemed to have no choice but to agree. In addition, Lei Dong itself is an overbearing master, who did not control her before, not to mention that she has been held in his hands now. After leaving Yunyun at the periphery of Huasong, Lei Dong and Leia returned to the Lei clan. He has nothing to do outside. Lei Dong also deliberately explained Leia's handling of the things that can be in the Blackhorn region. With the strength of his turn Dozun, he could only handle these things in pediatrics. As for the strange fire in Burning Flame Valley, there is a place where Do Sheng sits, and he and Leia want to seize it. Obviously, it does not exist. Moreover, Tang Zhen is also familiar with the powerful people of all ethnic groups in Zhongzhou. After all, the Fenian Valley back then was also passed down by a big family. They were only defeated midway. Therefore, if Lei Dong wanted to take the flames, he would only have to ask a fighting elder from the Hui clan to help him out. As for the imprint of that different fire, for Lei Dong, it's a trivial matter. His 9 heavens god thunder has the effect of erasing the imprint of the soul. But the prerequisite is that he needs to know how naive he is now, whether he can live up to it. If her strength cannot satisfy herself, Lei Dong will not choose to continue wasting time on her. At that time, she was only suitable for making a vase. Half a month later, in the Thunder World, Lei Dong only left for 3 months when he went out this time. When he returned to the Thunder Realm, Leia went back to practice. As for Lei Dong, he went to Huaji's residence. When Lei Dong came back, he naturally went to see his parents first, and he happened to learn from Lei Ying that the Yan clan's coming-of-age ceremony would be held within half a year. Although Huoji was no longer a member of the Yan clan, Yan Jin still asked her to go back to awaken her bloodline. Lei Dong didn't object to this. He also wanted to know how Huoji's blood was now. Moreover, even if Huochi is not in the Lei clan, they will still be invited. This is a big event of ancient races. Of course, it can also be called the foundation of showing off. Every ethnic group will be invited to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony in each ethnic group. Of course, the only soul race seemed to be a special existence, and they never participated in anything within each race. And when they do, they never invite anyone. Of course, even if the Emperor's soul Tian dared to invite, no one would dare to go. After all, Jiang Xiaoxian was still dead in the hands of the Soul Heaven Emperor. The coming-of-age ceremony of each race takes place at different times, because at the same time it is not just people of the same age who awaken the blood, but people of the same age who are similar in the whole group. And the coming-of-age ceremony of their Lei tribe still needs to wait 3 years, and it will be held after 3 years. After learning of this, Lei Dong returned to his nest, and he just agreed on behalf of Huaji. However, he doesn't know now, has this girl finished her retreat? According to her mother, she has been in retreat for almost 2 years. When Lei Dong returned to his residence, he saw Medusa just coming out. After seeing the thunderous changes, Medusa was only slightly stunned. But Lei Dong was different. He hadn't seen Medusa for more than 4 years, and he suddenly realized that the snake lady was even more charming and charming. Qianying stood proudly, wearing a slender tight-fitting purple cyan dress. With a straight waist, the moving curve like a snake waist emerged. With the cold and enchanting cheeks, she was only in a daze, but that appearance was simply tempting. If Yunyun is a mature peach, then Medusa is almost ripe, and it makes people want to eat her anytime, anywhere. After Medusa came back to her senses, seeing Lei Dong's possessive eyes, she wanted to turn around and leave. Because she is very confused now, she doesn't know what her attitude towards Lei Dong is. Is it love or hate? I have been in the Thunder Realm for several years. The strength has also advanced by leaps and bounds, and his cultivation has reached the level of a 5-star dozun. These are inseparable from the massive resources provided by Lai Zhu. Therefore, Medusa is grateful. Otherwise, despite her tyrannical bloodline and excellent talent, in the northwestern continent, in the great desert of the Jiama Empire, it would be idiotic to get to this point in such a short time. However, thinking back to what Lei Dong had done to her and the control she had placed in the depths of her soul after Lei Dong had known it, she still remembers the feeling that life is better than death. So, when he didn't know how to face it, Medusa's first reaction was to run back into the house. After Lei Dong saw that Medusa wanted to run when she saw herself, she was slightly taken aback at the moment. After all, he is so handsome now. Seeing that he didn't jump up but turned and ran? There seems to be something wrong with this plot, right? Right now, Lei Dong yelled in dissatisfaction, Medusa, haven't seen you in 4 years, have you forgotten the terrible young master, have you? You dare to run away when you see me. Medusa, who had originally wanted to go straight, shuddered after hearing Thunder's yelling. She dared not move in an instant. Just now she just thought that she didn't know how to face Thunder, but she seemed to have forgotten that this man has always been the kind of swift come and go to herself. At this moment, the originally wavering heart became clear in an instant. Love doesn't exist at all. For a demon who only knows to control herself, she loves a hammer. At the moment Medusa forced herself to calm down, and then turned her head blankly. A look of arrogant queen appeared in Du, watching Thunder, and whispered, "What are you doing?" Lei Dong had already approached Medusa at this time. After hearing Medusa's breath, he almost exploded on the spot. Since he was born, others have obeyed him, so Medusa is like this. He was very unhappy and said, "Oh? It seems that the comfort of a few years has made you forget who you are." Lei Dong didn't know what Medusa was thinking. All he knew was that this woman was undertrained again. After all, facing him now he has put on the attitude of the queen again? However, Lei Dong had to admit that he liked Medusa like this very much. As for whether Medusa will love herself and whether she will be hated for what she has done, that is not what Lei Dong cares about. After all, her life is in her own hands, and what does Lei Dong need to love or not? Medusa, who originally had a cold expression on her face, was frightened again after hearing the word teaching. She thought that Lei Dong would urge the thunder and lightning in her body to torture her again. Right now, Medusa wanted to be softened. After all, she didn't want to experience the feeling of being unable to survive or begging for death once in her life. However, before she had time to speak, the whole person was pulled by a force, and the next moment she crashed into Thunder's strong arms. At the moment when he was embraced by Thunder, Medusa was dizzy, but at the same time he was relieved. At least the so-called training is not from the torture of the soul. However, after feeling the large hands covered on the soft peaks of the mountains, Medusa subconsciously wanted to resist. But after seeing Lei Dong's cold eyes, she gave up the idea directly. She really didn't dare to resist, because she was afraid that she would be treated more terribly if she refused Lei Dong. After all, the man in front of him is not the Lord of Lianxiangziyu. Chapter 48, 48. Two women fighting. Husband, what are you doing, what are you doing? Just when the two of them were like glue, the sound of Huaji gritted his teeth came over. Hearing the sound, Lei Dong stopped the movement of his hands, and both looked over at the same time as Medusa. I saw that, I don't know when, Huoji has appeared not far from the two. Seeing Huoji put on the veil that covered her face again, Lei Dong felt a little bored. After all, he couldn't take a look at this girl's true face for the first time. There would always be a kind of fierce thoughts whether he was crippled now, and there was always a panic in his heart. However, what Huoji is now, Lei Dong can't guess, but what is certain is that she looks very angry now. Looking at the ups and downs of Suiheng, Lei Dong smiled slightly. What are we doing, can't you tell? Although I know that Huoji is very angry, but what? He is thunderous, and how can he let a woman be at the mercy of him? In his dictionary, the word fear has never existed. Under the veil, Huoji's expression at the moment was slightly angry. No woman in this world wants to share her man with other women. So after seeing the two of them so close, Huoji almost threw a bunch of fusion flames over and cremated the two directly. However, she is different from Medusa. Medusa is controlled. As for her, she was married right now. Although they didn't hold a wedding, they already had a husband and wife. In this case, Huoji had already regarded himself as Lei Dong's wife. But now, his husband is hugging other women so arrogantly in front of her wife, yet he doesn't even care about his own feelings? Huaji immediately said angrily, "Okay. If you like her, then you marry her, I will go back to the Yan clan." With that said, Huoji was about to turn around and leave. "It looks like you bullied me and I returned to my natal family." Lei Dong's mouth twitched slightly. He really didn't expect this girl to give her this set. Besides, wouldn't it be enough to conquer a woman from another world if she has the strength? There are not many men with identity, status, and strength like him, but how come there is a feeling that he is not as good as scumbag? But thinking about it carefully, not all the Jiao ladies of the various families in this world like someone as brainless as she is. However, no matter what, Lei Dong naturally couldn't let Huoji leave. At the moment, I had to endure a trace of evil fire in my heart and let go of Medusa. The next moment he stood in front of Huoji and said quietly, "Madam, stop making trouble." "I'm making trouble." After Huoji was stopped, he thought that Lei Dong had admitted wrong, but didn't want Lei Dong to say that she was making trouble. When the next wave of unnamed fire tight, it rose. The next moment, a group of 4 different fires appeared in Huo's hand. Watching Lei Dong angrily said, "Lei Dong, you bastard! Didn't you say that I was making trouble? Okay. I'll show it to you." The words fell. Huoji turned around and blasted towards Medusa with a palm. Medusa, who had been relieved, was still waiting for a good show to come, but she didn't want to. This woman was coming at her? Medusa was a little upset, and she cursed in her heart, and then she was also greeted by the whole body. Although Huoji only reached the 4-star Dozun in strength, but with the restraint of the different fire on Medusa, the two of them were evenly matched for a time. At this time, the thunderous movement came back to his senses. Although he didn't understand how Huoji fought with Medusa, he didn't mean to stop it at all. Instead, he observed it carefully. Medusa originally didn't want to care about her because of her juvenile status, but after seeing Thunder sitting there as if nothing had happened, it's also anger. After all, she was the one who took advantage, but now it was herself who was unlucky, and she was naturally unhappy. In the next moment, Medusa transformed into a colorful python, and the blood basin opened wide, as if she was about to tear the naivety into pieces. Huoji was not afraid at all, spreading flames all over his body like thunder, and then greeted them. Although Medusa could maximize her combat power by restoring her body, she couldn't say anything under the condition of the fiery body, and the whole body had to turn back to the appearance of humanity. A colorful long sword appeared in his hand. After that, the two women were on top of the eaves, and various fighting poles clashed in endlessly. Even Qinglin and Ziyan, who were practicing in retreat, were also shaken out. After the two women came out to see Medusa and Huoji fighting in mid-air, they were all taken aback. After all, everyone has lived under one roof for several years, and this is the first time this has happened. Boom! Qinglin looked at the thunderous scenes where she was watching, and asked in doubt, "Master, what's the matter with the two sisters?" Lei Dong waved his hand, with a wonderful expression on his face, smiled and waved his hand. "It's nothing, it's just an endocrine disorder." When the words fell, Lei Dong looked at Qinglin and Ziyan again and said, "Did you two get quarreled because of them?" The two women nodded at the same time, but did not deny. After all, when they were practicing, they were indeed bombarded by two powerful energies. Lei Dong nodded, then lifted Qinglin and Ziyan one by one, and then left here with a little tiptoe. After a few breaths, he appeared here again. However, the Qinglin and Ziyan that were originally held in his hands have disappeared. Lei Dong knew that the two women were afraid that starting from today, they should not be able to settle down. Under this circumstance, Qinglin and Ziyan want to improve themselves. Isn't it a foolish dream? Therefore, Lei Dong arranged the two of them in a place farther away. And Medusa and Huoji also seemed to have a real fire. The next moment, Huoji did something that surprised Lei Dong. She actually created a fire lotus out of the abnormal fire in her body. When the fire lotus appeared, a burst of energy that ruined the world emerged. Medusa was originally restrained by the alien fire, and if she was hit, she knew the consequences would be disastrous. Huozi Jiao yelled and said, "Hey, shameless snake girl, watch this lady turn you into ashes." The next moment, Fire Lotus headed straight for Medusa. Medusa is impossible to hide, after all, she has been locked. When I was about to fight with all my strength, I felt my body being pulled by a suction. Then she turned her head and saw that Lei Dong had appeared next to her for some time. After Lei Dong appeared, he dropped Medusa casually. Now, following this, a 9-colored thunder appeared in his hands, and for a while, dark clouds rolled in the sky of the thunder world. The next moment, Lei moved his palm up, and Zhukai Lei Ting began to absorb the thunder power in the sky. Lei Yu, barrier. At the moment Fire Lotus rushed over, a natural barrier appeared in front of Lei Dong and Medusa. Lei Dong couldn't do anything about it. After all, he couldn't be injured just because he protected Medusa, right? Chapter 49, 49. Elder Lei Mo. Lei Yu, barrier is also one of the inheritances of the ancestors of the Lei clan Daodi. The main function of this fighting skill is defense. Even ordinary thunder people can learn, but the stronger the thunder power released, the harder the defensive power will be. To put it bluntly, there is still the assistance of the 9 heavens god Thunder. No matter what thunder attribute is learned, Lei Dong has to surpass Superman to display 200% strength. In addition, after the 9 heavens divine thunder had just swallowed the black demon thunder recently, its power had skyrocketed more than doubled. Lei Dong knows that it is far from the peak state. This is another big step forward. At this time, Huo Ji also saw Lei Dong's figure, but she didn't scold her, she was angry. Instead, he hurriedly shouted, "No, no! You will get out of the way and you will die. There was a real fire just now, but it's different now." After seeing where Lei Dong appeared, Huo Ji was only worried. After the fusion of this different fire, how terrible the power produced. I'm afraid no one knows better than her. The most important thing is that this blow is beyond her control. However, Lei Dong seemed to have not heard what Huo Ji said, and Thunder Shield protected him and Medusa. Just when the energy that destroys the sky and the earth touched on the fire lotus, the fighting skills that Lei Dong displayed formed a thunder shield. The imagined violent explosion did not come out. It just didn't feel any, when Lei Dong and Huo Ji looked at each other at the same time. After confirming that it was not the other party's work, the two were taken aback again. "Young patriarch, young lady, what are you doing?" At this moment, a sound came out in the sky. The two looked at it at the same time and saw Lei Mo, the elder of the Lei clan, appeared in the air. Lei Mo was an elder who was in charge of the affairs of the clan, and he rushed over after realizing that the atmosphere here was not right. In addition, Lei Mo is also a 4-star Dosheng powerhouse at the same time. After seeing Lei Mo, Lei Dong gave a slight salute, and then smiled, "It's nothing, just help her try the power of this fighting skill." As the saying goes, one's ugliness cannot be publicized. Lei Dong naturally couldn't explain the fact that his 2 women were fighting here. Even the woman doesn't understand what he will do to lead the entire Lei clan in the future. Huo Ji also nodded in cooperation. Obviously, in the face of Lei Dong's interests, it is not important to be jealous of personal struggles. Lei Mo rolled his eyes and looked like, "You were stupid for me?" But both of them said so, even he couldn't say anything more. He said, "So that's the case, but the young patriarch, you still don't use such destructive fighting skills in the clan next time. If the old man arrived just now, I am afraid that this place has been destroyed." Although he knew that was not the case, Lei Mo was not easy to say so. Instead, he reminded him again, recalling the skill Fire Lotus just now, if he was of the same level, even he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. He really didn't expect that his young patriarch's wife would have such a strong time. Lei Dong nodded and said, "Elder Lei Mo, don't worry, we will pay attention to it in the future." Lei Mo confessed and wanted to turn around and leave. At this time, Lei Dong said again, "Elder Lei Mo, wait a minute, the kid has something I want you to do. I don't know it's feasible." Lei Mo was taken aback when he heard the words, then turned to look at Lei Dong, and said in doubt, "I wonder if the young patriarch needs help from the old man. The exercises my wife cultivates need to rely on abnormal fire to advance. Therefore, I want Elder Lei Mo to grab a strange fire with me." Lei Dong didn't conceal it, but said it directly. Lei Mo heard the words and grabbed the strange fire. This kind of heaven and earth spirituality, ordinary people can't see it. Where can I grab it? The ancient tribe, the flame tribe, the medicine tribe, and the soul tribe all have different fires, and Lei Mo knows this too. However, it is obvious that he is not enough to go to them to the alien fire. At the moment, Lei Mo was a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to speak, Lei Dong first spoke, "Don't worry, the elder, the place where the kid is going to grab the strange fire is not a few ancient families. It's Burning Yan Valley." After hearing that it was not an ancient family, Lei Mo breathed a sigh of relief. But after hearing the 3 words Finyangwu, I immediately thought of the 9-dragon thunder fire. Although lay people do not play with fire, it does not mean that they are unfamiliar with different fires. On the mainland, there is a different fire, and they are also aware of it. Then Lei Mo said, "When the old man was young, when the mainland was struggling, he heard that the 9-dragon thunder fire in Fenian Valley had been left behind. Except for the people of Fenian Valley, even if everyone else snatched it, it was useless. What do you do with this kind of unusable fire? Lei Mo said he was puzzled, but Lei Dong said again, it is not difficult for me to solve the ban. It's just that there is a fighting sage in Burning Yan Valley, so if you want to the alien fire, you need Elder Lei Mo help me. Although Lei Mo didn't know what Lei Dong could do to remove the imprint of the strange fire. However, he had already talked about it. How did Lei Mo refuse? In that case, the old man went on a trip with the young patriarch. After Lei Mo agreed, Lei Dong came to Huaji's side for an instant. After Huaji saw Lei Dong approaching, the complaint that had just disappeared went online again. Inside the veil, the beautiful face frowned slightly and turned to one side. It seems that he is still angry about what happened before. Seeing that Huaji was like this, Lei Dong whispered in her ear, Madam, if you are like this, I won't give it to you if you grab the 9-dragon thunder gang Huo as your husband. He was shocked when he heard the words, who had originally looked like a resentful wife. Then he turned his head to look at Lei Dong, a little suspicious, and responded in a low voice, the sole mark of the fire, even Patriarch Yanjin has no absolute certainty to crack it, can you really crack it? Huoji had a special liking for abnormal fires since she was a child. When she was young, her father had often told her about strange fires in the world. Of course, they are also the strange fires that already have a master, she knows. And this includes 9 dragons thunder fire. Lei Dong said dissatisfied, are you distrusting your husband again? Huaji, who had a small temper, lost his temper instantly after hearing this. With a grunt of dissatisfaction, he said, don't think you can find a strange fire for me, I can allow you to accept that snake. Lei Dong shrugged and said, I never said that I was marrying her, it was you who thought so. He didn't say this to stabilize the naivety, but the original way. He didn't pay attention to these, and for Medusa, whether he was named or not, he still hated himself. Under such circumstances, Lei Dong felt that as long as she stayed with her, there was no need to waste any thoughts on such things. Huoji's beautiful eyes lit up. And he hurriedly said, really? P.S. Thanks to book friends, Wu Zhenjun 500 book coins for reward and support. Thanks to the book friends, I am a little tight on hand and 400 book coins are rewarded for support. Thanks, Shenqi Lingren is supported by 600 book coins. QQ reading here to give tips, sometimes you can't see it, so please understand. If you like it, I look forward to ordering from the starting point, thank you. Finally, I hope you come to the starting point to support genuine subscriptions. Thanks. As for the kind of people who don't like my book, just don't read it. There is no need to come here to speak bad words. I'm busy enough, so I don't have time to take care of you. The next 8 changes, I'm putting my hands in the code word at this time. Chapter 50, 50. Pi. For Huoji's stinking problem that has not been corrected, if there is nothing to do, Lei Dong must arrange a lesson for her. However, after looking at the elders in the distance in the air, Lei Dong still endured it, and said quietly to Huoji, are you questioning your husband again? Huoji shook his head very cooperatively, and said softly, no, absolutely not. Although the thunderous voice was not loud, it was not deliberately concealed. The distance between her and the two is not far away, and she has been listening to the conversation between the two with her ears erected, so what Lei Dong said, she can be said to hear clearly. After listening to Lei Dong said that he was not even prepared to give himself a position, his originally cold heart became colder again. The Huo naive at this moment can be regarded as a sigh of relief. At least, she can be sure that no one can argue with her. After getting the Quasi letter, Huoji didn't feel so angry. After all, Medusa is destined to be a servant, but she is a thunderous wife, so she has nothing to care about with her. Waiting to get the fire back, I'm cleaning up you. Although Lei Dong was unhappy, it is more important to go to grab the fire now. After leaving a harsh word, he looked at Lei Mo and said, Elder, let's go. Seeing that the young couple had finished discussing, Lei Mo nodded dissatisfiedly, and tore open a space at random, and stepped in directly in the next moment. The appearance of the two of them just now looked like the appearance of forcibly feeding him dog food. Can he feel comfortable when he is old? After Lei Mo entered the space, Lei Dong and Huaji also stepped in. Of course there is Medusa together. Medusa was forcibly pulled by thunder, otherwise how could she be willing to help? Especially after seeing that Huoji and Lei Dong had finished talking, her airy appearance made her a little angry. Medusa's resentment was naturally felt by the thunder. Then quietly transmitted the voice, Snake Lady, don't put on a stinky face, as if someone owes you millions. The reason why he is a sound transmission is naturally not that he is afraid of being naive. I just don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. In addition, such a stunner, Lei Dong didn't want her to be angry. In that case, the loss would be too great. After hearing the thunderous sound transmission, Medusa was slightly taken aback. With a face of disdain, he said, Dirty man, so you might be scared. From Medusa's point of view, the reason why Lei Dong transmitted the sound to himself was not because he was afraid of being angry. Coupled with the conversation between the two before, the good feelings that thunder was blocked in front of him and helped him were instantly brushed out of my mind. Lei Dong was taken aback for a moment. Although Medusa's voice still felt cold and bitter, but the thunder of the love scene for many years, where can't you hear it, this girl has a strong sour smell all over her body? Lei Dong felt a little funny, he said to his heart, this queen, is you jealous? Medusa originally thought that her quick mouth would cause thunderous discomfort, and then she would try this way to torture herself? But you don't want Lei Dong to laugh suddenly? This smile made Medusa only feel a tight scalp, she always felt thunderous and thought of some bad idea to bully her. In Medusa's heart, Lei Dong wanted to bully her no matter what she did. Even if it wasn't now, it was on the way. After Lei Dong smiled, he said in a voice transmission, you don't need to be jealous, because I can improve your bloodline again and be promoted to the 9-color swallowing python. Originally, when Medusa was still vigilant, after only listening to what Lei Dong said, she was directly astonished. Because this news is too shocking. She is already thankful that she can become the colorful swallowing python. After all, it is not easy for this only blood to be promoted completely, but she did it. She is also very satisfied, the only sad thing is that she was enslaved by thunder. And now Lei Dong said, 9-colored swallowing python. Naturally, she had heard about the 9-color swallowing python, but even she didn't know how to evolve, she didn't expect Lei Dong to know it. Because of some emotions, Medusa no longer has a voice transmission, but directly speaks, do you really know how to evolve? When she spoke suddenly, Lei Mo and Huoji who had been on the way were all taken aback. Lei Dong curled his lips, but nodded in response. At this moment, Huoji grumbled dissatisfiedly, and said, Snake girl, where are you getting so nervous? I was shocked. After Medusa learned that she could be promoted to the 9-colored swallowing python, how could she take care of her? I directly chose to ignore it, and then the sound transmission said, you have to do what you say, don't lie to me. Lei Dong said again, I will naturally help you, after all, you will be my powerful helper in the future. Medusa snorted again when she heard it, but she didn't say anything. The joy just now was also emptied from this helper. Her family of Medusa will either never marry forever, or they will die all the time. Lei Dong destroyed her innocence and raised her in captivity. Now she is only used as a thug? Medusa will naturally be upset. Lei Dong was also a little unhappy about Medusa's inconsistent appearance, and he secretly murmured, women, as expected, they are all strange creatures. However, no matter what, Lei Dong could tell that after Medusa learned about the 9-colored swallowing python, she was already different from her before. Even, facing Huo Zhi's provocation, he directly responded with caring and mentally handicapped eyes. No words all the way. Half an hour later, Lei Dong and his team came to the outer barrier of Burning Yan Valley. The site of this Burning Flame Valley lies in the Burning Fire mountain range in the southwest of Central Territory. This mountain range is completely formed by hot volcanoes. Looking at it, it is uniformly crimson. The tops of some peaks are constantly curling up and dense the white smoke. Occasionally, there will be magma overflowing from it. The Burning Fire mountain range, even if you look at the entire Zhongzhou, has a great reputation. Of course, there are naturally some factors that cause the Burning Valley to be here, and the others are due to the harsh environment of this mountain range, but although the environment here is not so eye-catching, because of the endless volcanoes, the fire attribute energy here is also very strong. Practicing the fire attribute exercises here will undoubtedly achieve twice the result with half the effort, so even if you know this place quite dangerous, but there are still a lot of people who practice fire attribute techniques, and risk coming here. Looking at the place in front of him, Huo Zhi exclaimed slightly, although the environment here is not as good as that of my Yan clan, it can be regarded as a holy land for the cultivation of fire-attributed people. Medusa snorted when she heard the words, and said with a disdainful expression, "What's all the fuss about?" Chapter 51, 51. Flame Valley. Although Medusa also feels that this place is very peculiar, it does not mean that she will let go of the chance of being naive. After all, on the way just now, she frustrated herself first. You. Huazhi heard it with a displeased face. She didn't expect Medusa to take the opportunity to frighten her, but after seeing the eyes that thunder stopped and the purpose of her coming here, Huazhi endured it. For her, after all, the different fire is more important. After stopping the two women wanting to argue further, Lei Dong looked at Lei Mo. Although he can also break through this small barrier, there is a big boss following. Where does he need to do it himself? Lei Mo casually swiped, and the next moment an entrance appeared on the barrier of Burning Yan Valley. Then Lei Dong walked directly towards Yanai. At this time, at the first place in the main hall of Fenian Valley, an old man with a small figure, red hair, and plain linen, suddenly stood up from the main seat and said in a slight shock, "No, someone broke me. A barrier to the outside world of Yangwu." Tang Zhen and several elders under his command worked together to maintain the barrier around the Fenian Valley. Therefore, the moment the barrier broke open, he also felt it. After Tang Zhen's words fell, the second elder of Fenian Valley, Tang Nongdao, "What? Valley Master, you didn't feel wrong, did you?" He didn't feel any energy fluctuations, which meant that no one came to boom the Burning Valley barrier. That's why Tang Nong asked this question. Tang Zhen can also understand the doubts of these two elders. Even he himself is very strange. Is there something wrong with this barrier? Shaking his head, Tang Zhen said, "Tang Nong, you should be aware that there is a layer of connection between me and this barrier. If nothing happens, would I suddenly feel it?" After speaking, Tang Zhen walked out and said, "Let me go and find out." Although Tang Zhen was thin, but his order, in the Burning Yan Valley, except for a Huoyun ancestor, who would dare to question? A group of elders and Tang Zhen had just left the hall, and when they were about to head to Taniguchi, they saw a handsome young man, a charming and charming stunner, and a veiled woman staying in the middle of the sky. After seeing the three of them, Tang Nong was taken aback, and whispered to Tang Zhen, "Gu Master, the strength of the three of them seems to be above me. And if they can come in so easily, they must be high-ranking Dozun." Tang Zhen paused slightly, then nodded. Whispered, "The veiled woman is a 4-star Dozun, and that coquettish woman is of the same level as me." As for Lei Dong, he couldn't see through it at all, but he knew in his heart that Lei Dong's strength was definitely above him. Hearing what Tang Zhen said, the second elder hurriedly said, "Patriarch, do you want to invite the ancestors out?" The three of Lei Dong are obviously not good at coming. But the strength is so powerful, and since it can't be offended, then only the Huoyun ancestor who invited them to Fenian Valley came out. Tang Zhen nodded, and then secretly sent out a request for help. This is a method privately owned by every force, and unless the space is locked, this kind of thing cannot be prevented at all. Their exchanges were thunderous in their eyes, but they didn't mean to stop them at all. At this moment, Tang Zhen clasped his fists and said, "Dare to ask the three venerables, what is the so-called rushing to my Fenian Valley?" Tang Zhen felt that before the arrival of the ancestor Huoyun, he could drag them first. "And, you can figure out, who is this person and why? Who we are, you are not qualified to know. You are here only for the inheritance of Fenian Valley's strange fire, hand it over to avoid death. Otherwise, there will be no one left in the entire Fenian Valley." Lei Dong said the harshest words in a very flat voice. This shocked Tang Zhen and the others. Apparently they didn't expect this thunder to be so arrogant. Although the three of them are all Dozun, but only relying on the three of them, want to destroy their burning Yan Valley? Tang Zhen snorted coldly, and said a little displeased, "Your Excellency also said that the strange fire is my inheritance from burning Yan Valley. If this is the case, how can Tang give it up?" Tang Zhen may not be Lei Dong and the others' opponents, but their burning Yan Valley is not easy to provoke, but there is the existence of the ancestors fighting saints behind them. It's just that Fenyang has always kept a low profile, otherwise, even if it can't become the first echelon of Zhongzhou, it is more than enough to be in the second echelon. In fact, it was mainly because the ancestors of Burnyan Valley had old wounds, so it should not be too aggressive, and Tang Zhen didn't have much ambition. Therefore, they can only rank third in the central state power. Lei Dong said again, "Tang Zhen, I advise you to be more acquainted, don't expect your ancestors to save you. He is already hard to protect himself. Handing over you the strange fire in the valley, the patience of this young master is limited." After hearing what Lei Dong said, Tang Zhen and the entire Fenian Valley elders all had a meal. This person actually knows about his ancestors? Moreover, he also knew that they were waiting for the ancestor Huoyun to come out to save the field? What makes them frown the most is that the people in front of them say that their ancestors cannot protect themselves. Although Tang Zhen didn't want to believe it, but from Lei Dong and others to the present, although time has passed not long ago, the ancestor Huoyun should have noticed it a long time ago. Even if he felt that Lei Dong and others were not worth his action, but he sent a distress signal again, but now Huoyun ancestor still has not appeared, Tang Zhen suddenly felt bad. Boom! At this moment, behind the burning Yan Valley, a burst of energy burst into the sky. The scattered remaining prestige caused the people below Fenyang Guduzong to squat on the ground in an instant. Although Tang Zhen is the owner of Fenian Valley, his true faith is still the ancestor of Huoyun. If the ancestor Huoyun really had an accident, it would definitely be a great loss for Fenian Valley. Right now, Tang Zhen and others wanted to go over and find out. Boom! At this moment, Lei Dong gave a signal, and Huo Ji threw out a group of 4-color different fires, directly blocking Tang Zhen and several elders from going. When the flame blocked the way forward, Tang Zhen only felt a tremor of the 9-dragon thunder fire in his body. Tang Nong tried to use his own flame to dissolve it, but how could his ordinary fire be able to overcome the abnormal fire? At the same time, Lei Dong appeared in front of Tang Zhen, Tang Nong and several senior Duzong elders in an instant. He is no longer ready to negotiate anything, sometimes it will be easier to do it directly. After Lei Dong appeared in front of him, Tang Nong and a few elders rushed forward, preparing to fight Lei Dong back together. The corners of Lei Dong's mouth rose slightly, and he sneered, "A bunch of ants." When the words fell, the Kixing Dozun's breath broke out instantly, and with just one palm, Tang Nong and the others retreated. Except for Tang Nong, the other elders were directly bombed to death on the spot. Chapter 52, 52. Fenian Gumi. The death of a few fighting sects may not be a big deal to the Lei clan. But for Finyang, this is simply a great loss. Tang Zhen's eyes turned red in an instant, and then the 9-dragon Lei gang in his hand emerged, even though he was only a 5-star Dozun. But with the help of Alien Fire and the Sky Fire 3 Profound Transformation, he was not unable to leapfrog his ranks. Rao is the thunderous 7-star Dozun, he is still not afraid. At the moment, Tang Zhen's hands were full of flames, and he fisted out of thunder. Lei Dong easily resolved his attack, and then kicked Tang Zhen out with a roundabout kick. After Tang Zhen was kicked back, he used a kind of tear doji, and thundered. Lei clenched his hand into a fist and smashed it directly. Even Lei Dong has not even used the fighting skills, only relying on physical power. This scene stunned Tang Zhen and the disciples of Burning Yang behind him. You know, even if it is a monster of the same level, it is impossible to have such a strong physical power, right? Huoji and Medusa were also slightly surprised when they saw this scene. After all, Tang Zhen's blow just now was accompanied by 9-dragon Lei gang fire. Moreover, that power must at least be an earth-level fighting skill. Although Lei Dong was physically tyrannical, it did not mean that he could really resist the attack of a 5-star Dozun mixed with different fires without any use. The reason why such a scene appeared just now was only because the falling heart flame and the black demon thunder in the body were merged into one. When he punched his hand, a faint light circle surrounded his fist, but the thunder moved extremely fast, and he couldn't find it without careful observation. Lei Dong didn't care if they were surprised or not. The next moment, he drew in front of Tang Zhen. The bang punch directly hit Tang Zhen's body, and Tang Zhen was directly knocked out like a kite with a broken line. I crashed directly into the main hall of Burning Yang. Tang Nong stood up with his stomach supported at this time. It was not that Senior Dozun had never seen him before. However, Lei Dong was definitely the first person to defeat them so easily and defeat Tang Zhen easily. Seeing Tang Zhen who was blasted out, the thunderous soul swept away, and he realized that Tang Zhen was dying at the moment. Lei Dong said with disdain, "I'm really intolerant, this young master hasn't moved his tibia yet." Hearing Lei Dong's disdain, Tang Nong was indignant, but he had already seen Lei Dong's strength, so where was he an opponent? In this burning flame valley, besides the ancestor Huoyun, who can fight against one? But what Lei Dong said just now, there is also the explosion of energy, he can hear clearly, and now his ancestors seem to have encountered a major enemy. Lei Dong directly ignored Tang Nong and walked towards the main hall of Burning Yan Valley. As for those who wanted to intercept him, they were all cleaned up by Medusa and Huoji. Medusa was originally a ruthless and decisive person, and naturally wouldn't show mercy to those who stand in the way. As for her naivety, she simply didn't want Medusa to overwhelm her. The most pitiful are these Fenian Valley Do Wang and Do Huang. If they weren't in Zhongzhou, they would definitely exist at the gangster level, but they would have to survive in Zhongzhou, a place where there are so many fighting emperors and fighting sects everywhere. Now it is easy to kill, what can we do? When Lei Dong arrived in the Fenyang Valley Hall, he saw a woman in red appearing beside Tang Zhen for unknown time. At this moment, her pretty face was full of tears, where she kept crying and searching for the pill, preparing to give Tang Zhen to take it. At the moment when Tang Zhen saw Lei Dong walk in, he, who was dying, stood up with difficulty, looked at Lei Dong and said, "Different Huo, I will give it to you, please let me go to Burning Flame Valley. I promise Tang Zhen that we will never bear grudges about today's affairs." Ahem. Maybe it was because he was too eager to speak, and he didn't buffer his breath. Tang Zhen coughed again and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. When Lei Dong heard this, his expression was still flat and said, "This young master gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. It is not the style of this young master to cut the grass without removing the roots. So, Tang Zhen, you still take you with you. Fenyang Valley, go to another world to develop." When the words fell, the colored thunder and lightning appeared in Lei Dong's hands. The father and daughter didn't even have time to escape, and the bones that were directly bombarded by the thunder and lightning disappeared. After Tang Zhen was resolved by thunder, the 9-dragon thunder gang fire in his body seemed to be spiritual and wanted to run away. But before it had time to escape, it was wrapped by thunder god with 9 heavens. Rumble. After a thunder broke out, the so-called spirituality disappeared instantly on the fire of 9-dragon thunder gang. Then, Lei Dong put it away. Huaji still can't subdue the abnormal fire now. After all, it had been moisturized by the burning Yan Valley for 100 years, how could it be so easy to wipe out its soul mark? When something happened, Lei Dong looked at the few remaining rings, and said with emotion, "It's a pity that Tang Huo oh." After sighing, Lei Dong turned and left the hall. Just after he came out, I saw that most of the strong people in the valley were destroyed one after another. As for the weak chickens below Do Huang, they are all rushing for their lives in a panic right now. And the elder Lei Mo, staying there, seemed to be thunderous. Lei Dong looked at the 3 of them, and then said to Lei Mo, "The flame has been reached, let's go." Lei Mo nodded and opened a space casually. Lei Dong and others stepped in. 3 days later, the destruction of burning Yan Valley caused a sensation throughout Zhongzhou. You should know that although Fenian Valley's status is not high on the surface, some old monsters who have lived for a long time are all aware that there is a person named Huoyun ancestor in Fenian Valley. On the mainland back then, he was also a prestigious existence. Even people of some ancient races, many of them have dealt with him. When the ancestor Huoyun retired, he was a high-level semi-sage. If he didn't die now, he would at least be a strong fighting saint. Fighting saint, that is the same as the heaven of Duqi continent, but with such a strong Fenian Valley, it is still annihilated. Can it not cause a sensation in Zhongzhou? Many people have speculated that the Soul Palace was responsible for the destruction of burning Yan Valley. After all, only they can do this kind of thing, but those Duwang and Duwang disciples who left alive, no one has said who the culprit is. Even if it is their appearance, no one has ever said. It's not that they didn't remember what Lei Dong and others looked like, but they didn't dare to say it. After all, someone who could easily kill Dozun was caused by them. Fenian Valley has been wiped out, and these people don't have any protection. Under this circumstance, where can these things be said? Do you think you don't live well? For a time, the destruction of Fenian Valley seemed to be a mystery. Chapter 53, 53. Gu Suner Showdown. When the major forces in central Zhou were worried about the sudden destruction of burning Yan Valley, Lei Dong and others had already returned to the Thunder Realm. Regarding matters in Zhongzhou, he expressed his complete indifference. On the other side, within the ancient clan. After being brought back to the ancient clan, Gu Suner, a brainless girl, still pays attention to what happened to Xiao Yan every day. This information was naturally passed on by Ling Ying. Today, she looks anxious and restless. There was no other reason. 3 of the Dozong experts who were sent to help Xiao Yan died this time. Although only a few fighting sects were killed, it was not a big deal for the ancients, but this sudden death did not have any mission. As long as the elder in charge of this matter checks and inquires, he will find Xiao Yan's trace. Gu Suner didn't want Gu Yuan and the others to know Xiao Yan. After all, Xiao Yan was in front of the ancient family. It's just a waste young master who has fallen into the family. The daughter of the ancient goddess, whether it is Gu Yuan or the ancient elder, how can she be allowed to like a waste? Therefore, Gu Suner was so upset at this time. Uncle Ling, what should I do? What should I do? If Elder Gu Wen really finds out about Brother Xiao Yan, then will he kill Brother Xiao Yan? Looking at Ling Ying next to him, Gu Suner asked anxiously. When Ling Ying heard the words, she sighed slightly in her heart. Although the 3 people who went with him were all ethnic groups that depended on the ancients, they still had 3 lives. But it seems that Gu Suner didn't care about their death at all, he was just worried that Xiao Yan would be exposed. Ling Ying shook her head and said, Miss, I'm afraid I won't be able to hide it this time. Among the 3 Duzongs I went with, one of them was Elder Gu Wen's uncle. Gu Suner frowned slightly. She was still wondering before, why would Elder Gu Wen go to find out this matter? The CO author is still a relationship. No, no. I must not allow anyone to hurt Brother Xiao Yan. As if he had made a decision, Gu Suner got up and left the house. Ling Ying shook her head and sighed, it's all to blame for the old man's distraction for a while, so that Xiao Yan kid got the heart of the young lady, oh. Ling Ying knew that if this matter had been known to Gu Yuan or the patriarchs of the ancient tribe, then he is afraid that he will not live long. Therefore, Gu Suner asked Ling Ying to help with Xiao Yan, and he followed Gu Suner all the time. However, it has been more than 6 years, and Xiao Yan is no more than a fighting spirit. How can such a talent be worthy of Gu Suner? And Gu Suner was so infatuated with him, Ling Ying always felt that he was afraid that disaster would be imminent. After Gu Suner left the house, she went to search for Gu Yuan. She knew that only if she and Gu Yuan confessed everything, it was possible to keep Xiao Yan from dying. As for whether you can be with Xiao Yan in the future, it all depends on her own strength. As long as the strength reaches the same level as Gu Yuan, Gu Suner will bring Xiao Yan back to be a little white face. No one dared to say anything, but without the strength, these are just idiotic dreams. In Gu Yuan's room, Gu Suner confessed that he was in love with a person from the Xiao family, and then praised him in various ways. Just listening, Gu Yuan exclaimed, "What?" Right now, Gu Yuan stood up, his face full of anger. He said again, "What did your father tell you to go to Xiao's house? It's not bad for you. Gu Yu didn't bring it back. It's okay to take your heart out." Gu Suner was yelled at by Gu Yuan for the first time. He lowered his head and mumbled aggrievedly, "But, I just like him. I can't control myself, even if I know how we are impossible, but..." Humph! Gu Yuan snorted coldly, and then said, "Who else knows about this? Except for Ling Ying, no one in the clan knows about it." This time when Gu Suner was taken away, Xiao Yan didn't have the strength to stop him. Plus, Gu Suner specially reminded him, so Xiao Yan didn't expose it. Humph! The father can promise you that he will not be exposed to the clan, but you also have to agree to be the father and you must not interact with this person. Otherwise, even if I do not take action, the elders of the clan will not let him go. Although Gu Yuan was a little unhappy, this was his only daughter after all. It's hard to get a girl when he gets old, and Gu Yuan loves her very much. Gu Suner said differently, "Yes, father, I promise you. I will never interact with him in the future." She knew in her heart that if she didn't agree, Xiao Yan wouldn't be able to jump at the opportunity. So, even if she doesn't want to, she has to agree. Gu Yuan sighed slightly, and then said, "After half a year, when the Yan tribe's coming of age ceremony, you should join the tribe. In this half year, my father hopes that you will work hard to improve your strength and stop thinking about other things." Although Gu Suner has the bloodline of the gods, her strength is no more than the pinnacle of Dozong. This was after she came back, she was promoted, if it weren't for the strong bloodline, she didn't know how to cultivate, and now she was at best a junior Dozong. Gu Suner replied decisively, "Yes, father." This time, she was willing from the heart. Because she knows that in this world, without strength, there is nothing. After Gu Yuan's promise, Gu Suner left. After Gu Suner left, Gu Yuan's eyes flashed harshly, his hands clenched into fists, and his mouth muttered, "Humph, Xiao Xian, I didn't expect you to die, your descendants, unexpectedly still thinking about collecting debts from my ancients." When the words fell, Gu Yuan summoned a Dozun servant to come in, and after some explanations, the servant left. Half a year's time, fleeting. On this day, Lei Dong brought Huo Ji and Medusa, Lei Yun, Lei Dian, and a half-holy elder Lei Yuan to the Flame Realm. Tomorrow will be the day of the Yan clan's coming of age ceremony, so they will be here today. When Lei Dong and others arrived, he saw that the other tribes had also arrived. The moment Lei Dong saw Gu Suner, he was slightly taken aback. I saw the conspicuous woman among the ancient people, dressed in cyan clothes, not luxurious, but faintly there is a deep dignity between heaven and earth. This dignity is not secular nobility. It's a kind of noble aura as the ruler of heaven and earth, just like the blood of a king. It has a long history, and it is still immortal through the years. 3,000 green silks are randomly tied by a lavender ribbon, and they hang down softly along the moving curve. Occasionally a light breeze blows, the green silk flutters, revealing a little sense of being out of the dust, like the banished immortal who has strayed into the world. There is a kind of ethereal spirit that cannot be profaned. I moved my gaze and stayed on the flawless and delicate cheeks of the woman in Xingyi. The white skin seemed to be broken by a blow, with some healthy and moving rosy. On the cheeks, there was a soft smile, which made people. There was a soft feeling like a spring breeze, as if as long as she saw her smile, all the anxiety in her heart would disappear in an instant. Full of strange magic. Such a woman, just like the fairy with the aura of heaven and earth, can be described as perfect. Huo Ji was originally in the joy of returning to his family, but after seeing Lei Dong staring into the distance as if he was lost, his gaze also followed. After seeing Gu Suner, Huo Ji still didn't understand where he was and why this product was his own. In a daze. Chapter 54, 54. Go to Yan Clan. Right now, Huo Ji took off his veil and stood directly in front of Lei Dong. I was still appreciating the thunderous movement of Gu Suner, but suddenly his eyes were full of familiar but not inferior Gu Suner's cheeks. He was taken aback for a moment, and then he reacted. Isn't this your own wife? Seeing the jealous Huaji in front of him, Lei Dong smiled and said, Madam, are you jealous? Hey! Huoji looks like a very unhappy baby, you can figure it out by yourself. Although Medusa next to her does not like being naive, she is also very upset that Lei Dong has been staring at Gu Suner just now. I don't even know why, for this Gu Suner, her hostility is greater than her naivety. After seeing what Huoji had done, Medusa admired it very much. Obviously, Medusa was very satisfied with her behavior this time. The two women are also regarded as unanimous in their opinions. Seeing Huo's Haiqiao frowned and his little face filled with unhappiness, Lei Dong stretched out his hand and pulled him into his arms. Then he said, I'm just a little curious, so I just looked at her. Huoji, who was embraced in his arms, hummed, didn't you say you don't like her? Why are you still staring at others? Am I not as beautiful as her? For Huoji, Gu Suner will always be her worst enemy. After all, this woman is not only an ancient Tianjiao, but she also has the blood of the gods. The most important thing is that her beauty is a bit inferior even if she is naive. Of course, it's just that she has no confidence in her heart. From Lei Dong's point of view, no matter it was Huoju, Medusa, or Yun Yun, they did not lose the beauty of Gu Suner at all. It's just that her family background and talent are inferior to her. Lei Dong looked at the Huoji with a small temper, and after thinking about it, he said, this time we will go back, and we will have the wedding. Then, are you relieved? In this case, if you can't coax well, it's too easy to go wrong. Lei Dong didn't want to waste his thoughts on such things. Moreover, for Gu Suner, he also thinks she is beautiful and attractive. Like love, that doesn't exist at all, even if it does, it's simply gluttonous at best. Huoqi, who had originally looked very angry at me, stopped being angry instantly after hearing what Lei Dong said. After being shy, he hurriedly said, really? Huoji has been married to the Lei clan for many years, and the most precious thing has long been given to Lei Dong. However, for so many years, Lei Dong has never intended to give her a wedding, and most Lei people do not know who she is. After all, Lei Dong's influence has always been a cultivating mad demon, Wu Qi. So Huozhi had long wanted a wedding and a status. Now that you know, where can you be angry? Naturally. Lei Dong said without hesitation, and then said, besides, you should go see your parents later. It's best to ask your father if you can get a strange fire. Although there is not much hope, Lei Dong feels that he should let Huozhi's father Huowen fight for it. After all, he is a 2-star fighting saint, and his status in the Yan clan is not low. Huoqi is naturally greedy for the different fires in the clan, but she knows that she is no longer of the Yan clan now. But after thinking that he is now relying on abnormal fire to improve himself, Huozhi felt that he still had to give it a try. Yet, after responding, Huozhi Zaidu put on a veil. And when Lei Dong was looking at Gu Suner, the sight of the ancient people was also looking here. The ancient clan leading the team this time is the semi-sage elder Gu Wen. He watched Lei Dong and said to Gu Suner, Miss Suner, that boy is the young patriarch of the Lei clan with the bloodline of the gods, Lei Dong. Now the cultivation base is complete. It is the peak of 7-star Dozun. Originally, Gu Suner was only here to gild, and didn't mean to care about other things. After listening to what the ancients said, she turned her head and looked over. In her eyes is a handsome brain with long silver white hair. He is dressed in white, just like the person in the painting. Gu Suner also watched for 2 more seconds, but this is not an idiot, just appreciation. But that's just that, and then Gu Suner lost interest. After all, there was nothing in her mind except Xiao Yan. Seeing Gu Suner not speaking, Gu Wen said again, back then, several elders in the clan wanted you to marry him, but because you have a mission, the matter was delayed. And the woman next to him is the Yan clan. Of. Having said that, Gu Wen felt a little pity. After all, if someone like Lei Dong had the blood of God, if he could be combined with Gu Suner, the future offspring will naturally be stronger. It's a pity that the sky does not fulfill everyone's wish. Gu Wen felt that it was a pity that Gu Qingyang and the others, who came with the ancient clan, were indeed happy for a while. After all, if a plug-in like Lei Dong doesn't compete with them, Gu Suner will definitely become one of them's wives. After all, the talents are not outstanding enough, even if they are better than them, but the elders will not allow Gu Suner to marry outside. And even if it did, it would be the younger generation of the soul race. The ancient and soul races do not have any benefits at all. After all, they have replaced the Xiao and soul races as the deadly enemies after 1,000 years. For many years, the 2 races have fought in secret, the genius children of their respective races, and some elders. But there are countless casualties. Gu Suner had also heard about marriage, but even though she was still young at that time, she was precocious, but she had already had a dim love for Xiao Yan. Even if it is a family marriage, she may not agree to it. Even if it was agreed, Xiao Yan should be allowed to touch it. The 2 parties were the first 2 clans to come, and after them, all the people from the medicine, stone, and spirit clans also came. For the stone race and spirit race, Lei Dong had no intention of paying attention. After all, they were all scum that had been annihilated early, and they were not worthy of his attention at all. Even the strength of these 2 races is almost inferior to that of Adanta in Zhongzhou. As for the medicine clan, except for the darling of the medicine clan, which is worth seeing, the rest of his peers are not enough to look at him. The best of the younger generation of all races, now the highest is the strength of the 5-star Dozun. Even the older Gu Qingyang is only in the early stage of 6-star Dozun. It was not worthy of Lei Dong's care at all, and as the invited people of all races came together, the Yan clan elder Huo Yuan walked out of the Yan realm. The person greeted this time is obviously him. With Huoyuan's status, it is natural that there is no need to do such a thing, but the reason why he came here was just to see in advance whether his precious daughter had come. After meeting with the elders of various races, Huo Yuan came to the team of the Lei clan. After seeing Huozhi, his eyes were full of longing. After seeing this, Lei Dong bowed slightly to his old husband, and then walked in towards the Yan clan. He is here, I'm afraid that the father and daughter are somewhat awkward. And Lei Dong still wonders if Huo Ji can make a strange fire. Chapter 55, 55. Arrivals. Lei Dong followed a few Yan clan guards, and soon after he had arranged a place to live, he saw Huaji and returned. Seeing Huaji coming back so soon, Lei Dong said with some doubts, "Why don't you spend more time with your father?" Father said, "In order to prevent you from questioning me, he asked me to come to you." Huo Ji confessed Huo Yuan's original words frankly. To put it bluntly, Huo Ji nowadays is no longer a member of the Yan clan. Regardless of whether it's Huaji si Huoyuan or Huoyuan si Huaji, even if it's a father and daughter, this can easily cause Yanjin and Lei Ying's suspicion. Who knows if the patriarch who is dealing with will let her father and daughter do? Lei Dong heard it with a smile indifferently. Then what your father said is correct. Lei Dong, what do you mean, don't you believe me? Huo Ji originally thought it was not a big deal, and she felt that Lei Dong shouldn't doubt her. However, after hearing what Lei Dong said, his little temper broke out in an instant. The two nephrite jade of Yu Huang's first two kept trembling, which shows that Huo is very childish. After enjoying the beautiful scenery for a while, Lei Dong smiled and said, "Madam, don't get me wrong, it's not that I believe you. The reason for saying this is because if the Yan clan chief knows that you have been with him for a long time, will he believe your father? This kind of thing is actually said to be big or small. Moreover, the Yan and Lei clan still have an iron relationship, and this kind of misunderstanding will not exist. However, as long as there is a little bit of friction, the nature is different." Huo Ji felt even more bitter after hearing Lei Dong's explanation. She didn't expect that when she met her father and talked to each other, she would have pulled out so many ways. Seeing Huaji's silence, Lei Dong said nothing. After all, he gave Huo Ji and Huo Yuan the time to be alone, only because the Yan clan's alien fire could fall into Huo Ji's hands. At this time, Huaji said with a downcast head, "The remaining 8 desolation destruction Yan in the clan is reserved for Huoxuan, and Honglian Yi Huo has become Huoxian's. Father said that I have been married. Natural fire will not be left to me anymore." Huo Ji was a little bit lost. If he didn't marry Lei Dong earlier, then Honglian Karma Huo would belong to her. Although Huo Xian's talent is not bad, compared with her, it is still a bit inferior. After the Yan clan's coming-of-age ceremony, the strange fire will fall into the hands of the two, which means that she has no chance to get the strange fire within the Yan clan. Lei Dong originally had the mentality to give it a try, but now he doesn't have much thoughts. Seeing that Huo is like this, Lei Dong smiled, "Forget it if you don't have it, the alien fire fused in your body is no longer weaker than their alien fire. Moreover, Zholong Lei Gang Huo has not been obtained, and the remaining 3,000 are left. I will definitely win the Yanyan fire for you. At that time, the power of the new alien fire fused in your body will never be weaker than the Golden Emperor burning Tianyan, the 4th on the alien fire ranking." Huo Qi, who had originally pouted his mouth and looked dissatisfied, after hearing what Lei Dong said, suddenly felt that things were not as bad as she had imagined. At least this piece of different fire, she already has 4 kinds. Although none of the different fires ranked in the top 10, her flames were no longer inferior to Huoxuan's Bawang Destruction Yan. Coupled with the different fire fighting skills she created after constant exploration, her strength has changed dramatically. Huo Ji's own different fire fighting skills were naturally incomparable with Xiao Yan. Even when the Huo San Xian changed that day, she could only play half of Xiao Yan's strength now. This secret method is so, Lei Dong understands it. Because this is the secret method of activating the inscriptions of the Xiao clan, there is no blood of the Xiao clan in the body, so naturally it cannot be used to its maximum power. But this different fire created its own fighting skills, but Huo's Hizi only fumbled and succeeded after 9 deaths. This was achieved only by virtue of her research on different fires, otherwise, the fire would have disappeared long ago. Of course, it may also be because the abnormal fire in her body has the suppressing power of her own 9-day divine thunder, and she has gotten a little bit of her own luck so that she can succeed. Husband, thank you. Although the results were mixed, Huozhi was grateful for Lei Dong. After all, if Lei Dong didn't do this for her, she might just be a vase now. She couldn't have the opportunity to participate in the Yan clan's coming-of-age ceremony. After all, it was a humiliation for herself. And because of the different fire technique found by Lei Dong, and the 4 kinds of flames, it seemed that she really got rid of her bloodline. She can clearly feel that even if she doesn't have a god-rank bloodline, she can still become a strong man with Fenju in the future. When Lei Dong heard the words, he shrugged and said, "Suddenly thank me for what I did. What's wrong?" This unclear sentence of thank you, Lei Dong is really a little confused. He doubts that Huozhi will give him the next sentence, "Are you a good person?" Although he has received more than one of this kind of good guy card, but who guy likes to get this stuff? Especially a woman with a hint of affection said it. Right now, Lei Dong said, "I'm not a good person, you don't have to praise me." Huozhi was originally rushed to be grateful to Lei Dong, and she will be so, but Lei Dong's response is a little unclear to her. However, Huozhi still said, "No matter what others think, but in my heart, ooh." In order to make Huozhi say something that hurts his feelings, Lei Dong reached out and pushed it down, and then the flames began to merge with the thunder and lightning. Early the next morning. Although Huozhi was still exhausted last night, today is a different day, so she woke up early in the morning. Then, with Lei Dong's expression of getting up, he dragged him to a large square of the Yan clan. At this time, the Yan clan square was crowded with people of the same age and size as Huozhi. Above the theme not far away, a group of elders are already in place. Of course, Yan Jin and other senior members of the Yan clan did not appear. Soon afterwards, people from all ethnic groups also came to the court. When he saw Huoxian and other representatives of the Yan clan, Lei Dong said, "Do you think that you, who are fighting against the strongest genius of the Yan clan, can defeat him?" Huozhi confidently said, "Huo Hyun is no longer my opponent." Although she had never played against each other, Huozhi had already defined herself as invincible within the same level. Even if it was 1 or 2 levels higher than her, she could still win. After all, he was carrying 4 kinds of different fires, and he was assisted by the secret method of the 3 profound transformation of heavenly fire. Huozhi didn't panic at all. Medusa snorted coldly, and then sarcastically said, "Don't be afraid that the wind will flash her tongue." Huozhi looked at Medusa and said, "If it wasn't for your husband to save you last time, you would have been roasted by me." "You?" Medusa was taken aback, trying to get back, but the last time they fought, she really lost. She couldn't even take that blow. Chapter 56, 56. Yan nationality coming of age ceremony. So even if I want a wave of hiatus, my strength is indeed not as good as others. In such a situation, what can Medusa do besides a cold snort? And just when Huozhi was about to say something, he heard a loud noise, and then an old man in a red robe who was sitting there appeared in the center with a grim expression. "The hour has come, the ceremony, begin." After the dull voice instantly spread to everyone's ears, the original noisy square instantly became quiet. After that, another person appeared next to the old man, the same strength not weaker than the person who announced the start. Then he started to roll the call directly. The first one, fire ceremony. After the elders' roll call began, Lei Dong and others saw him, and a man similar to them appeared in everyone's sight. After the man called the fire ceremony saluted the 2 elders, the elder who had just announced the start took out an astrolabe. Huo Li stepped forward and placed his hand on the astrolabe, and then a burst of bright light burst out on the astrolabe. In the small space in the middle of the square, 6 stars emerged. After seeing the 6 stars, there was no response. The elder who named him announced, Fire Ceremony, 6th rank bloodline level, awarded with the Golden Clan pattern. Although it was only a 6th grade, the fire ceremony seemed to be very satisfying. His eyes were full of joy. Obviously, bloodlines can reach level 6, which is already quite remarkable. After all, except for the blood of the Soul clan and the ancient clan Dowdy, which was still flowing, the blood of the other tribes felt a little unsustainable. The ancient clan is because of the background of the Xiao clan, which everyone knows. And the reason why the Soul race is like this is because nothingness swallows inflammation. As for the other races, the Yan and Lei races are better. Although they are not as sufficient as the Soul and ancient races, they are much better than the medicine, stone, and spirit races. Especially the stone race and the spirit race, their Dowdy bloodline is about to dry up. Moreover, generations have been inferior to generations over the past millennia. After the fire ritual reduced his emotions, Shan Qi knelt and raised his head, while the Yan clan elder held a shining golden pen. His arm danced after his debut, and immediately a mysterious rune. It appeared on the forehead of Huolai. The golden light bursts, filled with a special kind of energy fluctuation. With the end of Huolai's blood level test, Lei Dong can be considered to have a thorough understanding of the importance of this coming-of-age ceremony. The power of this inscription pattern is simply too important. In the past, he felt that the second awakening was just to show off his genius, but only if he felt it on his avatar. He really understood the effect of this inscription. At the same time, Lei Dong was also expecting what a terrifying realm his power would reach after his top inscription was obtained. When Lei Dong was thinking about where, the Yan clan went up and down several waves in succession, but there were not many bloodlines above the 6th rank, almost 1 in 10, but that one only reached the 6th level. Next, Huo Xiener. After drawing another clan pattern, the elder of the Yan clan pronounced a name again. Following the words of the elders, all the older youths of the Yan clan looked towards the shadows entering the field. Even Lei Dong looked over. Huo Xiener, another female arrogant of the Yan clan, is naturally fair and beautiful, although her appearance is not as good as Gu Suner's feeling of inhumane fireworks. But it is indeed a beauty who is all over the country. When Huo Xiener went up, Huo Ji grunted in dissatisfaction. Beautiful women are naturally repulsive of the same sex. Moreover, when she was still in the Yan clan, Huo Xiener didn't deal with her various things, and seeing her opponent go up, Huo Ji naturally didn't have a good attitude. And Lei Dong curiously asked, "You have an enemy with this Huo Xiener?" Hearing Lei Dong's question, Huo Ji shook his head and whispered, "It's not really a grudge. It's just that it's uncomfortable to look at each other." At this time, Huo Xiener had already begun to test her bloodline with the help of Yan clan elders. In the next moment, only the Yan clan elder announced, "Huo Xiener, the 7th grade blood." After her bloodline level was announced, a purple gold pen appeared in the palm of the Yan clan's elder. Purple gold dragon pen. When the Zijin dragon pen appeared, many Yan clan people who had tested their bloodlines all exclaimed. After all, I have already felt the power of the gold inscription pattern, and coveted the power of the purple gold inscription pattern. However, because of their own talents, they just can greet it. When everyone was envious, the elder of the Yan clan had already started to spur the purple gold pen, quickly leaving a purple golden clan pattern on Huo Xiener's forehead. Huo Xiener enjoyed this feeling very much. After all, when Huo Qi was in the clan, she was suppressed to death. The clan pattern is complete, Huo Xiener, you can go down. After finishing the clan pattern, the elder of the Yan clan waved and said with a smile. When the Yan clan elder said, Huo Xiener said softly, "Elder, wait a moment." Hey! Upon seeing this, the two elders both had a meal, and then the elder who announced the results said, "Are you okay?" Huo Xiener nodded, and then said with her soft and waxy voice, "Do I have the qualifications to challenge others at will in the coming-of-age ceremony?" The thunderous voice heard this voice and the male compatriots present were both dark and refreshing, while Huozhi and Medusa beside Lei Diao looked disgusting and retching. After hearing this, the two elders hesitated a little, then nodded together. And the elder who announced the results said again, according to the rules, you can challenge anyone of your own race during your coming-of-age ceremony, but if the other party is not a member of your own race, you need the other's consent. Because the coming-of-age ceremony of each ethnic group will invite the geniuses of several other ethnic groups to come. To challenge this kind of thing, naturally there is no such thing as being rejected. After hearing the sound, Huo Xian'er looked directly at Huozhi. Originally, she was retching and naive, but after seeing Huo Xian'er look over, she still didn't understand that the person this little girl was going to fight was herself. It's just that Huozhi didn't understand. She was no longer in the Yan clan. Why was this woman staring at herself? When Huozhi looked confused, Huo Xian'er said, "Yes, Huozhi, the person I want to challenge is you." Seeing her appearance, it was as if she was chatting with a good girlfriend, and she didn't seem to be hostile at all. But how can Lei Dong not feel her hostility towards Huozhi? Coupled with the previous understanding, Lei Dong can be sure that Huo Xian'er is here to do things. Chapter 57, 57. Challenge, 9 more. When the two elders learned that Huo Xian'er's goal was Huozhi, a hesitation appeared on their faces. After all, although Huozhi is a member of the Yan clan, he is also the princess of the Lei clan. In this case, who is not good for you to challenge Huo Xian'er, why do you have to choose her? However, at this time, if they interjected, wouldn't it be the Yan clan's face? Huozhi also came back to his senses at this time, and then whispered in a low voice, "Okay, Sister Xian'er wants to learn from each other. Naturally, the sister doesn't mind guiding you." Huo Xian'er and Huozhi have often discussed each other, but every time Huo Xian'er is cleaned up. Therefore, Huozhi deliberately increased his voice and said the word guidance. Huo Xian'er heard the words, the original intimate girlfriends disappeared in an instant. But she didn't get angry because of it, after all, there were still so many people watching. Afterwards, Huo Xian'er said coldly, "If this is the case, please do it." Huozhi didn't wait for Lei Dong to say anything, he jumped into the court. At this time, an elder said, "Huozhi, do you want to test the bloodline first? After the bloodline test is over, you will compete with Huo Xian'er." Huo Xian'er and Huozhi Dai, who had already possessed the power of the clan pattern, obviously, Huozhi was definitely the one who suffered. After all, the current strength of the two people, but the same, is the 4-star Dozun. Huo Xian'er had already noticed Huozhi's demise, but when Huozhi's grudge broke out, she was also slightly taken aback. Because she didn't expect that the depressed Huozhi could still have the same strength as her own. But after thinking about Huozhi's current status, Huo Xian'er thought that Huozhi could get to this point, and it was definitely a pile of thunderous resources. Huo Xian'er felt uncomfortable, she couldn't accept that Huozhi's destiny was so beautiful. After hearing what the test elder said, even though Huo Xian'er was unhappy, she thought that Huozhi had been deprived, and even if she got the power of the clan pattern, she would never surpass herself. So there is no serious problem, so he opened his mouth and said, the elder said, "I agree. Huozhi, you can first awaken your blood, and then you can compete with me." Huo Xian'er is like this, nothing more than showing her self-confidence. At the same time, I also wanted to let Huozhi finish the test before defeating it, so that no one would say that she took advantage of the danger. Huozhi smiled and shook his head, and first said to the two elders, "Thank you, elders. But for guiding Sister Xian'er, this is not necessary at all." Looking at Huo Xian'er again, she said quietly, "Come on, Sister Xian'er, let her see how far you have grown in the past few years." When the two elders saw that Huozhi refused so directly, they both had a meal. However, since the parties have said so, what else can they say? Afterwards, the two left the field separately, leaving the place for Huozhi and Huo Xian'er to perform. After the elders left, Huo Xian'er lowered her voice and looked at Huo Zhi with a smile, and said calmly, Huo Zhi, for the sake of the Lei clan's young patriarch, I won't let you die. However, today I will leave a deep memory for you. Huo Zhi glanced at Huo Xian'er with disdain, and said coldly, I didn't intend to have any more trouble with you, but I didn't want you to be boring. If this is the case, my sister will let you understand what is the sinister society. In fact, she doesn't understand this phrase societal sinister. However, Lei Dong always said that every time she bullied her, and every time she was trimmed to the point of breaking her bones. So, subconsciously, Huo Zhi blurted out when he listened too much. Huo Xian'er didn't talk any more nonsense, the fighting spirit was lucky, and the strength of the 4-star Dozun's later period burst out instantly. Obviously, only in terms of level, she still needs to be a little high and naive. But in the small realm of Dozun, the gap is also very massive. This is also the reason why Huo Xian'er can still be so calm after knowing Huo Zhi's current strength. The next moment, Huo Xian'er left the place with a little toe. Yu's hand folded into his palm, and he slapped Huo Zhi straight away, and Huo Zhi raised his hand to greet him without a hassle. Boom! The seemingly unremarkable blows of the two women were indeed mixed with quite vigorous vindictiveness. After the collision, Huo Xian'er was even discovered. Huo Kai's strength does not seem to be improved by drugs. It's from cultivation? You know, the kind of strong person who is promoted by drugs is definitely the weakest existence in the same level. Because, the body simply cannot adapt to this massive amount of fighting energy, and it is naturally the weakest to fight against the same level. After the blow separated, Huo Xian'er Qiao's face was slightly pale, and she looked at Huo Zhi and said, No, it's impossible. You. Huo Zhi naturally knew how Huo Xian'er could be so surprised, and smiled, What am I? Do you think that I've lost my body and I'm abolished? Huo Xian'er paused, and then a little surprised, Don't you have one? Huo Zhi said with disdain, I have to tell you a defeated man? Take it. When the words fell, Huo Zhi turned from defense to offense, raised his jade leg and kicked it. Although Huo Xian'er was surprised, but at the same time Huo Zhi rushed in, she came back to her senses. Humph, even if you haven't lost your body, my old lady is the strength of the 4-star Dozun in the late stage. At the moment when her words fell, Huo Zhi had already appeared in front of her without moving. Seeing Huo Zhi kicked, a red flame emerged from Huo Xian'er's palm. This flame is the 8th-ranked Red Lotus Industry Fire. Huo Xian'er wanted to use this to force her to become naive. After all, the power of the different fire was devastating. However, what Huo Xian'er didn't expect was that Huo Zhi not only didn't mean to retreat, but was even on the verge of coming down instead. At the moment when the slender jade legs fell, Huo Zhi's entire body was wrapped in a ray of blue flame. At the moment when the blue flame of Huo Zhi appeared, the few people with abnormal fire in their bodies felt a kind of restlessness of the abnormal fire in their bodies. Huo Xian'er is the person who feels the deepest. One must know that the strange fire appears, and the fire kneels. Except for the fire that is higher than the strange fire in her hand, there can be no resistance at all. And on the list of different fires, the different fires that surpassed their own Red Lotus Karma fire, there is no blue at all, okay? Bang! When the two fires were about to reach, Huo Zhi kicked Huo Xian'er away. Seeing Huo Xian'er being knocked into the air, Huo Kai's palm spread out, and a blue flame appeared. Magma impact. At the next moment, a ground-level fighting skill blasted over. Fireballs flew out from their palms, and they became huge on the way, and they all rushed towards Huo Xian'er. Just after Huo Xian'er landed, she knew she was careless just now. However, this does not mean that she recognizes it. The next moment, Yu hand raised. Raise the fire to the sky. Chapter 58, 58. Win, 10th more. Raise the fire to the sky. After Huo Xian'er gave a sweet drink, the red lotus karma in his hand throbbed. In the next moment, those few spherical flames were all dissolved by the flame waterfall rising from the ground. After seeing Huo Xian'er directly using the Yan clan fighting skills, Huo Ji was taken aback. However, she was relieved soon, as one of Yan clan Tian Jiao, Huo Xian'er knows how to fight, and it is not surprising. The simple contact between the two can be described as a match for a while. Huo Ji stopped and said quietly, "It seems that you have been very hard-working in the past few years." "That's natural, after all, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. However, Huo Ji, I really underestimate you. Next, I will be serious." At this moment, Huo Xian'er, who was still disdainful of Huo, had completely put away her attitude. Although she didn't know, Huo's Haiming had been lost and could still be so powerful, but she knew that she couldn't lose. Otherwise, she will always live in the shadow of Huaji. In the next moment, Huo Xian'er exploded with the power of the Zijin clan pattern, and his aura was rising. The moment Huo Xian'er got serious, Huo Ji also didn't dare to be careless. In the next moment, Huo Ji directly used the three profound transformation of heavenly fire. But because she is not a member of the Xiao clan, no matter if the Xiao clan pattern does not appear, and she can only show half of her strength. In the distance, Yan Jin looked at the field, and said in shock, "Huo's Haiming has been deprived, but he doesn't want to be able to reach such a realm? Also, judging from her strength, it doesn't seem to be the accumulation of medicine. Moreover, her hands, I don't know what kind of strange fire is on the blue strange fire." Elder Huo Yao also said, "I really don't know what chance Huo Ji got." Another elder said, "Patriarch, did you say that we married Huo Ji to the Lei clan wrong?" When the elder spoke, all of them started to think. If Huo Ji didn't send it out, with her such talent, plus the power of the intact bloodline, the future is absolutely limitless. Yan Jin shook his head and sighed, "Hey, what use is there to say at this time?" Several elders were silent in duo, and then Zaidu looked into the field. In the field, at this time, the strength of Huo Ji and Huo Xian'er had reached the aura of 5-star Dozun. Following that, the two women jumped up separately, and various unknown fighting skills blasted against each other. For a while, the sound of energy explosions continued to be heard in the venue. Lei Dong, who was watching from outside, expressed his satisfaction with Huo Ji's performance. Medusa looked at the brilliant Huo Ji in the court and said to Lei, "I want to become stronger." She is the queen of Medusa, how can she allow herself to be inferior to a woman who is not right with her? And the only way to become stronger quickly, in addition to the resources given by Lei Dong, is Lei Dong. Although she didn't know, where did Lei Dong know so many things? However, until now, Medusa has become stronger with the help of Lei Dong. After hearing what Medusa had said, Lei Dong's eyes moved away from the two shadows fighting in the arena to look at Medusa. "This is the attitude you ask of me?" Seeing Lei Dong looked over, he looked back at himself with a look. Medusa's petty temper is at the risk of bursting instantly. However, after thinking of her own situation, Medusa only sighed slightly and endured it. "After all, what can I do if I can't bear it?" Relying on her alone, even with the resources provided by Lei Dong, her cultivation still can't get up quickly. At least compared with Huo Ji, the little girl Pai, she is a bit worse. Besides, what is she not thunderous now? It's just a soft lip service to satisfy the thunderous BT hobby, and there is nothing to lose. Then softly said, "Okay, then I beg you, all right." Lei Dong seemed very satisfied. He stared at the towering mountains of Medusa and smirked, "Don't you just open your mouth when you ask for help? There is nothing to express." After seeing the look of Lei moving, Medusa felt a trace of shame. However, in the end she endured it, and then deliberately stood up and said, "As long as you make me stronger and promote me to become the 9-color swallowing python, you can do whatever you want." This wave of Medusa's operation really caught Thunder off guard. For a moment, both eyes fell into something, subconsciously nodded and said, "Okay, my master promises you. Come to me tonight, I will talk to you in detail." With that said, Lei Dong reached out and pinched Medusa's hips. After all, this goblin is really good at hooking people. If you don't punish it, next time, won't it be up to the sky? Medusa was originally just to get Lei Dong to agree, and everyone's eyes were on the battle between the two women in the field, so that they would make such an attractive action. Otherwise, with her temperament, it wouldn't be the case if she was killed. However, she was very satisfied with the effect, but Lei Dong's last pinch made Medusa scream. After all, it came too suddenly, it was really unprepared. Fortunately, no one paid attention to her, but it was so, and the queen's face turned red with the speed visible to the naked eye. Although Lei Dong was full of appetite, he still endured it. After all, where is my wife's real wife fighting, and I do pee with Medusa here. The Y transaction is fine, if you leave again, it would be really too much. In the arena, Huo Ji and Huo Xianer had also been fighting for a long time, and at this time they had each accumulated their strength, ready to make the final blow. This fighting skill seems to be the strongest trump card of the two women. The flames in Huo's hands formed a huge fire lotus. When the fire lotus bloomed in the sky, everyone felt the energy bursting out of the sky and the earth. Destroy fire lotus! Huo Xianer was also unwilling to show weakness, and the red lotus industry cremated into a series of rockets, all over the sky. Sparkle prairie fire! After the two women had finished charging up, they waved and blasted out. Huo Jun's fighting skills were created by his own, and they were also activated by different fires. The power is absolutely comparable to the heavenly fighting skills. Huo Xianer's fighting skill is the Yan clan's mid-level fighting skill. This fighting skill is also her biggest trump card at present. The next moment, the fire lotus rushed away, and the rocket shot past it too. The two heavenly fighting skills burst into flames in the arena instantly. But when Huo Ji used the Skyfire 3 profound transformation, his own strength had already surpassed Huo Xianer. In addition, this technique was formed by the fusion of different fires, and for a while it crushed Huo Xianer's attack. Huo Ji didn't stop there. She knew that Huo Xianer, who possessed the Red Lotus Karma, could block her blow. Raise the fire to the sky. Although she didn't learn the heavenly fighting skills behind the Yan clan. But this fire burned the sky, she had already got it when she was in the Yan clan. Huo Xianer, who was still resisting the fire-crazy fire lotus, offset the fire lotus energy. Seeing that Huo Ji was coming again, she no longer had the power to fight back at this time. After all, it just consumed most of her grudge. And just when Huo Ji's blow was about to hit Huo Xianer, a red light flashed in front of Huo Xianer. The next moment, the elder who had just been testing the bloodline already appeared in front of her. After the Yan clan elder appeared, he stretched out his hands and said quietly, "Scatter." As he opened his mouth, the half-sage's breath instantly dissipated, and after fighting Qi locked the Huaji attack, he immediately resolved it. After the Yan clan elder blocked Huo Ji's attack, without turning his head back, he whispered, "Huo Xianer, you lost in this competition. P.S. Last night, the code was more than 4 o'clock 10 more, please subscribe, it is best to start the network. Thanks. Chapter 59, 59. Oh wait. I heard the test elder said that Huo Xianer was very unwilling, but she knew that she had indeed lost. Had it not been for such an elder just now, she would have been seriously injured now. And after the competition was over, all kinds of taunting voices from the crowd soon came over. Hey, it is really fierce. This means that the fire is married, otherwise you are worthy of the Red Lotus Karma with her. Really, it was a waste of resources from the clan to give her, she still lost. People who mock her are naturally of the same sex. After all, after Huo Qi was gone, Huo Xianer was really eye-catching. Most of the young male disciples of Yan clan are her faithful spare tires. Hey, Huo is married to the young patriarch of the Lei clan, can the treatment be poor? That's right. Even though Xiener lost, it's just that Huo Ji didn't have as many resources as he could get. Although some women ridiculed her, but at the same time, there are also naturally licking dog possessing her body to keep her in justice. After all, when Huo Qi was in the clan, he had always been a cold fairy, and he was not a bird at all. Compared with Huo Xiener, this group of people is naturally closer to Huo Xiener. After Huo Xiener finally said I lost, he left the field directly. The competition has ended, and she is indeed not a naive opponent. So, she continues to be embarrassed here? After Huo Xiener was defeated, Huo Ji was originally going to leave. At this time, the test elder said, Huo Ji, since he has come up, it's better to test your bloodline level. Originally, because Huo Ji was married outside, the test order was at the end. But now that she has come up, she has also shown extraordinary combat power. The two elders naturally chose to test it first. Huo Ji didn't refuse. She came back, isn't she just to test her bloodline? After Huo Xiener left, the test elder took out the astrolabe again. After everything was ready, the test elder nodded, and Huo Ji put his jade hand up and closed his beautiful eyes. After that, a strong flash of light flashed fiercely on the astrolabe, and then 6 stars were seen lit up. Moreover, even the 7th one has a hint of brightness. Huaji. 6th rank pinnacle bloodline, decided by the elders, to grant the Zijin ethnic pattern. As the test elder said, a purple gold pen appeared in his hand, and then it danced in unison, and Huo Ji felt a new force entering his body. Although Huaji has a rank 6 bloodline, if it is normal, it should not have been given the Zijin clan pattern, but her bloodline disorder can reach this point, plus the friendship between the Yan clan and the Thunder clan, so Yanjin makes an exception. She has purple and gold patterns. Huo Ji himself did not expect that her blood could reach the 6th rank. Moreover, the purple and gold family pattern was also obtained. She was so happy to have such an achievement. Huo Xiener, who had just left, was also slightly taken aback after hearing about Huo's bloodline level. At this moment, she is truly convinced. After all, if she also loses her body, let alone the 6th grade bloodline, I'm afraid that the 5th grade bloodline will be difficult to retain, right? After all, Huo Jade, who was once outstandingly talented, was just because of his loss of blood at the time of the bar mitzvah. It only reached the 5th rank. With the end of the Huaji test, Huoxuan measured the bloodline of the 8th rank, which can be regarded as the young man with the highest bloodline level in the Yan clan. After that, the most were a few of the 7th rank bloodlines. After the tests were done for a few important people, Lei Dong and the other tribes left directly. Because it doesn't make much sense to look at it, that group, who is a genius, they knew from the beginning. Coming here now, I just want to know the bloodline level of the opponent. When Lei Dong and the others left, they deliberately visited Yanjin. After all, the Lei and Yan clan, but the Iron League. What if you don't go to see you when you are leaving? After staying for another few days, Lei Dong and others left the Yan clan and returned to the Lei clan. After returning to the Yan clan, Lei Dong didn't break his promise and announced that he would have a wedding with Huo Ji after the Lei clan's coming-of-age ceremony. The Yan clan originally had a slight dissatisfaction with the Lei clan, but after learning of this, the last dissatisfaction disappeared. A few days later. Thunder World, inside Medusa's house. Lei Dong, why are you lying to me? Since Lei Dong promised that she could become stronger that day, Medusa has done her best to cooperate with Lei Dong. However, what Lei Dong promised that she could become stronger afterwards seemed to be a dissent, and there was no news. Lei Dong was stunned for a moment, and then wondered, why, what's the matter? After returning to the Lei clan this time, what Lei Dong did was not just about cultivation, he was also forcibly pulled by Lei Ying to deal with various things in the clan. Lei Ying Mei said, it is for him to learn this earlier so that he can be a mature successor in the future. But Lei Dong didn't know where he was. His father was just to make time to spend time with his mother. As for what the two of them did, Lei Dong had no intention of guessing. After all, he is going to be very busy. There are no big things in the day, but little things keep going. He needs to understand and deal with the large and small expenditures, incomes, and affiliation groups outside the Lei clan. In short, they are all sorts of things. In this case, Lei Dong naturally ignored Medusa's affairs. Medusa was angry and said, Did you forget that you promised this king when you were in the Yan clan? Because of her own rationale, Queen Medusa's demeanor resurfaced. Even the claim to have changed. After Lei Dong heard what Medusa said, she also remembered that she was talking about the promotion to the 9-colored swallowing python. After thinking about it, Lei Dong smiled with some reason. My lady queen, you also know that this young master is going to be busy lately. How can I find time for you to find what you need for evolution? Medusa wants to be promoted to the 9-colored swallowing python that needs the 9-color rough stone. However, the 9-color rough stone has not yet appeared. Without its assistance, how can Lei Dong help her get promoted? With such an attitude towards Lei Dong, Medusa has a feeling of turning over and making the decision. However, she didn't have an inch. Instead, he whispered, You lied to me. Medusa's voice sounded very soft, and it didn't look angry at all, but because of this, it was thunderous for a while, and I didn't know what to do. After scratching his head for a while, he looked at Medusa solemnly and said, I can swear to the sky, within 10 years, I will definitely help you become a 9-color swallowing python. After careful calculation, within 10 years, the 9-color rough stone appeared, and after obtaining it, he was sending Medusa to the Juya Huangchuan. Is it difficult to break through the battle? P.S. Please subscribe. Don't go whoring, old guys, just give me a subscription. I can't live anymore. Chapter 60, 60. New goal. Seeing the thunderbolt, Medusa hesitated for a moment before saying, then, okay. It's not that she doesn't trust Lei Dong, and even if Lei Dong really lied to her, what can she do? Her life is in his hands. Lei Dong didn't tell her directly that he lied to her, and Medusa was thankful enough. Lei Dong originally planned to train Medusa to become a big help for him. The reason for this just now is indeed because the wind flashed his tongue for a while, and he had benefited, but he had not done what he promised, and it was a bit of a loss. After persuading Medusa, the thunderous and restless big hand explored the past along the way, and the two of them started to do things that were not ashamed or embarrassing. In an instant, 3 months passed. In the past 3 months, Lei Ying was a good lazy wave. As for her thunder, during the daytime to deal with the Thunder Clan's chores, and at night, I still don't forget to practice, and occasionally I need to moisturize the Queen and the fire. The remaining time is to wipe out the 9-Dragon Thunder Gang fire. Lei Dong did not expect that with his 9 Heavens Divine Thunder it took so long to completely eliminate it. He also understood it. It was obvious to the people of several clans that there was a 9-Dragon Thunder fire in Burning Yan Valley, but no one was going to it. It is because this soul mark is really helpless. Among the 8 clans, except for the Thunder Clan attribute and no fire attribute, almost every clan has some fire attributes. So if it weren't for knowing that this 9-Dragon Thunder Gang fire could not be used, there would be a Burning Yan Valley in his area, relying only on a Huayun ancestor, this strange fire would have been robbed long ago. Where is his turn to do it? In terms of political affairs, he can be regarded as a complete graduate in 3 months. The big and small things are handled very well, and because of this, Lei Ying has no reason to be lazy. After all, Lei Dong is still practicing. After returning all these chores to his father, Lei Dong was ready to leave for Keelong Island. It wasn't because of anything else, but because the speed of cultivation was really too slow, and he was very dissatisfied. In fact, his cultivation speed has surpassed all his peers. Now he has reached the early stage of the 8-star Dozun. But Rao is so, Lei Dong still feels too slow. Before the action of the soul race, if his strength still cannot reach the level of high-level fighting saints, what future does he have? Once the soul race gathers 7 pieces of ancient jade, they will definitely look for the 8th piece of ancient jade crazily. There is no impermeable wall in the world. As long as he searches carefully, he will definitely be discovered about the Gama Empire. At that time, maybe the Soul Heaven Emperor will definitely lead the Soul Race army to fight. If the Thunder Clan cannot improve its strength to a stronger level before then, the future will only be slaughtered. As a person without fire attributes, how could he allow the ancient Emperor Cave Mansion to reappear in the world? At least, he hadn't reached the front of Emperor Do, so he would never allow it to appear. Therefore, the desire to improve strength comes from the heart. However, it is obviously not enough to promote growth. There is only an empty shelf. Is it scary? After thinking about it, the one that can quickly improve the strength now is the Void Thunder Pool of the Taegzu Ancient Dragon Clan. The place where Taegzu Ancient Dragon lives is not in the Beast Realm. It is not easy for ordinary people to find their residence. After all, they have the ability to travel through space. However, there is a little dragon emperor next to Lei Dong. Is he still worried that he can't find an ancient dragon island? Moreover, if it hadn't been for the Thunder Clan to have a barrier, the few elders of the Taegzu Gyalong clan who were loyal to the line of Zukan would have long been found. After all, their noses are also very bright. Since they can find Xian, Lei Dong can naturally use Xian to find their place. Today's Xian and Kinglan, with the blessing of various resources, have broken through the Dozun level one after another. However, the resources consumed by Xian exceeded Kinglan. Every time she upgrades by one level, the consumption is simply huge. Although secretly sighing that raising a dragon is not easy, but with such a great power, Lei Dong will naturally not give up. Moreover, as long as he helps Xian regain Long Island, then he will get a big boost in the future. On this day, Lei Dong came to Xian's residence, because she had just broken through Dozun a few days ago, so she has not been in retreat these days. Of course, this is mainly because Lei Dong needs her now. How can she continue to retreat? After arriving at Xian's residence, Lei Dong said bluntly, "Xian, now you have reached the Dozun level, it is time to take you to your clan to clean up the mess." Clean up the mess? Xian was puzzled. She was taken aback for a moment, and then asked aggrievedly, "Brother Lei Dong, don't you want me anymore?" Lei Dong's mouth twitched slightly, and he said in his heart, "Do you think I'm stupid? How can you be spared after spending so many resources?" After sorting out his emotions, Lei Dong said bluntly, "How is it possible? Brother hasn't already said that you will always be a member of my Thunder Clan. The reason why I took you to find the clan members is only because of the Dragon Emperor flowing in your body. Bloodline. After unifying them, the strength of the Thunder Clan will increase, do you understand?" Xian is not stupid, Bai Tian, how can she not understand? Lei Dong just wanted to use her Dragon Emperor bloodline to rule the Taegzu Ancient Dragon Clan and become the help of the Lei clan. However, this is not unacceptable to her. After all, she has no feelings for her so-called tribe. Moreover, if it hadn't been for the appearance of thunder, she would have achieved the achievement of a Duhuang at best. Understood. Xian nodded, and said, "Brother Lei Dong wants to rule the entire Taegzu Gyalong clan through me." Although Lei Dong meant this, she didn't expect Xian to be so straightforward. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Do you agree?" Xian nodded without hesitation. In this regard, Lei Dong is not surprised. After all, the one who brought him back to raise himself must be the closest to himself. Xian said again, "Then when shall we leave?" "Tomorrow." After learning that he would go to find Gyalong Island tomorrow, Xian paused and said, "Brother Lei Dong, after I become the Dragon King, can I still live in Thunder Realm?" Lei Dong had originally seen Zia Yan's expressionlessness, but thought she was worried about what she had done to Geelong Island. But I don't want to, she actually cares about this? Right now, he gave Zia Yan a touch to kill him. You will always be a member of the Thunder Clan, and no one can change this. And this Thunder Realm will always be your home. After hearing what Lei Dong said, Zia Yan looked happy. After chatting with Xian for a while, Lei Dong left to find Lei Ying to be a thug. After all, Geelong Island is not peaceful.